Club Genius: Navigating the Intersection of Innovation, Risk, and Human Experience, by Jacques San Dimas. Author's note: this is a novel based on real-life likely events. It is a rich tapestry woven from a diverse array of stories and experiences, reflecting the realities that many readers may have encountered in their own journeys. While it is grounded in familiar themes of personal and professional growth, it is essential to remember that this is ultimately a work of fiction. The events, characters, scenes, names, businesses, and suggested locations within these pages have been crafted and shaped for dramatic effect, serving to enhance the narrative. My hope is that readers will find connection and resonance within these narratives, discovering valuable lessons that can be applied in their own lives. Whether in the comfort of your home or the dynamics of the workplace, the principles of ethical risk management presented here aim to inspire and guide you as you navigate the daily challenges you face. As you embark on this journey, I encourage you to buckle up and prepare for an adventure that uniquely intertwines both reality and imagination. If you find yourself inspired by the stories and the ethos of collaboration they represent, I invite you to join the ranks of Club Genius by visiting clubgenius.co. There, you can connect with like-minded individuals, share insights, and continue your own journey of growth and innovation. May these stories not only entertain you, but also empower you to reflect on your own experiences and approach life's complexities with renewed perspective and courage. Acknowledgements. This book is dedicated to the countless professional colleagues I have encountered throughout my career across diverse industries. It pays homage to the memorable management challenges and the unique experiences with remarkable individuals that inspired me to craft this fictional narrative of one technology hero's exhilarating escapades during the Wild West days of the information revolution. I would like to extend a special acknowledgement to my dear friend and fellow author, Vincent de Cordoba. Beyond the engaging foreword, Vincent has provided invaluable insights and humor that greatly influenced the creation of this novel. For your unwavering support and friendship, I offer my heartfelt thanks. Additionally, I want to express my deepest gratitude to my incredible wife and my 2 sons. Your unwavering support over the months I dedicated to writing this book has been invaluable. I am thankful for your patience, understanding, and the sacrifices made while I missed numerous family gatherings in the pursuit of bringing this important work to life. Finally, I wish to recognize the multitude of friends and close co-workers who have been part of my journey. Your steadfast encouragement during both my triumphs and challenges as we tackled the ever-evolving landscape of technologies, systems, and processes together has been instrumental. Thank you all for being part of this adventure and for your enduring presence in my life. Your contributions have made this work possible. The role of a problem. They're seen merely as another data point, another employee ID, another line on a spreadsheet, suffocating under layers of abstraction that lead us all away from the things that truly matter in life. So, why is this? How did we find ourselves in such a tangled mess? Have we really become less educated, less capable, less caring, less important? The answer is a perplexing blend of yes and no. No, because as a society, we are undeniably smarter than the generations that graced this planet 50 years ago. It's evident that countless individuals care deeply about the issues that matter, eager to extend a helping hand to others on a human level. Some might even assert that they are far more capable than their parents or grandparents ever were. Yes, because we, as human beings, have somehow managed to become less caring and less significant to ourselves, our loved ones, our communities, and the world at large. We only have ourselves to blame for this slow degradation. The rapid juggernaut of technology, equipped with all the noble intentions of aiding humanity, has gifted us more leisure time to do what technology cannot: think, create, love, and support one another. Technology has surmounted barriers that once felt insurmountable across classes, cultures, and realms of knowledge. Yet this triumph has come at a steep price. Since day-to-day activities have become so effortless and fast-paced, our society is unwittingly molded into lazy and unappreciative beings. Consider this: we walk less than our great-grandparents did, contributing to a host of health issues and obesity. We no longer engage in face-to-face conversations, We scarcely appreciate the value of another person's words or the genuine feelings shared in letters or emails. Instead, we're bombarded by an avalanche of communications, too many emails, too many texts, which serve only to create another layer of abstraction where everything said is reduced to mere statistical significance. The most disheartening reality is that technology is transforming our minds in subtlety, morphing us into extensions of the larger machine, much like the dystopian world portrayed in the famous film The Matrix. A century ago, during the throes of the Industrial Revolution, people were seen as invaluable assets supporting the nascent factory model. Sure, wages were low and conditions could be hazardous, but the workforce still mattered to the success of the company. Life in those factories was simple, straightforward, structured and repeatable. Education was essential for a select few, but for most workers. The only requirement was a willingness to learn and master a single monotonous task, showing up each day to repeat that task hundreds of times a week. While factory workers weren't celebrated in the ways we seek validation today, they were viewed as necessary, and their collective efforts were critical to the overall success of the organization. Fast forward to 2024. What has changed? A slew of things, yet in many ways, nothing has shifted at all. The workforce is now armed with higher levels of education. The world is fully modernized, brimming with opportunities and propelled by relentless change. Yet here we are again, amidst a technological revolution, the information revolution. Yet nothing substantial has changed. Despite a barrage of technological advancements and the best intentions to make the world a better place, we've failed to alter our behaviors in how we treat one another or how we engage with those in the workplace. Like you, I may find myself entrenched in the matrix of a sprawling corporation. It's glaringly apparent that for most workers, the experience remains strikingly similar to that of factory life a century ago. Take customer service, for example. If you work in that arena, you're measured by the number of issues resolved in a day. Audit team, you're evaluated on the number of projects wrapped up each quarter. Compliance, you're scrutinized by how many transactions you can monitor daily. The list is infinite, yet the essence of work hasn't strayed far from that outdated factory model. We're still entrenched in a cycle of repetitive tasks, day in and day out, with scant acknowledgement for the immense effort we put into educating ourselves, efforts we hoped would elevate our perceived value based on our skills and potential. I've spent years working for various domestic and global banks. My roles afforded me the chance to witness the myriad of banking products, services and processes, both manual and automated. Some are critical, others quite routine. And through it all, I've seen firsthand just how inefficient and convoluted many of these processes have become. Entire organizations flourish, employing hundreds of individuals to carry out mundane tasks that could easily be automated, allowing those individuals to engage in more meaningful work. Even worse, I've witnessed the rise of management by spreadsheet, where critical data is trapped, reported, and managed on countless spreadsheets, an epidemic in itself. With each glance at these cumbersome processes, frustration churns within me. What fuels this frustration is a history steeped in watching the same management behaviors repeat themselves throughout my career, with little to no progress in sight. Don't get me wrong. There are certainly brilliant individuals out there doing meaningful work, drastically adding to their organization's value. I've coined this the Pareto effect, where 20% of the workforce drives 80% of the tangible value. But I'm left scratching my head. Why can't the other 80% be as productive? Who's to blame, the employees or leadership? Spoiler alert, the answer is leadership. After years of diving into countless books and delving into this dilemma, I've come to realize that the root cause lies in core human behaviors, laziness, bias, and selfishness. The more I dig, the clearer it becomes. Given all the advancements since the Industrial Revolution, our workforce now boasts higher education levels and should be empowered to harness their creativity to tackle problem-solving, efficiency, risk reduction, and business growth in every sector. For those tethered to massive bureaucratic agencies or corporations, you'll find this isn't the case. The factory model still lingers on, shrouded in layers of hierarchy. We craft our organizations into rigid structures, creating performance metrics that revolve around numbers. How many sales calls? How many transactions? How many audits? How large is the share price? The obsession with metrics has become so pervasive that they overshadow everything, and people have been reduced to mere numbers. Gone are the days of recognizing individuals for who they are. They've simply turned into an employee ID, a customer ID, or a counterparty ID. While technology does afford us greater efficiency, it has simultaneously stripped away the essence of our humanity, framing us within oppressive abstractions. In the 21st century, leaders, managers, and employees alike have grown numb to this abstraction. We grip onto routine, losing track of what truly matters. Each day we go through the motions, afraid to question the status quo lest we face conflict or inconvenience. We cling to our outdated methods and shy away from change, reacting to others with apprehension rather than collaboration. Stressing over fabricated deadlines has become our norm, forcing us to engage in tasks that add little to the larger organization. Even though our corporate world crafts incessant online trainings, hosts motivational workshops, and fills the air with corporate CEO speeches about the importance of focusing on the customer and doing the right thing, a false sense of security prevails. As numerical abstractions eclipse what should matter most, we lose sight of our communities and the people around us. In this modern business landscape, technology has failed to produce the positive change we once hoped for. Rather, it has inflated our abstraction, elevating profits above people with a short-sighted emphasis on quick gains. Consider your daily office routine. You trudge in after a grim commute, then nestle yourself into a cramped cubicle, or worse, an open workspace where you're bombarded by the cheery faces of your CO workers. You log in and dive into a sea of emails and meeting invites, most of which are devoid of context, while meeting agendas lack clarity or purpose. Then comes the parade of meetings, where phone calls morph into video conferences and your voice often fades into the background of endless distractions. You might juggle 30 different spreadsheets or SharePoint forms, diligently answering repetitive questions, completely oblivious to where your contributions might land. Lunch breaks are rare luxuries, and when you return, there are more meetings waiting. Even when it's an in-person gig, it often feels like the same old song. Just another roadblock to multitasking on that pressing deadline. You spot fellow attendees faithfully engaged with laptops and smartphones, working on tasks unrelated to the discussion at hand. Personal connections dissolve in a haze of distraction, leaving everyone in their own bubble. In such an environment, the value of individuals becomes almost ungraspable. Everything feels fragmented, and any attempts to suggest improvements fall on deaf ears, often met with ridicule from leadership. Over time, those attempts wane, and the spirits of good-hearted workers dim. They retreat into the mold of mindless compliance, merely completing directives to get through the day, all while looking forward to another exhausting commute home. This paints a pretty bleak picture, doesn't it? I recognize that these scenarios might not apply to you if you work in different sectors like food service or retail. Still, similarities undoubtedly exist. Take, for instance, a cook in a restaurant who usually isn't in control of creating the menu. After 2 decades of experience across 20 banking, finance, and large corporate institutions, this is, unfortunately, the prevailing atmosphere, a dismal daily grind that stifles potential and motivation. At least a century ago, in 1916, individuals might have felt a greater sense of achievement and fulfillment from doing their jobs well. Yes, there were hardships and challenges, but working-class folks didn't shoulder the crushing weight of student loan debt or escalating living costs. They earned a fair wage and contributed to their communities, building products that held true value, be it a car rolling off the assembly line or a sturdy pair of shoes. Today, in this abstract world saturated with numbers, our value feels obscured. We are surrounded by splendid technologies that should liberate our minds and empower us to make the world better. Yet, many find themselves in worse circumstances than those who toiled 100 years ago. This is the crux of our problem. It's not technology that has created this malaise, it's us. But here's the silver lining. We possess the power to change. Whether we're employees, managers, or leaders, we can rectify this situation. We simply need to make that conscious choice. On a sweltering summer morning in late June 2016, I jolted awake from yet another stressful work-related dream. These dreams often featured familiar faces and situations, forcing me to tackle incoherent tasks within impossible timelines. Sometimes, my subconscious conjured up solutions to riddles that had plagued me during waking hours. However, on this particular morning, a strong urge to write this book swept over me. I knew I needed to dig into the real root causes that impact not only me, but my peers at work, all while searching for a path to a more restful night's sleep, free from the onslaught of work-induced nightmares. As I began to write that day, I pondered the presentation of my ideas. Would this be purely a technology book, or delve into management and leadership? Should I inject humor into it, or adopt a more somber tone? Would I share the hilarious, sometimes absurd stories from my career, akin to a scene from Dilbert? Or should I adhere strictly to straightforward facts and observations? I recalled a couple of friends who had published books. The first, Is Peckerhead Hyphenated?, was an amusing romp filled with anecdotes and quotes from an eclectic cast of characters. Highly educated engineers and scientists working on NASA's space station program. Vincent de Cordoba's tales touched on human behaviors related to trust, showcasing how people respond when they feel comfortable or threatened, provoking laughter while addressing topics like travel expenses, ego, arrogance, and the impersonal nature of corporate life. I found Peckerhead engaging, witty, and relatable, drawing parallels to my journey as a program manager in a sprawling bureaucratic organization. Reading it felt akin to enjoying a longer version of Dilbert, minus the punchy illustrations. After flipping through the entire book, I realized that these Peckerhead stories captured human behavior beautifully, while also reflecting the concepts I'd later come across in other literature. Terms like tribes, circles of trust, and the principle that effective leadership is most successful in managing teams no larger than 150 people began to resonate with me. They highlighted a crucial truth: human beings must focus on nurturing personal relationships, building trust, and positively influencing others in a genuine manner to uplift and support one another, while having fun, of course. As I reflected, I wondered, is there a solution to designing a reliable and trusting operating model within vast organizations? Or will these human behaviors forever pose a wild card, rendering the principles of sound business activity beyond our control? The one critique I had of Vince's book, despite its humor, is that it neglected to address how problematic these behaviors could be, failing to acknowledge the true risks and urging us to reconsider how we operate within organizations. Another friend of mine authored a straightforward technology book about ActiveX for Dummies. Being a technologist myself, I found great value in it. It deepened my understanding of the topic and clarified its importance. Although I never applied ActiveX to my tasks, I appreciated gleaning insights amidst the vast expanse of technology literature I collected over the years. Predictable in its structure, that book was decidedly not intended to elicit laughter. From these two books and the countless others I've absorbed over the past 3 decades, I began to shape the framework for this fictional novel. I envisioned weaving themes and stories through the perspectives of fictional characters who would serve as our resident technology heroes. Throughout many chapters, readers will find themselves reflecting on the humorous, ridiculous, and occasionally poignant adventures of the Club Genius members. I realized that this book should fulfill multiple purposes. My primary objective is for readers to grasp the notion of risk from diverse angles, while the secondary aims focus on helping those unacquainted with technology understand how our daily systems and the products we rely upon, be it hardware or software, intertwine with our behavioral management practices and overall risk strategies. Certainly, reading about applications, infrastructure, and technology from the myriad of tech manuals available is beneficial for pure technologists. However, for business professionals who have little interest in technology's inner workings, these reads can feel like a snooze fest. So I thought, wouldn't it be delightful to present a novel that answers key questions across various storylines, everything from how technology functions to the intricacies of governance in the system development lifecycle? And let's not forget asking the burning question, why do so many people at my job behave like total jerks? With all this in mind, my intent became clear: to craft a novel structured to integrate fictional narratives with an array of operational risk topics, spanning people, processes, and systems. These stories would include essential learning elements that effectively demystify those dreaded techie acronyms we often hear in meetings but hesitate to ask about. Terms like SDLC, TOM, CISA, PMI, RCSA, CMM, FRB, PRA, OCC, TOR, SA, DBA, TRG, and a whole slew more. Later that same warm June evening, my wife spotted me feverishly typing away on my laptop and inquired why my work was intruding on yet another weekend. "I'm not working," I replied. "I'm writing a book." She paused, giving me one of her rarely seen "you've got to be kidding" looks, likely thinking, is he nuts? Is this just another one of his midlife crisis episodes? "Why are you doing that?" she asked. "Because last night I had another one of my bizarre work-related dreams. This time I woke to a strong urge, not just to jot down a fleeting idea, but to publish all my thoughts as a single novel. I explained that I believed my experiences and perspectives might resonate with others, and that this book could help leaders, managers, and employees better understand the daily challenges they face at work and in life. At that moment, I had no clear picture of how this book would unfold, but I was convinced that it would align with my core belief of sharing knowledge for the purpose of improving our world. It is my heartfelt wish that this book, through its stories and illustrations, provides some benefit. Whether it means thinking differently or merely learning something new about technology that had previously eluded you, I hope this book offers fresh perspectives for enhancing your leadership capabilities, refining your management style, or simply brightening your day as an individual contributor. It takes knowledge and courage to act differently, to ignite a movement, to lead a tribe, to shape a team, to run an organization, or even to command a nation. You'll succeed in building trust with others. You will fail if you attempt to instill fear. From the themes and insights shared in this book on people, processes, re-engineering, and technology, I hope the feelings you take away will positively impact you, your thought processes, and your ability to create a better world. So, let's embark on this journey together. Grab your gear. It's going to be an enlightening ride. Part 1, people. Chapter 1. The Struggle of the System. Ah, the struggle. It's that nagging companion we all seem to live with. Whether we're a fresh-faced individual contributor, a seasoned manager, an executive director, or even a C-level officer. Heck, it's something the leaders of entire nations contend with. It's as if we've signed an unwitting contract to coexist within a system that's undeniably, irreversibly broken, and somehow we've developed a troubling immunity to its absurdity. Let's face it, life in today's high-tech, hyper-connected world shouldn't feel like a never-ending gauntlet of hurdles. Yet, here we are. The very way we operate and interact with each other should work like a well-oiled machine, but instead, it's more akin to a rickety old roller coaster held together by duct tape and good intentions. The vast majority of law-abiding, decent people slogging through their daily grind deserve gold stars, applause, and maybe even a parade for doing the right thing, yet they usually end up with either a shrug or a reprimand. Good folks trying to do their best often find themselves overlooked, or worse, misunderstood. Instead of reaping the rewards for being diligent and fostering a positive environment, they end up facing backlash for protecting their teams from toxic behaviors or defending against poor long-term strategies. Shouldn't we elevate those who work to build a healthy culture instead of dragging them down? In this chapter, we're diving headfirst into the eclectic world of the Club Genius members, characters whose stories and quirks bring vibrant life to this narrative. As we unravel their experiences, we'll start to peel back the layers of how and why this system has failed us. Throughout the first part of this book, we'll discover that people are undeniably at the heart of risk management. When dysfunction and selfishness run rampant, organizations suffer and individuals bear the brunt of it, leading us into a perpetual cycle of systemic failure. So buckle up. This journey is bound to be eye-opening, witty, and possibly therapeutic as we navigate the chaos and spark a little light on these pressing issues. The narcissistic manager. Let me introduce you to Jacques San Dimas, the inaugural member of the Club Genius, a title he definitely doesn't brag about. Growing up in a less-than-ideal household, Jacques took a leap into the culinary world, determined to escape his past. Armed with a degree from a prestigious New England university, he ventured into the chaos of the food service industry. 4 years post-graduation, our ambitious young chef snagged his first big role as head chef in a large corporate food service facility, or, as the rest of us call it, a cafeteria. Picture this, Jacques. full of dreams and recipes, managing a brigade of 20 employees responsible for prepping, cooking, serving, and, let's not forget, cleaning. Beyond that, he dabbled in menu planning, catering for private parties, no pressure there, and inventory management. He was basically running the food circus, the clowns included. Jacques loved his new gig. At 26, he was something of a culinary prodigy in a sea of adulting cafe managers, especially since he shared the managerial stage with Nancy, the diligent accountant. Nancy had a way with numbers and a certain knack for keeping Jacques grounded, much like a whip, smart safety harness. Their mutual respect blossomed under the watchful eye of their boss, Sébastien Vane, the freshly minted food service manager who seemingly loved corporate buzzwords but had all the charm of a used car salesman. But after just 2 months of working together, Jacques and Nancy concluded that Sébastien was the human embodiment of a colossal ego wrapped in a rubber band, a self-important jerk, treating his team like expendable napkins. Then one sunny Tuesday, about 6 months into Jacques' struggle for kitchen utopia, Sébastien strolled into the manager's office like he owned the place, because, let's be honest, he kind of thought he did. "Under my leadership," Sébastien proclaimed, smugly adjusting his tie like it was a crown, "this cafeteria has never been smoother or more profitable." He then cupped his hands as if sharing state secrets, and casually dropped the bombshell that he'd been pilfering supplies from the storeroom for personal use, without paying a dime. Jacques and Nancy stared, aghast, as he elaborated on his gold-plated excuse. He was only stealing to feed his family, after all. Who doesn't appreciate a little free lunch, right? They exchanged incredulous glances, wondering if they had miscast this tragicomedy. Was it really happening? Has the man absolutely lost it, they thought. What level of narcissism is required to admit to stealing from the company? No less. In front of your employees? Nancy, the numbers guru, soon confirmed their suspicions after a deep dive into the ledgers, anomalies galore, ripe for the reporting. So the dynamic duo decided to blow the whistle on Sébastien, naively believing that corporate justice would reign supreme. Here's where the plot thickens. Enter Blake, the district manager. Blake and Sébastien were practically best buddies. He was the one who'd had anointed Sébastien with his crown in the first place. When Blake conducted a thorough inquiry, which we can assume consisted mainly of him nodding thoughtfully while sipping on his overpriced coffee, he concluded that Sébastien's punishment would be a mere 3-week suspension and a friendly reminder that stealing is, like, not cool, okay? Needless to say, Jacques and Nancy were left in a state of disbelief. Their hopes for justice had been as dashed as an overcooked soufflé. Being Sébastien's management team only made things worse. The fear of retaliation draped over them like a heavy chef's coat. Upon his return, Sébastien didn't just revert to his old ways, no, he cranked it up to 11. Instead of outright yelling, he glided through the office with a smirk, micromanaging and subtly undermining Jacques and Nancy with the finesse of a ballet dancer stepping on toes, only with more smugness and fewer pirouettes. Sébastien's emotional warfare took its toll, draining the joy out of Jacques and Nancy's professional existence. It was excruciatingly clear this was more than just office dynamics. Sébastien was playing a sadistic game, with them as unwilling pawns. Months passed, and just when Jacques thought the nightmare might end, Sébastien started bragging about his pilfering again, selecting his words like a master composer. "You two can't do anything about it now," he chuckled boisterously. "Blake's got my back, remember?" Jacques' blood boiled, fueled by the sheer audacity of it all. Enough is enough, Jacques thought, sprinting to call Blake. Confrontation was now on the menu, and he whipped up a storm of evidence he hoped would bury this narcissistic chef once and for all. But, oh boy, did that backfire. Blake dismissed Jacques' concern with the grace of a bouncer at a wannabe club. "Keep your head down and your mouth shut, or you might find yourself on the wrong end of disciplinary action." The sheer unfairness of it rocked Jacques to his core. Stunned, furious, and emotionally bruised, he could only watch as the system protected the real thief and allowed Sébastien to reign over his personal hell. Fear churned within him, a feeling reminiscent of his childhood when he felt abandoned. With a heavy heart, Jacques stepped out of the office, clocked out, and embarked on the long drive home, where he ruminated over the corporate carnage he had just witnessed. He eventually made the brave decision to quit, abandoning the world of food service forever, firmly convinced there had to be better avenues, a workplace where decency and respect weren't just relics of a fairy tale. As he stepped into his new career, fully determined to leave the toxic culinary labyrinth behind, Jacques felt a glimmer of hope. If only he knew how naive that hope truly was. And so, dear reader, remember this: life in the corporate world can resemble a chaotic kitchen, with narcissistic chefs turning it into a three-ring circus. You just need to find your way to the exits before it's too late. Childhood effects. Before we can move forward in time, we must first revisit Jacques' childhood experiences to gain a deeper understanding of the man he will become. His historical perspective on life is crucial, as it illuminates how Jacques will respond and act as an adult. As other stories unfold, we will ultimately see that human behavior and the risks posed by people can be the greatest threats to our well-being. As an older child and teenager, Jacques was rarely happy, however. Just before his 18th birthday, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. From a young age, he realized he had a passion for cooking, so when he scored his first job in a kitchen at the tender age of 15, he decided to pursue a career as a chef. During his senior year of high school, Jacques enrolled in his first computer class. Back in the early 1980s, computer hard drives were as rudimentary as cassette tape players. On the first day of class, Jacques could barely contain his disinterest. Halfway through the lesson, he bolted to the dean's office and dropped the course, opting for a life skills math class instead. For him, fiddling with a cassette player was only worthwhile when it came to strumming the guitar to Diary of a Madman by Ozzy Osbourne. Jacques decided then and there that technology was not his calling. He would focus his energy on what he truly loved: cooking. Jacques' motivation for working in the food service industry was deeply rooted in his upbringing within a somewhat broken family. His family wasn't broken in the conventional sense, but rather in a more subtle, indirect, and unpredictable way. One glaring example was his father, Elie. A true scoundrel, Elie abandoned the family when Jacques was just 8 years old enough for a sensitive child to start forming memories. Before leaving, Elie had made one final declaration to Jacques: "Son, you need to be the man of the house and take care of your mother. She is your responsibility now." Elie didn't move far, though. He simply relocated a few hundred meters up the street to a beachfront hotel room, relishing his newfound freedom to pursue younger women whenever he pleased. This was Jacques' first real memory of fatherhood, or rather, the absence of it. Being a smart young man, Jacques resolved to make the best out of a dreadful situation. He loved his mother, Inga, an immigrant from a Nordic country who had come to New York in the late 1950s to pursue a modeling career. Inga had arrived as a vibrant young woman, but had become naive and vulnerable when it came to relationships. She began dating Elie in 1964, which quickly led to Jacques' birth, and forced Elie to abandon his Spanish family heritage, marrying Inga instead, all dictated by parents who wanted a traditional path for their son. After 7 years of living in upstate New York while Elie worked in the family retail business, Elie decided to relocate to an isolated beachfront island in Florida. Not long after, he walked out on Inga, leaving her to fend for herself in a new environment she barely understood. Following Elie's departure, Jacques stepped up to protect Inga, who spiraled into alcoholism as she struggled to adapt to life as a single woman. It wasn't until years later, during therapy, that Jacques would share his painful stories in support groups like ACA, Adult Children of Alcoholics, and Al-Anon. He vividly recounted what it was like living with a parent who had a bifurcated personality. Most of the time, Inga was drunk, unable to care for herself or Jacques, but on rare occasions, she would miraculously become sober for a fleeting few hours. During those moments, Jacques remembered the loving, responsible, and beautiful woman Inga had once been, all before Elie's chaos unraveled their lives. Jacques had a tough childhood, often dragged along by his inebriated mother to her best friend Dot's house during summer breaks. Dot was a middle-aged hairdresser, another deeply fractured alcoholic, entwined in a romance with Walter, an equally dysfunctional character who played in a cheesy tourist trap German beer garden. For 2 years, Inga and her alcoholic companions formed an inseparable circle. Jacques found himself sleeping on the couch at Dot's house among a graveyard of empty bush beer cans and stale pizza, the remnants of a party gone awry. Inga typically ended up passed out in the bedroom with Dot and Walter, leaving Jacques alone to navigate the dim shadows of a chaotic life. A profound misfortune struck Jacques when his mother, Inga, passed away at the tender age of 38. At just 13, Jacques felt the weight of his emotional isolation deepen. Following Inga's death, he was thrust into his father's grim household, where Elie now resided with his new wife, Lena, and her younger son from a previous marriage. 6 months later, Elie persuaded Lena to adopt Jacques. The act felt like a cruel erasure of Inga's memory, a cleaning of the slate, as if he could wipe away the remnants of her existence with a single stroke. To make matters worse, Lena was only 10 years older than Jacques, making the arrangement feel eerily reminiscent of having an older sister adopt him. Elie is such a screw-up, Jacques thought bitterly. Why would he let someone so young adopt his son? With each passing day, feelings of abandonment festered, and his animosity toward his father only intensified. Jacques endured his fair share of trials and tribulations, each embedding itself in the fabric of the adult he would one day become. Yet it was during this arduous period that bitterness and anger took root within him. Those emotions would transform into a fierce determination to escape from his childhood, his family, everything, once he turned 18. Jacques' aspiration to become a chef was largely driven by a profound fear of unemployment. This mindset had grown directly from his father's neglect. Elie, raised in a privileged, well-to-do household in upstate New York, embodied arrogance and entitlement. Having enjoyed the spoils of an Ivy League education, he fancied himself a charming ladies' man, able to attract women effortlessly. However, when Jacques was in high school, Elie's world began to crumble. He lost his business and his job, but had the audacity to sit back and watch television while insisting that Jacques and Lena take on full-time jobs to keep the household afloat. If confronted, Elie would scoff, "I'm far too experienced and overqualified to take any menial minimum wage work. I'm Ivy League educated. I must find a job worthy of my caliber." Each of these moments solidified the emotional wall between Jacques and his father. These childhood stories of neglect and abuse form the essential backbone of this novel and its core intent. They highlight how profoundly the treatment of individuals can shape our ability to trust others and influence how we respond to various situations and personalities. For Jacques, the turbulent years of his childhood were marred by alcoholism, abandonment, disrespect, abuse, and emotional trauma. They left him embittered, silent, and unhappy during those crucial developmental years that defined his teenage identity. Fortunately, Jacques managed to finish high school and chart a course toward independence, determined to distance himself from the pain of his past. It was during his junior year of high school that Jacques experienced a revelation. If he remained in this hellish environment, he might ultimately face the same tragic fate as his mother, dead before his time. He realized he had nothing left to lose and everything to gain by escaping the confines of this stifling existence. All of this pain and suffering spurred Jacques' motivation to work with fervor and purpose, propelling him toward a brighter future, away from the shadows of his tumultuous childhood. Another key point in Jacques' story is that, like many others navigating the workforce and the complexities of life, we all develop layers of character and ego. Often, this requires us to don masks that help us fit in, shield us from vulnerability, and serve as a protective barrier against the judgment of others. At the core of behavioral management, it is undeniably true. People are responsible for shaping the cultures in which they operate, and the outcomes can swing dramatically between positive and negative, depending on whether we are strong or weak in our authenticity. Much of our personality is intricately woven from the threads of how we were raised and the fears that shadow our thoughts. Our past experiences, like Jacques, serve as formative influences that mold our responses to the people and situations we encounter. They inform our assumptions, dictate our choices, and ultimately shape the environments we create around us. The various parts of ourselves, the nurturing, the fearful, the assertive, and the traumatized, can dictate our actions or, in some cases, our inaction. For Jacques, the cloak of bitterness and anger he wore was a consequence of his tumultuous upbringing, reflecting a deep-seated struggle between his desire for connection and his instinct to protect himself from further pain. Like Jacques, many individuals find themselves grappling with their pasts, allowing those experiences to dictate their current behaviors and attitudes. Facing ourselves honestly becomes the first critical step toward breaking this cycle. It is only by acknowledging our fears, confront our insecurities, and grappling with the scars of our experiences that we can begin to heal. This self-awareness allows us to foster emotional resilience and cultivate healthier relationships, not just with ourselves, but also with those around us. In a workplace setting, when individuals bring their masks and unresolved issues into interactions, it can lead to toxic dynamics and cultural misalignments. Conversely, when employees feel safe enough to drop their facades and embrace authenticity, drawing from the lessons of their past, they can contribute positively to a thriving workplace culture. This is where true transformational leadership begins. When individuals commit to facing their truths, they empower not just themselves but also their colleagues, creating an environment where everyone can flourish. Ultimately, Jacques' journey serves as a vivid reminder that understanding the complexities of our past is not merely an exercise in reflection. It is an essential step in redefining who we are, how we interact with others, and how we can lead more fulfilled lives. Embracing our truths prepares us to build stronger, more compassionate and empathetic workplaces where every individual is encouraged to grow, innovate, and thrive. I'm moving out. At 18, Jacques finally broke free from that tropical, insect-infested and alcohol-ridden life, trading it for the crisp autumn air of New England as he set off to attend culinary school. The weight he had carried for so many years began to lift almost immediately. For the first time in his life, he felt a flicker of happiness, unshackled from the burdens of his tumultuous childhood and adolescent years. Initially, Jacques had envisioned completing a 4-year bachelor's degree, dreaming of prestigious culinary accolades and Michelin stars. However, as reality set in, he realized that 2 years was all he could afford. Navigating Ellie's loans was a stress he could no longer bear. He'd fed enough of his father's irresponsible behavior and debt to last a lifetime. Liberated from that cycle, Jacques felt an undeniable urgency to dive into the real world, to rent an apartment, earn a paycheck, and passionately engage in the industry that had captivated his heart. In 1986, Jacques made the leap to New York City just in time to witness the Mets' victory in the World Series, echoing their legendary cardiac style. Riding the wave of excitement, he found his first apartment in Queens through a CO worker at the NYC restaurant where he worked. He shared the 2-bedroom space with an older, somewhat irresponsible roommate from Western New York, who brought with him a steady stream of late-night parties and dubious friends. An extension of the buzz and chaos Jacques had longed to escape, yet now seemed oddly comforting. At this new chapter of life, Jacques imagined himself as a culinary superstar, perhaps spearheading a world-renowned restaurant. The early days were far from glamorous, his paychecks about $300 a week, hardly compensated for the staggering hours he dedicated 60 to 70 hours a week, 6 days a week, translating to less than $5 an hour. But for Jacques, it didn't matter. The freedom to chart his own course and make his own decisions far outweighed the paltry salary. The exhilaration of being on his own was the greatest reward he could have wished for. Slowly, Jacques began to channel his experiences into a newfound happiness. No one dictated his actions anymore. Every choice was his to make, and he was no longer bound by obligations to others. The bustling kitchen became the perfect environment for him to cultivate critical life skills. The high-pressure settings of cooking fostered his mastery of timing, prioritization, and delivering excellence under stress. There was no other industry that could teach these skills while simultaneously granting him a sense of immediate gratification and satisfaction that he craved. As time passed, Jacques continued to blossom within the culinary world. Over the next 5 years, he worked tirelessly as a cook, quickly ascending to the positions of sous chef and eventually chef at 3 different restaurants, a 4-star hotel, and 2 corporate food service facilities. Each of these experiences transformed Jacques, providing the life lessons that soothed old wounds and inspired new aspirations. Most importantly, however, it was during this formative period that Jacques met his loving life partner. It was like a serendipitous twist of fate. Amidst the chaos of chopped vegetables and simmering pots, he found someone who saw beyond his rough edges and recognized the tender heart that yearned for affection and connection. With each interaction, their bond grew stronger, and for the first time in Jacques' life, he experienced a sense of belonging, a flicker of love that promised to light the way forward. As Jacques stood on the precipice of adulthood, he began to realize that the flavors of his past didn't define him anymore. They simply added depth to the dish he was crafting in the present. Once a boy burdened by a broken home, he was rapidly transforming into a man ready to embrace the world, filled with determination and hope, layered with experiences that would only make him richer in spirit. And thus, equipped with the wisdom of his past and fueled by the passion that surged through his veins, Jacques prepared to make a name for himself in the culinary scene. Letting go of the shadows that had haunted him for too long, he was ready to stir up not just great meals, but also the vibrant essence of life itself. An alternative path. So, fast forward 5 years, and here we are again at Jacques' first fork in the road, or more accurately, his oh hell no moment. It turned out that his earlier experiences with a narcissistic manager, not to mention the soul-sucking kitchen chaos, didn't just leave him with great stories to tell over a beer. They culminated in one big decision to switch careers before he completely transformed into a culinary version of the Hulk. Jacques was tired of being bitter, angry, and frustrated, and it was becoming increasingly clear that his first love, the culinary arts, was breaking his heart like a bad romance novel that just wouldn't end. With every passing day, he felt like he was tossing aside 7 years of hard work, blood, sweat, and intermittent tears. Not to mention the occasional burnt soufflé that had the audacity to mock him from the bottom of the trash can. As he mulled over his options, one thing became undeniably apparent. Being a chef was getting in the way of things that actually mattered, like sleep, a loving relationship, and perhaps, just maybe, some semblance of work-life balance. Without those, all he had was a molten cake of rage, and he could tell it was about to catch fire. Enter Kira, Jacques' long-term girlfriend, adorable cheerleader, and his main partner in crime. Kira, with her keen eye for opportunity sharper than a sushi chef's knife, spotted an interesting job listing in the local paper. "Why don't you apply for this, Jacques?" she suggested, her voice light with optimism. Because what Jacques needed was not just any job, but an entry-level data entry position working for a non-profit book club and magazine. Data entry? For a book club? Jacques raised an eyebrow, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. "I've spent years perfecting my soufflé, and you want me to take notes in a room full of literate cats?" Yet, after a successful interview, which included only one awkward moment involving an ill-timed joke about generational reading habits, Jacques accepted the position, earning a staggering $7.25 an hour. Here he was, trading in his apron for a keyboard, taking a pay cut that would make even the most determined penny pincher gasp. It was nearly a 50% drop from his previous salary as a chef, but Jacques was in survival mode, and making this shift, he convinced himself, was a necessary leap back into the embrace of civilization, the mythical land of a 9 to -5 workday. Now, stepping into this brave new world of cubicles and coffee breaks, Jacques had no idea that this move would ultimately catapult him into a significantly better life than he could ever have imagined. Who knew that behind those beeping monitors were co-workers who didn't yell at him for using the last of the coffee creamer? Over time, he discovered that the grey cubicles were filled with people who actually wanted to connect, and that they were just as flawed as he was. As Jacques buried himself in spreadsheets instead of source, he began to reflect, in a way that would make any self-help book proud, on how far he had come. Gone were the nights spent slaving over hot stoves. Instead, he was aiding in the noble cause of helping the world discover new must-reads, one book club meeting at a time. Sure, data entry wasn't a culinary contest, but it provided a steady paycheck and a sharp contrast to his previous chaos. Months rolled by, and through sheer determination and a sprinkle of luck, Jacques blossomed in this new environment. Sipping lukewarm coffee by the printer became an art form, and attending exciting team-building workshops became the highlight of his week. He even found camaraderie in the office break room, trading culinary tips with his new colleagues. And while they fawned over the best way to bake a batch of cookies without burning the house down, Jacques couldn't help but think, how did I get here? Now, let's take a moment to recognize the reality of Jacques' transition. In a non-dysfunctional workplace, systems should be designed to offer safe choices. People shouldn't have to leave their jobs under the shadow of ethical abuse or a narcissistic boss that acts like a toddler with a sugar high. Sometimes, when one person's toxicity spreads, it can lead to chaos that affects not just the workplace but spills over into their personal lives. Think of it as emotional shrapnel. Lucky for Jacques, he managed to escape this chaos with relative ease and found himself forging into uncharted territory. But it's a harsh truth that in environments fraught with uncertainty, like dealing with the likes of Ellie, people who are already fragile may lash out, inadvertently harming those around them. Jacques had been fortunate, walking away with a light heart rather than venting his frustrations on others. As Jacques settled into this new routine, he came to realize that human behavior is paramount. The uncertainty of how leaders make decisions, how they treat their staff, and the ethical implications behind their choices significantly impacts workplace culture. It can either sow seeds of positivity or foster a garden of discontent, depending on how the situations are managed. For Jacques, this new career path wasn't just a detour, it was a renaissance of sorts that began to unfold. And while he could have easily stayed mired in those kitchen nightmares, Jacques chose to embrace his thick skin and use it as armor for the challenges ahead. His journey through both the grueling and the rewarding had only just begun. If anything, this rewarding path was not merely about trading frying pans for keyboards. It was about seizing the opportunity to forge a life marked by balance, fulfillment, and perhaps even love. In the end, Jacques realized that sometimes the paths we take, though paved with difficulties and sadness, ultimately lead us to our truest selves. His transition from chef to data entry savant may have felt whimsical, but it was a conscious shift toward a life filled with values that aligned with his newfound respect for human behavior. As he navigated this landscape, Jacques embraced the beautiful chaos of life, ready to find where his journey would take him next. A chef's heart may not have translated directly into the non-profit realm, but it had undoubtedly provided him with a unique recipe for resilience. One thing was for sure, the adventure was just beginning, and this time, Jacques was the one holding the whisk and the keyboard, fully prepared to whip up a life worth savoring. A new breed of assholes fast forward 18 years, and we find ourselves in the midst of Jacques' grand return to the corporate arena. Older, a bit grizzled, but still possessing that spark of passion and creativity that fuels his soul. After more than a decade of successful consulting experience, Jacques stepped into his first significant full-time management position at a large domestic bank. If life were a sitcom, this would be the part where you cue the dramatic music, zoom in on his slightly raised eyebrow, and the audience collectively gasps, "Oh boy, what is he getting himself into in this new role?" Jacques discovered that managing down was his forte, a concept that, shockingly, seemed to confuse the senior leadership, like they were trying to solve a Rubik's Cube while blindfolded. For Jacques, managing down meant taking the time to genuinely connect with his team. This wasn't just corporate jargon. He genuinely spoke with them, guided them, learned from them, and actually cared about their careers. Who knew that treating people like actual humans could lead to better results? As it turns out, caring about his staff wasn't just good karma, it was a winning strategy. Bonding over coffee breaks, team lunches, and the occasional "let's totally beat the 4 p.m. slump" by dancing awkwardly in the conference room session. Jacques fostered a familial atmosphere. His management style bore fruit. Team performance soared, especially when Jacques had the chance to lead large projects and programs. Every successful deadline met felt like a victory party, complete with confetti made of post-it notes and team members donning silly hats. For Jacques, it was rewarding, like finally landing on the right recipe after burning your way through a dozen attempts to make the perfect soufflé. He enjoyed going to work, after all. Who wouldn't want to hang out with people who could appreciate a good dad joke about letting off steam in a pressure cooker? However, alas, the corporate world was a curious beast, and unfortunately for Jacques, recognition felt like a unicorn. Everyone talked about it, but few had ever seen one. While he was out there winning hearts and minds, his peers were managing up, a philosophy that seemed to embody neglect for their teams in favor of sucking up to office higher-ups like they were the last cookie in the jar. Oh, these management maestros with their expertly practiced platitudes were the real stars of the show, climbing the corporate ladder by furiously polishing their resumes with catchphrases that could make a motivational poster blush. This manage-up crowd consisted of what Jacques termed the selfish assholes of the corporate world. They operated under an "I win, you lose" philosophy, leaping from vice president to senior vice president to chief officer without so much as breaking a sweat. While Jacques fought diligently for his team, these folks were simply out for the gold star in the who can make the most insincere compliment about synergy competition. The reality was glaring. These managers barely acknowledged their own staff, instead spending their days basking in the glow of their self-importance and corporate jargon. With a pang of disbelief, Jacques watched as more and more of these individuals, with their grandstanding and incessant back-patting, climbed the ranks. What do they have that I don't? He pondered, exasperated. Perhaps just a mastery of the fine art of verbal gymnastics, coupled with a generous dose of pretending to care. And then, voila, Jacques coined the phrase bullshit advancement. This term encapsulated the phenomenon of climbing the corporate ladder on the back of convoluted jargon and dazzling speak, all while snatching credit away from their hard-working teams. These folks were like magicians, making the achievements of their subordinates disappear while center-staging their own inflated senses of accomplishment. As Jacques watched his colleagues rise to power like bread in the oven, golden brown and frustratingly puffed up, he sometimes marveled at the irony. Here he was, promoting teamwork, collaboration, and genuine connection, while the others danced through the office on a whirlwind of self-promotion and sparkling rhetoric that could charm the pants off a statue. Jacques often reminisced about those moments from culinary school when, ironically, he had learned more about teamwork and working under pressure than most of his current peers would ever know. Jacques wasn't one to shy away from his convictions, though. With newfound motivation, he started an informal support group in the office, dubbed the Kitchen Chronicles. It became a weekly gathering for managers who wanted to vent and share stories about their own joys and frustrations, as well as swap culinary-inspired metaphors about the pitfalls of office life. "You don't slice an onion without expecting a few tears, right?" became the unofficial motto, a testament to the emotional labor each member carried for their teams amidst the corporate chaos. Though workplace camaraderie was a fountain of healing and humor, Jacques didn't escape unscathed from the realities of office politics. He had his adventures with the delegation disaster and the meeting madness, each tale exemplifying how absurd work environments could become when egos were in play. In one memorable team meeting, Jacques attempted to present an innovative project plan, only to have it met with the classic "let's circle back to that" comment from a high-ranking executive who forgot what the colors in the traffic light actually meant. Inspired by his own kitchen creativity, Jacques would sometimes visualize what he would do if he were running the show. "If only I could take this frying pan of frustration and turn it into a sauté of success," he chuckled to himself during one particularly mind-numbing budget review meeting. This blend of culinary whimsy and workplace irony helped him navigate the absurdity with a sense of humor that became contagious. Yet, amidst the laughter, Jacques realized that the stakes were high. The emotional turmoil left from his previous experiences lingered, and as he fostered an environment centered on humanity and care, he understood that it was also important to watch for the selfish assholes who might undermine the group's morale. Remaining vigilant became part of his self-imposed duties. In this ever-evolving landscape, Jacques learned to balance laughter and seriousness, gaining insight into human behavior that was truly invaluable. He became skilled at recognizing when team members were struggling, and with the newfound clarity brought by his past experiences, he took the time to listen to their fears and frustrations, much like a chef carefully attending to the simmering pot before it boiled over. As he moved through this new terrain, Jacques began to grasp the dual nature of leadership, the keen ability to empathize with others while also setting clear boundaries. The delicate dance between being a supportive boss and a firm manager became his lifeblood. And as he mastered this art, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment washing over him like a perfectly crafted sauce, linking every dish on the table together. While Jacques continued to witness successful promotions fueled by bullshit advancement, he remained unfazed. He was determined to be the garnish on the plate that elevated the entire meal, the finishing touch that brought everyone together. In essence, showing that true leadership was not about taking the limelight, but rather about illuminating the path for others. Through the chaos of office politics and the occasional narcissistic onslaught, Jacques found purpose in his journey. He realized that life wasn't merely a competition, but a complex recipe requiring love, trust, and unwavering effort from everyone involved. In this new breed of asshole leadership, Jacques emerged as a dauntless sous chef, ready to whip up a workplace renaissance one dish and one heart at a time. In the grand culinary theatre of life, Jacques was now both the chef and the head of the kitchen, ready to create a culture where genuine connection and authentic success became the primary ingredients. And if the nepotistic arseholes occasionally stole the spotlight, well, Jacques just planned to sprinkle a little humor and sprinkle a pinch of determined optimism to ensure that everyone, including himself, would savor the true flavors of a fulfilling work life. Unethical business continuity. First, let's introduce Jules Carmichael, the second member to join the club genius, and a man whose journey is as intriguing as his name suggests. With a keen intellect and a heart full of conviction, Jules embraced each challenge as an opportunity to rise above the mundane. After years of navigating the chaotic waters of corporate life, he was about to face his most formidable opponent yet, the insidious plague of ethical compromise hiding beneath the polished veneers of the financial world. Known for his calm demeanor that belied an inner fire, Jules's passion for integrity made him an invaluable asset to Jacques, and a catalyst for change in an industry often riddled with indifference and hypocrisy. Little did he know, the tests of his character were just beginning, and they would ultimately lead him to profound revelations about courage, loyalty, and the true essence of leadership. Another profound story that illustrates the complexities of human behavior in the workplace involves Jules, who is a close friend and business partner of Jacques. Recommended by Jacques himself, Jules stepped into the role of a business continuity planning consultant at a major financial institution after Jacques transitioned to another bank. Jules was ready to embark on what he thought would be a fulfilling journey, updating formal business continuity plans that would be used if a significant disruption occurred. Think of things like hurricanes, power failures, or that dreaded chaos when someone spills coffee on the server room floor. On paper, the responsibilities were straightforward. Ensure that when disaster struck, the plans were in place to recover both systems and people swiftly. It was the kind of work that made Jules feel heroic, like a firefighter charging into a burning building equipped with spreadsheets instead of hoses. He envisioned himself not just as a consultant, but as a guardian of the corporate realm during crisis. However, as Jules settled into his new role, he quickly realized that reality was about as comforting as a cold metal chair in a waiting room. On his third day, while diligently reviewing the existing business continuity plan, he stumbled upon a significant gap, a gaping hole in their contingency strategy that would make any responsible consultant's heart race. It turned out there were critical technology servers missing from the plans, a major flaw that could have catastrophic implications if the shit hit the fan. Feeling a rush of adrenaline and the resolve to protect his new team, Jules reported this discovery to management, fully expecting a proactive discussion about remediation. After all, admitting to issues was usually the first step in solving them, right? Wrong. The moment he shared his insights, he was met with a reaction that felt like a slap to the face. "Jules, I'm glad you caught this. Good job," the middle manager said, a manic grin spreading across his face, like he was about to unveil the greatest magic trick. "However, since we have this regulatory exam later this week, just modify the document and add some fake technology server components so that the plan will appear complete." Jules blinked, disbelief washing over him like a bucket of ice water. Just modify the truth? He'd never encountered such blatant disregard for ethics. "Are you out of your fucking mind?" he demanded, the tremor in his voice palpable. "Don't you realize what you're asking me to do? This action could hurt people and compromise the business. Why can't we just report this self-identified issue and fix it?" The middle manager's response did little to calm the tempest brewing inside Jules. "Well, Jules, if you're not willing to do this, we can just find someone else who will. So you have a choice. Do as I say or you can leave." It was a classic my way or the highway line that lingered in the air like a bad odor. In a rare display of raw emotion, Jules snapped, "Fuck you! You guys are a bunch of idiots." He hurled his badge toward the manager like it was a throwing star and stormed out of the building, leaving behind a cloud of disbelief and a few disoriented colleagues who were still processing what had just happened. Later, Jules explained to the contractor agency that he was leaving, due to ethical and moral conflicts associated with a management request to falsify recovery documentation. But his internal struggle throughout those moments lingered like the smell of burnt toast. Was it courage that propelled him to say no? Or was it sheer panic at the thought of becoming complicit in something so fundamentally wrong? He wished he had an answer, perhaps a flowchart or a decision tree, something to guide him through the emotional maze he found himself in. As he drove away from the bank's sterile parking lot, Jules felt a bittersweet cocktail of freedom and fear swirling within him. Sure, he had just left a toxic environment, but what lay ahead? The prospect of uncertain job searches was daunting, and his heart raced at the thought. Still, as he stared at the horizon, he realized that this was not the first time he was stepping into the unknown. In some strange twist of fate, he recognized that he had been here before, collecting his courage a little at a time from lessons learned over the years. Growing up, Jules was the type of kid who stood up to bullies when they'd pick on smaller classmates. It was a mix of fearlessness and a deep-seated empathy that often landed him in trouble, but also taught him the importance of standing firm for what's right. Perhaps that was the root of his indignation in the bank. He had always believed that ethical behavior was like a soufflé. If you don't treat it with care, it falls flat. And man, did he have a knack for cooking up a moral dilemma. As the weeks passed and Jules searched for a new job, one that inspired him rather than filled him with dread, he found himself recalling his childhood days, mapping out his path like a treasure hunt. What's the worst that can happen? He mused, humor twinkling in his eye. I'll just have to get a job at a donut shop. After all, who can resist the smell of fresh pastries in the morning? And if I screw that up, I can always pivot to making coffee, right? As the job hunt began, Jules found himself in a peculiar position. Each interviewer he encountered seemed to share a common thread, a misguided belief that workplace ethics were negotiable, like adding too much salt to a recipe you could barely remember. Would you be willing to alter documents if the company needed to present a stronger front to regulatory agencies? One hiring manager asked, arching an eyebrow as if he were sharing a state secret. The memories of that manager's smirk flashed in Jules's mind, and his spine tingled at yet another potential moral minefield. Look, Jules replied, his voice steady despite the uncertainty swirling within. Let's be real here. An ethical workplace isn't some optional garnish, it's the meat and potatoes of any successful organization. I believe that when we compromise our values, we pay a heavier price down the line than a good paycheck ever relieves. The blank stares he received made him chuckle inwardly. Perhaps he was auditioning for a role in a play titled A Squeaky Clean Conscience in a Greasy World. Jules sometimes allowed himself to dream about what could be. What if he could create a company culture that thrived on respect and authenticity? What if he could become a beacon for others who felt trapped in a disingenuous corporate machinery? He envisioned a workplace where ethical standards weren't just a dusty old code hidden in some HR handbook, but a living, breathing ethos that everyone operated under. Picture it, motivational posters declaring, "Integrity is the new black," or "Doing the right thing is always in style," hanging in vibrant colors, inspiring team meetings filled with laughter, creativity, and connection. As he chased his aspirations, Jules dove into the extensive network he had built over the years. Each connection led him to new opportunities that sparked joy rather than dread, a stark contrast to the suffocating environment he had just escaped. In one serendipitous meeting, he landed an interview with an impressive startup focused on technological innovations that promised to revolutionize business practices. Walking into that interview felt different. The air buzzed with a sense of camaraderie, brains bubbling over with ideas, each voice encouraged and valued. They talked about the importance of transparency within the company, and Jules realized that these values pierced through the corporate forest like the first rays of a sunrise, moving him beyond applying for a job to wanting to be part of a movement. As questions flew back and forth, Jules felt the tension dissolve. His fear of asking hard questions faded, and he took the plunge, asking the hiring manager how they ensure ethical practices are maintained amid rapid growth. "We have open forums, regular feedback sessions, and a strict no-bullshit policy that's enforced by everyone," the manager laughed, seemingly unburdened by office politics. "We make it clear that if we see something that's not right, we don't just raise our hands, we raise the roof." Jules couldn't help but grin. Now that's my kind of environment. I'll take that over modifying documents any day. As the meeting progressed, he found himself envisioning a future within this new space, a landscape where he could thrive without fear of compromising his values or being offered an ethical dilemma each morning like a slice of toast. In due course, Jules emerged victorious. He was offered the position, and just like that, he became part of a positive, energizing team that championed integrity. The irony was not lost on him. The very act of saying no to something so profoundly wrong had opened the door to a career steeped in ethical practice and transparency. Jules reflected on the arc of his journey. The chaos, the drama, and his moral stand had all blended into a new concoction of courage, overcoming doubt and fear, and embracing a career path that would lead him to personal fulfillment. Now, he wasn't just spectacular at business continuity. He was weaving a tapestry of ethical brilliance and paving the way for others to thrive in genuine harmony. And thus, as he settled into his new role, Jules carried with him the spirit of resolve, following the example set by his friend Jacques. Together, they had learned that navigating the corporate landscape could be like maneuvering through a minefield, but if they remained steadfast in their commitment to doing what was right, they could emerge heroes, each armed with courage and ready to stand against the tide of bullshit advancement. In the end, Jules had constructed the ultimate ethical armor, one that allowed him to embrace challenges head-on, bringing forth a brighter, more commendable path for himself and those around him. Life's twists and turns may have thrown him into the deep end, but now he was swimming, and he intended to make waves, rippling through the fabric of corporate culture like a well-crafted soufflé rising to splendid perfection. Misguided leadership. As mentioned earlier in this book's introduction, the broken system stems from a root cause deeply entrenched in misguided incentives and improper human behavior. People, at a broad scale, are generally good, law-abiding citizens who strive to make sound choices. They are invested in protecting their well-being, their families' interests, and the welfare of their communities. However, when a business or organization becomes imbalanced, leading to a lack of oversight for leadership, communication, education, incentives, and engagement, many good people can, whether intentionally or inadvertently, engage in bad and destructive behaviors, all while believing their intentions are pure. Jacques, with his vast experience in operational risk management, had a front-row seat to these dynamics play out time and again. This area of risk management focuses on understanding the complexities surrounding people, processes, and systems, especially technology. Processes and systems are the relatively easier of the three to manage. Once the appropriate effort is expended to comprehend the key elements of how a process functions and how much risk is deemed acceptable, evaluation and monitoring control effectiveness can be established to safeguard these processes. But people risk? That was an entirely different ballgame, a wild and unpredictable journey. Managing people required commitment, introspection, and effort. At the heart of this problem lies the fact that people are responsible for crafting the very best processes that underpin business services, making a company both profitable and valuable. Yet, those same people, with or without ill intent, wield their current positions or authority to implement new products and processes and initiate organizational changes that ultimately reduce controls in pursuit of short-term profits. Classic examples like credit default swaps and the ensuing chaos of Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns leading to the 2008 financial crisis were cautionary tales, modeled in corporate boardrooms, often forgotten when the champagne flowed during moments of perceived success. In a corporate environment, trust should be the cornerstone, especially among those with significant authority and influence. These individuals are expected to execute business decisions that positively shape employee behavior. However, it is often the same individuals who succumb to dysfunction and poor decision-making, negatively impacting the organization and its employees. They inadvertently create duplication, chaos, and fabricated stress, leaving the workforce to navigate a minefield of uncertainty. Take, for instance, a large company where Jacques once worked as a consultant. The leadership team, comprised of well-educated executives, frequently peppered their meetings with jargon and buzzwords. They discussed strategies and initiatives that promised to take the company from a profitable entity to a market leader. all while neglecting the rumbles of discontent echoing through the halls. Employees would often whisper in the break room about feeling overworked and undervalued, yet the brass remained blissfully unaware, or rather, willfully ignorant. Jacques recalled one specific meeting where the CTO excitedly unveiled a revolutionary new software platform that promised to streamline every department's efforts while reducing costs. The CEO, who had just completed a 2-week corporate retreat in an exotic location, practically swooned over the proposal. "This software is going to transform our operational efficiency," he proclaimed, as if the magic words alone would conjure performance excellence overnight. Yet, when Jacques took a step back, he noticed that the middle managers, the champions on the ground, were visibly uneasy with this new shift. They could see the cracks, even the chasms, between the promise of new technology and the reality of their work environment. The system had entire departments that were already overburdened with outdated processes, and the introduction of this new software often included the ominous change management training, a euphemism for "get ready to do twice the work for the same pay." "Just implement it," the CTO insisted, waving a dismissive hand at those voicing concerns. "People complain about change, it's normal. They'll adjust." His confidence dripped like syrup, and the other executives nodded like bobbleheads in agreement, their rubber stamp approval slapped on policies without any knowledge of the battle brewing below. That's when Jules Carmichael stepped up to the plate. Jacques' friend and fellow member of the club genius, Jules was known for his pragmatic approach to managing people. He leaned forward, his voice steady yet firm. "With all due respect, we can't overlook the context here. Implementing a new system without adequate support and engagement will lead to burnout and resentment among staff. Buffering them with promises of efficiency doesn't replace their need for genuine connection and involvement in the process." The room fell silent, the clock ticking audibly as everyone adjusted in their chairs, a few pairs of eyes darting toward the door as if contemplating an escape route. The room crackled with unspoken tension, fear weaving itself into the fabric of their corporate culture. Jules' heart raced. This was where the crux of misguided leadership lay, navigating the labyrinth of egos and descending into the depths of what he recognized as a moral abyss. As the company's plans lumbered forward, Jacques saw things unravel before his eyes. Employees were worked past exhaustion, scrambling to meet deadlines that felt less like benchmarks and more like moving goalposts. Communication became a jumbled game of telephone, with every department putting their spin on the directives sent from above. Popcorn executives learned to look good on paper while laying the groundwork for chaos. It was déjà vu, and not the good kind. Around this time, Jacques found himself attending weekly team-building activities, where motivational speakers preached the value of teamwork, while the underlying fractures grew wider. He observed how people drifted to one another, sharing laughs over coffee, but the laughter often had a tinged bitterness, a shared understanding of the absurdity in their day-to-day lives. Jacques couldn't help but notice how these moments of camaraderie became fleeting attempts to stave off the ever-present storm cloud of uncertainty hanging overhead. On one such team-building excursion, an all-day retreat at a wellness center, the absurdity reached its pinnacle. Jacques and his colleagues were herded into a faux majestic conference room with an elaborate theme: synergy in the workplace, the path to unleashed potential. It sounded inspiring. Unfortunately, the reality was a convoluted day of trust exercises that made one feel more like herd animals than synergized superstars. After being blindfolded and guided toward a trust fall exercise, Jacques found himself teetering on the edge of an imaginary cliff. "Just trust your team," the facilitator chirped, all plastic smiles and perky encouragement. As Jacques prepared to fall backward into the unknown, the voice of his concern bubbled up. "And what happens the moment I land on my face? Will that inspire trust, or simply create a broken nose?" When the moment came, and Jacques reluctantly flopped back, he felt the cold sting of realization. His team was every bit as nervous and skeptical as he was, leading to a half-hearted catch that landed him on the floor with a resounding thud. "This is corporate synergy," he thought, dusting himself off as laughter erupted from the group, all nervous, a bit hysterical, and entirely relatable. As the day trundled on, the rhetoric of collaboration began to feel like a mantra recited by puppets with strings too tight. Jules, sitting across the room, couldn't help but share knowing glances with Jacques, their eyes silently screaming the truth. They needed a miracle. The weeks turned into months, and the promise of the new system continued to loom like an impending storm. When those brave enough to question the processes began to step into the light, they were met with the glaring shadows of corporate complacency and the costly repercussions of misguided leadership. Each criticism levied against leadership was met with indignant responses. The idea that anyone would dare speak against the supposed visionaries sent ripples of fear throughout the ranks. One afternoon, as Jules stood by the coffee machine, he overheard two colleagues lamenting the upcoming changes, their voices animated. "It feels like we're just cogs in a machine. What if we screw up? Who's going to back us up?" one exclaimed, clutching her mug as if it were a life preserver amidst a sea of uncertainty. Jules felt a pang of empathy. Their fears mirrored his own, reflecting the moral dilemmas he faced each day. As he continued his conversations with Jacques, the two acknowledged that the only way to combat this tide of ethical erosion was to raise awareness and build a coalition of like-minded individuals. Taking chances on confronting the absurdity became their mission, fueled by the knowledge that every shared story of discontent was a step toward healing. They reached out to those who had previously expressed similar frustrations, forming a group of advocates within the organization. The goal? To create a forum where employees could unite to voice concerns about ethical standards, seeking change from the bottom up. Through countless meetings held behind closed doors, whispers of their purpose spread like wildfire. Jules and Jacques transformed their shared frustrations into actionable plans for change, intently working to expose the cracks in the system where ethical behavior had been overshadowed by ambition and short-term gains. They understood that if they could instill a culture of transparency, perhaps they might just salvage the people and the entire organization before it collapsed under the weight of its own negligence. With each passing day, they fortified their resolve to see change take root. They partnered with supportive colleagues, gathered evidence of systemic failures, and crafted a thoughtful proposal that highlighted the need for sustainable systems rooted in integrity. The camaraderie that blossomed among them became a balm for their collective wounds as they turned indignation into determination. When the proposal was finally shared with upper management, it acted as a litmus test for the true values underlying the leadership team. Would they embrace accountability, or would they continue the charade? Jules, alongside Jacques, stood before the executives, their nerves tingling with both fear and anticipation. This was their moment, an opportunity to shed light on the shadows and advocate for sustainable practices. "We are not just here to criticize, but to propose a positive path forward," Jules began, channeling his best motivational speaker tone. The sincerity in his voice resonated through the room, drawing attention from even the most jaded executives. "It's imperative that we prioritize the well-being of our staff and address the ethical gaps that have kept us from reaching our potential." As the presentation unfolded, the executives shifted in their seats, some taking notes while others exchanged wary glances. The climate in the room felt charged. It was as if the air breathed a sigh of relief in recognition of the unspoken truths laid bare. When they finished, a profound silence enveloped the space before the CFO finally spoke up. "This proposal is intriguing, but change is often met with resistance. How can we ensure people will actually embrace it?" "By involving them in the process," Jacques replied, drawing courage from the warmth of the connection he'd been building with the employees. "If we foster an environment where everyone feels empowered to share their thoughts, we can lead a cultural shift, one that nurtures ethical practices and encourages conversations around continuous improvement." It was a pivotal moment, and as the leadership team deliberated, a sense of hope washed over Jules. They stayed persistent, resilient in their pursuit of change, and though the road ahead was fraught with challenges, the fire they had ignited was unmistakable. From that day on, the saga of Jules Carmichael, using courage in the face of unethical practices, became a tale worth telling. One menacing culture may have risen again, but it was also the birth of a new era. With each passing day, a community of advocates emerged, their voices growing louder as they rallied for their ideals. In the grand tapestry of Jacques and Jules' journey, the magic lay in the fact that even amidst turmoil, individuals could band together to create meaningful change. It became a testament to the belief that businesses could thrive when grounded in ethical integrity, a legacy they were determined to build together. Building an empire with the best intentions, A real example of dysfunctional decision-making behavior unfolds when a senior executive, armed with the best intentions for the company, makes a bold commitment to a regulatory agency to solve a prevailing problem. With confidence that could fill a stadium, this executive initiates an expansive, wide-scale, and notably costly project, assembling a large team to remediate the regulatory issues. Ironically, these issues stemmed from the very operational teams that had been hamstrung by budget cuts and resource downsizing, a decision deemed necessary by management as a method to tighten fiscal belts. Picture the scene: the conference room brimming with high-powered suits, each individual nodding in solemn agreement as the executive lays out their grand plan, like a general preparing for battle. The goal is clear, the timeline ambitious, and the corporate lingo is flowing like cheap wine at a company retreat. By the project's conclusion, this executive stands tall, swaggers into a meeting with regulators, and receives accolades for their best-in-class program, complete with a shiny award and a few well-earned pats on the back. And what happens next? This executive, buoyed by the praise, enjoys a standing ovation from the CEO and the senior leadership team for orchestrating such a monumental success. Praise and recognition aren't merely good for the soul, they also come with the promise of promotions and bonuses that seem more like a victory lap than a prudent business decision. However, beneath the layers of corporate glamour lies the paradox of selfish skin in the game, a term Jacques San Dimas would heartily endorse. This concept points to the reality where self-preservation overrides collective good, rather than taking the time to dig deeper into the root causes of the defects, like the unexamined cracks in a well-constructed facade. This executive shifts into high gear, marketing the necessity of transforming their temporary project team into a full-time organization. The moment the proposal receives approval, the executive feels empowered to consolidate their empire. Suddenly, they have acquired the ability to shape a new faction within the company, wielding influence like a magician who can light a fire with a flick of the wrist. Alas, the unintended outcome of this development often manifests as unnecessary duplication of efforts and spiraling costs, akin to hiring a marching band to do the job of one enthusiastic drums and guitar duo. While the executive basks in the glow of their new kingdom, conflicts brew and discourse erupts between their newly minted team and the legacy organization. Lessons learned from the past seem to evaporate like morning dew, rather than being challenged by the senior leadership to explain the true reasons behind the failure of current teams and to seek cost-effective solutions. This executive rises unhindered. In this real-life corporate drama, the walls grow thicker. This newly founded empire acts defensively, creating a fortress to protect not only the executive's interests, but also their reputation. A reputation built on a house of cards rather than the solid foundation needed for sustainable leadership. Meanwhile, the rest of the organization crumbles under the weight of inefficiency and discord. Throughout this novel, the stories presented about people's behavior as it relates to processes and systems illustrate the phenomenon of people risk. This theme emphasizes that people risk is indeed the root of all evil, acting as the primary cause behind harmful consequences that ripple throughout an organization. People are often touted as the greatest asset of a company, but they can also pose the biggest threat. This duality underscores the importance of culture building within an organization. By promoting values like honesty, trust, and compassion, companies can foster an environment where individuals feel safe to express concerns and challenge the status quo. Terms like courageous integrity become more than just buzzwords. They morph into a rallying cry that encourages employees to raise their voices when something doesn't feel right. Imagine if, during the early stages of the 2008 financial crisis, there had been enough people willing to speak up. Consider the impact if there had been strong ethical leadership that acted courageously on warnings about the exotic and toxic credit default swap financial instruments. These instruments, viewed at the time as cutting-edge methods for hedging risk, were actually a ticking time bomb disguised in corporate jargon. If someone had stepped forward and firmly said, "Hey, maybe we should reconsider how stable this real estate market truly is," we might have collectively dodged an economic catastrophe and avoided the trillions in taxpayer dollars wasted bailing out a system teetering on the brink. The unsettling aspect of this history is that it could easily repeat itself. The reality remains that as businesses grow, the pressure to maintain profits can lead to shortcuts and unethical practices that overlook long-term sustainability in favor of short-term gain. The desire for self-preservation often eclipses the collective good, perpetuating a cycle of misguided decisions that can lead to disastrous outcomes. Take, for example, the story of a company emerging from the ashes of its own hubris. After a series of reckless decisions by senior leaders, the organization faced mounting pressure to recover quickly. Instead of addressing the core issues at play, the breakdown of communication, the silencing of dissent, and the erosion of trust, the leadership chose to double down. They organized a flashy rebranding effort, complete with a new logo and a catchy slogan, all while neglecting the systemic problems that had caused their downfall. They marketed their change so well that it looked fantastic on paper, like a Pinterest project that is a complete disaster in reality. Employees were left feeling like they were part of an illusion, where everything seemed shiny and sparkly, but was hollow at its core. The crisis that could have been a catalyst for meaningful transformation instead became an exercise in self-deception. The culture of fear and corporate speak took over, silencing the very voices that could have led them to recovery. In the end, there's an undeniable truth. Integrity isn't just a bullet point on a corporate strategy document. It's the robust and sometimes messy fabric that holds an organization together. By ignoring it, companies only set themselves up for future crises. In Club Genius, Jacques San Dimas and his fellow advocates will weave tales of ethics, integrity, and human behavior that resonate with readers from all walks of life. These stories compel us to reflect on our own experiences and empower us to act as catalysts for change, illustrating that even when the system feels broken, we have the power to reclaim our voices. Ultimately, the lessons shared throughout the pages remind us that courage begins with a single decision: to speak up, challenge the norms, and ignite a movement toward ethical leadership that can withstand the test of time. Join Jacques and the members of Club Genius as they explore the dynamic interplay between risk and responsibility, inspiring readers to embrace their roles as champions for integrity, whether in their workplaces, communities, or beyond. After all, change begins when we dare to ask ourselves the difficult questions and take courageous steps toward crafting a brighter, more ethical future. Total waste of time. Toot. Demetrius Hedgie was a longtime colleague and friend of Jacques San Dimas, and together they formed an unlikely duo, often referred to as the dynamic duo of risk management. While not exactly donning capes, they approached their work with the enthusiasm of superheroes defending the realm of business continuity. With his extensive background in business continuity management, Hedgie was a master at training and influencing management at all levels to focus on what truly mattered when designing their availability and recovery models. For business processes and technology, if there were a hall of fame for mitigating risks and educating executives, Hedgie would certainly be a first-ballot inductee. One fine day, while enjoying a coffee that could only be described as a borderline potion brewed by a caffeine witch, Hedgie reached out to Jacques with a humorous tale that would soon exemplify the kind of what-were-they-thinking nonsense that occasionally infects corporate decision-making. Working as a consultant for one of the many large financial institutions that couldn't tell a cash cow from a cash flow, he had stumbled upon a peculiar initiative. They wanted to test the company's secondary backup data. Now, for the uninitiated, secondary backup data is anything but flashy. It harkens back to the legacy days of removable storage media, especially digital tapes that hold onto data like a squirrel hoarding acorns before winter. Extended use of this method of backup could make a person nostalgic or nauseous, depending on their relationship with technology from the 90s. In the early days of distributed server technology, long before Wi-Fi became as ubiquitous as Starbucks, businesses relied heavily on these tapes to recover systems and data in the unfortunate event of a catastrophe, like a fire that magically decided to ignite during a corporate pizza party. Jacques chuckled to himself as he recalled those glory days. Small companies would often stuff their data into digital tape cassettes and hand them off to the technology support person, often Jacques himself, to take home like children bringing home goldfish from a fair. A risky endeavor at best. It was understood that if the building spontaneously combusted overnight, someone at least had a hope of retrieving the database from their living room. Now, with advancements in technology, entrusting someone with the company's entire database on a casual Tuesday night seemed more ludicrous than carrying a pet rock for protection. Despite the growth in technology, it was clear that some organizations clung stubbornly to their tape backup infrastructure, like a grandma hoarding Tupperware. With regulatory requirements compelling many companies, particularly in finance, to retain certain transactions for upwards of 7 years or longer, the tape storage habit persisted. While it may have made sense years ago, in 2016, the reliance on tapes seemed somewhat retro, like using a flip phone at a smartphone convention. As Hedgie divulged the details of this new project, Jacques raised an eyebrow that could have launched 1,000 ships. So, wait, they want to test all the data for all the applications and prove it can all be recovered? Are they trying to create the world's largest game of Where's Waldo with data backup? Hedgie burst into laughter. Exactly. I can already see the headlines. Financial institution holds world's largest data recovery scavenger hunt. Spoiler, no one wins. Determined not to lose momentum, Hedgie went on. You know they want to test every single petabyte of data across millennia, right? Given the thousands of applications and the sheer amount of tape media collected over the last 20 years. They're essentially planning to run an archaeological dig, but instead of uncovering ancient pottery, they aim to find dusty data tapes that were last touched before the advent of Instagram. Jacques laughed, shaking his head in disbelief. I mean, really. The resources, costs, and time required for testing would need the efforts of a small army and probably a futuristic time machine to even begin to process it all. This sounds like an activity that would take several centuries to complete. Who's in charge of this circus? Have they never heard of the phrase, work smarter, not harder? Because at this rate, they are merely auditioning for the role of the biggest total waste of time 2T in corporate history. Hedgie nodded in agreement, his eyes wide with amusement. The audacity is truly staggering. They could at least test a small sample instead of hoarding thousands of tapes like some kind of data dragon. But even that would hardly be valuable, unless they're looking for a reason to sue the company managing their off-site tape storage. When you think about it, it's a lot like trying to win a game of Monopoly by getting sent directly to jail, which serves no one. So, let me get this straight. Jacques leaned back in his chair, the light bulb of realization flickering above his head. They expect this project will somehow substantiate a need for their teams while fabricating high inherent risk ratings. This is pure genius. If genius means wasting hundreds of thousands of shareholder dollars on a conjured illusion. Are they just trying to keep themselves busy? Hedgie rolled his eyes dramatically. Welcome to my world, my friend. This organization is what I like to call 2B2M, too big to manage. Senior leadership is too busy playing golf to conduct fundamentals. It's a conga line of C-suite executives dancing around the issues that could easily be fixed, like needing to avoid the party that always ends too soon. Jacques couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. You've got a point. These executives should be challenged, plain and simple. They need to learn to ask the hard questions instead of allowing incompetent decisions to fester. It's like giving a toddler a cookie before dinner. Anyone can see it leads to a meltdown. As Hedgie summarized the meeting he had just attended, a playful light flickered in Jacques' eyes. Seriously, they should fire any of these idiots who manipulate and lie to them. Just think how refreshing it would be to hear a straight answer in a corporate setting, rather than jargon that sounds like it was generated by an algorithm gone haywire, right? Hedgie grinned, warming to the theme. Some days, I feel like I'm living inside a sitcom where the network forgot to script episode arcs. It's all audience applause and nothing meaningful behind the scenes. Can you imagine? In today's episode of Corporate Confusion, our protagonist forgets the plot entirely. Good news, you're the star, Jacques quipped, leaning forward like a detective teasing the next clue in a game of Clue. We need a catchy title for this episode. How about Elvis has left the boardroom? More like the Emperor's new clothes. A lesson in fabulous mismanagement, Hedgie responded, both of them cracking up at the sheer ridiculousness of their corporate reality. With a sense of camaraderie, they embraced the absurdity of the corporate world around them. They recognized that behind every stumbling executive decision lay a valuable lesson learned, often wrapped with a bow of humor. They had both stepped into the realm of club genius, determined to shine a light on the pitfalls of misguided leadership. In moments like these, Jacques and Hedgie reminded themselves and each other that even amidst the chaos, they would seek not just to understand the failures, but to inspire the change needed to cultivate a culture of ethical integrity, because at the end of the day, laughing about the madness was a much better antidote than despair, and perhaps the first step toward making sense of a confusing world. And so, the adventures of Jacques, Hedgie, and Club Genius continued, armed with laughter and lessons learned through each misstep and triumph. Their mission expanded beyond just consulting and teaching. Together, they sought to reshape how organizations maximized people's potential while promoting a culture of integrity that could withstand any storm. Little did they know, the next challenge would arrive sooner than they anticipated, a much deeper corporate crisis waiting just around the corner. But whatever lay ahead, Jacques and Hedgie knew one thing for sure. As long as they had humor and a sense of purpose, no amount of corporate dysfunction could ever take that away from them. Thus, they braved the relentless tides of corporate uncertainty, ready to engage in every battle with laughter in their hearts and the firm belief that their efforts could drive real change, one sketchy backup tape at a time. Chapter 2. Who is the One? Neo, he is the One. Jacques often found himself muttering this phrase, channeling the nostalgia of his favorite scene from the first Matrix movie. After all, who could forget that iconic moment when the prophecy spoke of destinies and destinies interrupted by flamboyant special effects? Though it was but a fantasy flick, Jacques realized that the elements of the Matrix echoed truthfully in the everyday lives of countless humans. Most people go about their daily grind, trapped in a world where possibilities seem limited, never realizing that they possess the power to change the very fabric of their reality. As the years added silver streaks to his hair and wisdom lines around his eyes, Jacques became increasingly frustrated. For every brilliant mind he encountered throughout his illustrious career, there seemed to be a legion of others blissfully unaware of the bigger picture, especially concerning technology and its complexities. Are they all living inside a slow-motion montage? He wondered. Perhaps someone should hand them a pair of shades for a clearer view. Amidst his reflections, Jacques often smiled warmly, remembering those rare moments when deeply intellectual, meaningful conversations sparked like fireworks. There were fellow dreamers like Denkai, an eccentric Iwi-Sti guru, who could explain the intricacies of cloud computing while simultaneously juggling 3 apples. Their discussions were like paint splashes on a canvas of monotony, vibrant, alive, and mesmerizing. They mapped out visions of a utopia where technology served humanity instead of enveloping it in complexity. But those moments felt fleeting, lost amid a sea of corporate apathy. One fateful night at a bar, a place where dreams were often as bubble-wrapped as the beer cans, Jacques found himself spiraling into existential musings. With 3 beers down and counting, he pondered the disheartening reality, while there were a few persistent souls who got it. None wielded the power or authority to implement the groundbreaking changes they so diligently crafted. It's like being a world-class chef in a kitchen with no one allowed to taste the food, he lamented to a close friend, his former CO worker. Why isn't there one person who can see the vision clearly and take action? He mused aloud, channeling both his inner philosopher and a tipsy poet. We need just one leader, a true wolf among the sheep, someone bold enough to make things happen. His friend raised an eyebrow, half interested and half amused, but nodded in agreement, the empathy evident in their tipsy camaraderie. Jacques continued, his conviction amplifying with every sip of that frothy liquid courage. It takes only one wolf with the right power to harness our ideas and snowball organizational change. All these well-educated sheep might lack the intellect or guts to initiate action, but I know we can inspire them. As he reveled in the poetic imagery of the One, the heavy weight of realization settled in once more. The bar's neon lights flickered around him, echoing a stark truth. The fight for change could not be left solely to dreamers like him. Yet amid the revelation, he couldn't escape the somber view. I'm still in search of the One, just as Morpheus did in the Matrix until he found Neo, he said, bitterness creeping into his tone. The search for visionary leaders, willing to venture beyond the comfort zones of corporate norms, felt more daunting than ever. Was he asking too much? Or was the world merely stuck in its cyclical routines, mesmerized by the allure of mediocrity? Suddenly, the debate took an unexpected turn when a wobbly patron, clearly 3 sheets to the wind, stumbled into their conversation. The patron, a pint-sized enthusiast for life's oddities, overheard Jacques' profound reflections and blurted out, "The One? You mean that's not just a character in the movies? I thought it was all about the oracle and eating pancakes with a side of existential dread." Jacques burst out laughing, the tension of the night lifting momentarily. "Well, metaphorically, pancakes and existential dread are certainly on the table," he shot back, grinning. "But we're looking for leaders capable of flipping the narrative on risk and integrity." That impromptu exchange gave him a fleeting sense of perspective. The drudgery of corporate life could shapeshift into something relatable, even fun. It was vital to embrace laughter, for it was the thread that wove through every exploratory thought. With each sip, Jacques felt a fire in his belly, a rekindled ambition to uncover the ones, the leaders who could instigate real change, rather than just parading around in capes or empty accolades. The universe felt strange that night, like a cosmic stage awaiting their every move. Jacques and Hedgie, swamped in the everyday absurdities of their jobs, were lasers pinpointing a fresh narrative, navigating through the thick fog of corporate dysfunction. Despite feeling like the lone wolf sometimes, he knew he was one voice in a chorus, one spark in a room that needed igniting. As the night wore on and conversations ebbed and flowed between fits of laughter and moments of profound reflection, Jacques realized that his pursuit of the One was essential, but would encompass much more than sitting around waiting for a savior. Instead, it was a call to action, a reminder that change begins when individuals band together, challenge norms, and most importantly, allow themselves to be vulnerable. "Just imagine," Jacques ventured to his friend, waving his hands as though conducting an imaginary orchestra, "what if we could ignite this movement? A band of misfit risk managers and daring leaders to disrupt the system, while tossing in witticisms and enabling honest discussions about risk management. Surely someone among us could channel that energy and become the One." His friend raised their glass, a mischievous grin on their face. "Here's to the ones we've yet to discover, and to those who turn ordinary moments into extraordinary revolutions. May our laughter echo throughout the corporate halls until someone finally takes notice." And so, in that small, bustling bar on a seemingly ordinary night, Jacques San Dimas found renewed hope and direction among the jokes and jests. The search for the One was not just an exploration of a mythical leader, it became a quest that relied on the collective power of voices unafraid to challenge the status quo. As Jacques left the bar that night, he felt a sense of eagerness gather within him, the anticipation of forging ahead, knowing that the One may just be waiting for someone bold enough to draw them out of the shadows. One hearty laugh at a time, a few good men. It will only take a few good men to change the world. Jacques often pondered this profound thought, stirring it around in his mind like a fine wine in a crystal glass. Throughout his extensive career, he had discovered his own cadre of good men, and women, of course, because equity matters. Some were found through sheer chance, others through sheer luck, and many by simply working alongside colleagues who shared his mission over the years. This small but mighty group he affectionately termed Club Genius. Now, let's be clear. Jacques was not under the illusion that his friends were singular geniuses in the IQ sense, though some could easily qualify for the IQ Olympics. No, these brilliant minds possessed a different kind of gift. Their abilities lay not only in intellect but in perspective, emotional intelligence, and, perhaps most importantly, a genuine desire to effect change. Jacques had encountered individuals who were so astoundingly smart that they struggled to recognize when they were wrong. You know the type. They could craft code that danced circles around industry standards, but were also the ones who walked into meetings with their shirts untucked and disheveled hair, leaving one to wonder if bathing had become a foreign concept to them. Jacques chuckled to himself, grateful he was not that kind of genius. Each member of Club Genius had skills that were invaluable and far rarer than any corporate buzzword. Their true gift was the ability to recognize the big picture and see what few others could. They were passionate visionaries dedicated to improving the world, and they hailed from the working class. These were folks who understood the grind of starting from nothing, working late shifts and hauling themselves up while caring for their families and communities. Club Genius had value, purpose, a mission akin to that of DC Comics' Justice League, although their superpowers were honed in the trenches of everyday life. They didn't wear capes, but could articulate empathy in a way that made boardroom conversations flow like a well-rehearsed play. They could make the most complex technological concepts sound simple, but they also understood that simplicity often belied intricate complexities beneath the surface. With a healthy respect for technology, they were bold enough to challenge its weaknesses. They actively sought out others like them, kindred spirits brave enough to join their quest for a more ethical world. Jacques knew that it was vital to discover those in positions of power who shared a genuine understanding of the world, acknowledging that it wasn't just about profits and quarterly numbers, it was about people. Over time, Jacques had skillfully built his team, assembling close friends and partners for life. It didn't matter where each member lived. Some resided in bustling cities, while others preferred the serenity of small towns. Despite the miles that stretched between them, the connection that bonded Club Genius remained steadfast and strong. They'd meet, chat, and strategize about how to knock down the barriers that stood in the way of the wise and fair practices they wished to see flourish. The conversations flowed like coffee at one of those romance-inducingly chic cafes, full of laughter, camaraderie, and the kind of banter that reinforced their resolve. "Let's be honest," Jacques would quip during one of these discussions. "Our collective superpower is being incredibly good at not pretending to have all the answers. And by that, I mean we often just center ourselves with humility and say, you know what? Let's figure it out together." Their endeavors drew them closer, creating a tapestry of collaboration where ideas melded and grew into something impactful. Like an underground network, they influenced change from within, applying thoughtful pressure on those in charge to recognize the importance of integrating creativity with pragmatism. Jacques often shared the story of their attempts to implement a new training program designed for junior staff to develop ethical awareness. Why turn the ship around without addressing the crew first, he'd argue. After all, it's our responsibility to ensure that the next wave of executives don't walk into their roles blindfolded. Who'd want to run a ship with sailors who can't find the treasure? That's just bad business practice. And it was this sense of camaraderie that inspired Jacques, as he realized that finding the one among them, the leader who would champion integrity, act decisively, and embody ethical principles, was not just a dream. It was achievable. Each member of Club Genius had unique talents and insights that could transform the narrative in their favor. In fact, Jacques could easily recall the moment they first bonded over a shared experience. During a particularly strenuous initiative involving disaster recovery planning, one of his colleagues, a genius in risk forecasting but buried under spreadsheets, made a joke that resonated through the entire department. "If we were in a real disaster scenario," they smirked, "I might just recommend we all attend a safety seminar titled How Not to Panic in Public." Laughter erupted, and everyone in the room felt an immediate sense of relief. It was an absurd notion, but the point was clear. Stress can make even the most well-prepared crisis manager feel vulnerable. Nonetheless, humor brings hope. This moment, over time, encapsulated the essence of the Club Genius experience, learning to embrace the chaos and absurdity inherent in their professions, while instilling a sense of authenticity and purpose in their work. Their gatherings became a sanctuary for innovation, where ideas, however nutty, could flow without judgment, ultimately reinforcing their mission to enact change. Jacques found comfort in knowing that this eclectic group was on the same wavelength. They would soon be mobilized to take their passion for integrity to new heights, igniting conversations that mattered in boardrooms and coffee shops alike. They would champion the cause of ethical leadership, showing the world that indeed it takes only a few good men and women to pay the price of courage and orchestrate change on a grand scale. With each meeting, Jacques fueled the movement he envisioned, harnessing the power of collective will. The time had arrived for Club Genius to shine, for the world to witness how a passionate few could fluently navigate the unpredictable waters of technology and ethics. Together, they would become the catalysts for change in their organizations, transforming the perception of risk from a daunting foe to a powerful ally in the pursuit of a better tomorrow. In the end, Jacques understood that while their work might seem daunting, they had each other to lean on, collaborate with, and encourage one another in the pursuit of a future where integrity wasn't just an idea, but a lifestyle woven into the very fabric of society. The journey ahead was ripe with potential, and it began with the dedication of a few daring souls ready to stand up and make their dreams of change a reality. And so, under the banner of Club Genius, they prepared to challenge the status quo. Because ultimately, the key to transforming the world begins with believing that together they could make a difference. One laugh and one act of courage at a time. Meet Club Genius. The members of Club Genius consisted of a remarkable group of unusual suspects, each with impressive talents and abilities that were as valuable as gold to one another. No, these weren't just the dusty geeks found at the Genius Bar at a local Apple store. Instead, these individuals came from wonderfully diverse backgrounds. Entrepreneurs, inventors, problem solvers, performers, educators, and leaders, all united by passion and a shared dream of making the world a better place. Jacques San Dimas conjured up Club Genius through his many years of adventurous experience in the hospitality and finance technology industries. This eclectic group represented those rare individuals who, as leaders, had an enormous individual impact but, when put together as a collective team, became an unstoppable powerhouse capable of solving problems exponentially more efficiently than other teams. The concepts Jacques learned through working with these members were invaluable: trust, teamwork, balance, respect, and, most importantly, fun. You see, the teams that Club Genius built were legendary because the members themselves were extraordinary in their approach to leadership. They didn't merely manage, they inspired. They sparked creativity from the ashes of mundane corporate routines, igniting the passion of those around them. Yet, intriguingly, the masterminds of this group often flew under the radar when it came to recognition. This was not a result of poor performance. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that their high-functioning teams operated so differently than other groups that many competing leaders felt their insecurities start to bubble under the surface, acting a bit too much like a shaken soda can poise to explode. Jacques had built this unique team, a tightly knit family of thinkers and doers who often suffered for doing the right thing, who succeeded where others often failed, and who were routinely punished for their ventures. Perhaps it came with the territory. Taking the high road can sometimes feel like trying to navigate through a corn maze blindfolded, unsure if the exit is just around the corner or if you've actually wandered into a haunted house filled with shocking decision-making. To understand the chemistry that made Club Genius, well, genius, let's dive into the kaleidoscope of characters that composed this extraordinary ensemble. Vincent de Cordoba. Vincent de Cordoba hailed from an intellectually rich Mediterranean heritage. Born in the Middle East and educated in both London and the United States, Vince emanated the dignified air of royalty. Think Count of Tuscany elegantly puffing on a pipe adorned with an eloquent yet slightly disheveled professor's robe. His calm but passionate demeanor made him an invaluable leader to his teams. He had a habit of spicing up team meetings with colorful language, dropping the F-bomb with a flourish when necessary. We're all adults here, right? Let's express ourselves freely. Jacques treasured Vince's refreshing candidness, often finding that swearing could, after all, relay profound enthusiasm during tense moments. Having conquered the Ivy League with a degree from Cornell, Vince designed projects that famously elevated rocket technology into orbit. Through his early experiences, he recognized the significance of managing people's risks effectively. "It's one thing to screw up a bank account," he would say with a twinkle in his eye, "but it's something else entirely if you forget to account for the millions of dollars being sent into space every second. I'm not ready for astronaut therapy." Mark Manchu Hermansi. Mark Manchu Hermansi was unmistakably an East Coast personality trapped on the West Coast. Jacques often joked that Manchu must have been born in New York City due to his unabashedly direct and assertive demeanor. A passionate entrepreneur, he burst onto the tech scene with entrepreneurial zeal, having abandoned the predictable grind of the banking world to launch an ambition of simplifying human life through smartphone applications. "I'm not saying I want to change the world overnight, but if I had $1 for every smartphone app that makes my mom's life easier, I'd be as rich as a tech CEO on an IPO day," he'd declare, waving his arms in animated gestures that could rival even the most enthusiastic Broadway performers. Mickey Consigliere. Then there was Mickey Consigliere, a tall, handsome Italian gentleman from the Bronx. Mickey was the life of the party and never shied away from belting out a Frank Sinatra song during karaoke night. The crowd loved him. How could they not? The man brought charisma to every workshop he organized, transforming training sessions into celebratory galas, complete with a lavish breakfast buffet and stunning multi-course dinners. What better way to thaw the hearts of partners than a fine wine and some good old-fashioned pasta? Mickey would say, gesturing with his hands as if conducting an orchestra in both the kitchen and the meeting room, believing deeply in the power of food to connect people. Christopher Rhodes. Among the younger generation of Club Genius members was Christopher Rhodes, a bright and magnetic personality born in the wilds of Wyoming. The moment he weathered his way to the sweltering heat of Phoenix, he found his true calling. With a speaking ability that could attract enlightening conversations, he held court on all topics, his upbringing amidst a blend of Cheyenne American Indian ancestry and Eastern European heritage granting him an intriguing worldview. Whenever he spoke, he'd often chuckle. You know you're from Wyoming when you think Buffalo Wild Wings is a natural reserve. I mean, who needs stockpiling food when you can simply let the bison roam in the backyard? His humor was a breath of fresh air, mingling earnest life lessons with laughter. Demetrius Hedgie. Then there was Demetrius Hedgie, affectionately known as Hedgie, who remained the cool cat of the group. Always calm, cool, and collected, it was rare for him to lose his composure, though when it did happen, it was like watching a Zen master suddenly jump into a dance-off. In previous roles as a manager, he was often regarded as an outcast by zealous leaders who preferred traditional paths over kindness. Hedgie's approach was revolutionary. He treated everyone with respect and challenged the status quo with quiet strength. You could say I didn't quite fit in at the Southern Bank, he'd joke. But it's cool, after all. Being a Yankee meant I had to work twice as hard to keep my identity intact. At least I'm graced with the superpower of kindness, right? Peter Prima. Next up was Peter Prima, a natural fit for Club Genius who first caught Jacques' attention during a wide-scale bank program selection process. The guy who wasn't the first choice turned out to be a brilliant tech wizard with unassuming charm. Born of Italian descent and raised in Northern California, Peter's calm demeanor belied his incredible intellect as a network architect. Once I had the chance, I was all in, Peter would say, flashing a grin. Of course, it's not like they could refuse my charming California vibe. It's contagious, isn't it? Like a wave of positivity rolling through a conference room. Omar Nasser. Another key member was Omar Nasser, who had traveled from Pakistan armed with his brilliant programming skills and a sharp wit. Omar's humor was well honed, and he occasionally brought levity with his playful jabs at corporate culture. Americans can burn through coffee faster than we can finish a vat of biryani, a culinary miracle perhaps. He'd quip with a twinkle in his eye, emphasizing the beauty in cultural exchange. Jules Carmichael. Then there was Jules Carmichael, Jacques' right-hand man since their early days of consulting after September 11th. With Romanian roots and a cherished sense of humor, Jules was referred to as Laughing Boy. His passion for improving business continuity recovery capabilities was apparent in everything he did. Look, you laugh, you live, and it gets results. Why work hard if you can't crack a joke about it? He'd wink, sharing stories about how laughter guided teams through adversity, like the time they turned a disastrous data simulation into a slapstick office comedy. Venkat Wasir. Another integral member was Venkat Wasir, who had traveled from India with aspirations as grand as his witticisms. Venkat's fierce intelligence was often offset by his humor, providing an insightful perspective with comedic touch. I suppose when I first arrived in America, I had to give the concept of speed dating a go, but they say the only speed I should master is the speed at which I consume my chai. His rapid-fire responses brought light to the sometimes heavy discussions, enabling the club to balance serious topics with a touch of levity that made every meeting worth attending. Michal Swaliman. And then there was Michal Swaliman, a calming presence among the excitable members of Club Genius. This UK-born project leader exuded dignity and professionalism. Recognized as a superb technologist, Michal had a knack for transforming challenging situations into collaborative successes. You know, he would muse thoughtfully, Working in Europe taught me that we can achieve goals while also enjoying a good pint or two together afterward. A laugh shared over a table of food can forge connections stronger than contract negotiations. His genuine respect for work-life balance prompted many to seek him out for mentorship, reminding them that laughter and camaraderie were essential ingredients for effective teamwork. Leon Beerboy, last but not least, Leon Beerboy, an exuberant character from Ireland, rounded out the group. Short and stocky, Leon was a personality larger than life who thrived in the social landscapes of Zurich. He was famously known for his playful sarcasm and would easily light up a room with his infectious humor. "Just call me the Irish jester, always here to bring a smile or a pint, or both," he'd announce, leading Jacques and Michal to explore new restaurants while sharing laughs and tales of their adventures. The forming of Club Genius together, these individuals formed the bedrock of Club Genius. Their unique talents and perspectives were the lifeblood of this extraordinary group, shaping a collective identity not just rooted in professionalism but enriched with laughter, creativity, and a shared drive for meaningful change. In their quest to challenge conventional thought, they embraced the differences that made them who they were, and that was exactly how they planned to make an impact on the world around them. As the night spent swapping stories and strategizing continued, they built a mission that drove them forward, to shake up the status quo, harness their unique skills, and work toward creating an ethical landscape in business that valued integrity over profit, laughter over drudgery, and team spirit over individual ego. This motley crew of passionate individuals had united to become a force for good, one clever quip and one smart idea at a time. As the journey unfolded, Club Genius prepared to challenge the broader business ecosystem. It was a time filled with promise, where their combined excitement and dedication would lead to monumental changes that would reverberate through the organizations they touched. Jacques knew that while each member brought their peculiarities and strengths to the mix, together they formed an unshakable foundation, ready to confront any challenges that lay ahead. So, as they gathered for yet another brainstorming session, Jacques took a moment to appreciate what each character brought to the table. It was in the diversity of experiences, the swirl of opinions, and the harmony of laughter that lay the true genius of Club Genius. And in that moment, with the energy of potential surrounding them, he realized they were not just a collective. They were a force destined to rewrite the narrative of business with integrity, purpose, and a whole lot of heart and humor. What makes the Club Genius genius? Now that we have been introduced to the members of Club Genius, it's essential to understand how they operate and think in order to appreciate the full scope of their genius. Across the board, every member is not only passionate about doing the right thing, but also driven to create something that is useful, reusable, and remarkable. In the world of problem solving, there's a unique philosophy at play within Club Genius. Some dilemmas can be waded through without a single technical solution, while others may be entirely dependent on technology. This is where competency comes into play. While Jacques firmly believed that hiring for a positive attitude often trumps hiring for a specific skill set, he also understood that if you're purchasing an Airbus A380 and plan to fill it with 500 people for a journey across hemispheres, you certainly better assemble a crew of pilots who are as highly skilled as they are friendly. There simply wasn't room to let a sunny disposition outweigh the pilot's proficiency in soaring above the clouds. Operational risk is a discipline that permeates all industries, communities, families, and lives. For Club Genius members, an ongoing assessment of priorities and importance is crucial to their collective success. Unsurprisingly, people top this list. When evaluating risk scenarios, take a fire in a building, for example, having a recovery plan in place is vital. However, priorities must be established, as the first order of business should always be to save lives. If a fire breaks out during bustling office hours, the safety of 2,000 individuals becomes paramount. Every other recovery effort is either designed to kickstart automatically or will have to wait until the threat to human life is mitigated. When Vince de Cordoba was tasked with hiring, he invested considerable time in understanding the role he was looking to fill and the potential longevity of that role within the organization. Vince was acutely aware of the impact of placing the right person in the right position. If he encountered a candidate who wasn't fully qualified, his brilliant strategy was simple: hire someone smart enough to close that knowledge gap. He always made it a point to recognize that if a potential risk involved life safety or wide-scale economic implication, he would double his efforts to find the perfect fit. Because when lives are on the line, failure is comfortably off the table. Then there was Hedgie, who approached challenges with a simplicity that often bordered on elegance. He was genuinely disinterested in putting forth a half-baked idea. Instead, he encouraged his peers, bosses, and staff to design the cleanest, most efficient method to accomplish objectives. A master of the no, Hedgie believed that hearing a firm no was not a rejection, but rather an opportunity to work harder and seek out a more effective solution. He valued the members of Club Genius immensely, yet he wouldn't be quick to act on any initial proposal. When the stakes were high, he'd often think, if this action impacts a material deliverable, I'm not settling for the first idea that comes along. If it's something insignificant, okay, let's roll with it quickly and save valuable time to rethink our strategy for the heavy-hitting challenges. Christopher Rhodes, another vibrant member of this eclectic club, was known as the process guru. He thrived on planning and communication, but he executed these efficiently. The moment he introduced Scrum methodology as part of their various delivery activities, be it software engineering or process engineering, he could practically feel the internal applause. Operating at supersonic speeds with his military background, Christopher got things done without losing sight of the bigger picture. In fact, he often served as the club's proverbial jawbreaker, utilizing his keen insight to weed out any disruptive forces attempting to intervene with malicious intentions. During one particularly intense brainstorming session, Christopher, with his expressive hand gestures, was narrating a chaotic workplace scenario. "Picture this," he began, drawing everyone's attention. A meeting where the team's energy was so low it could be mistaken for a Lama meditation retreat. Suddenly, a clueless intern barges in, throws down a PowerPoint slide filled with jargon, and expects applause. As a rescue mission, I wrapped it up with, "Anyone can create a deck, but it takes someone with vision to decipher the path ahead." The laughter erupted around the table, reminding everyone of Christopher's knack for finding humor in tension-filled situations. Meanwhile, the chemistry among the group began to illuminate what made Club Genius truly special. It was not merely their individual skills or experiences that made them stand out in a crowd. Instead, it was their shared belief in the power of teamwork forged through humor and a passion for excellence that made them a force to be reckoned with. Each member understood that the essence of genius doesn't just lie in intellectual prowess, but in the ability to collaborate, inspire, and, yes, make the occasional risque joke about office coffee that could either leave you in stitches or, at the very least, pondering the existential dread of decaf. As the conversations twisted and turned among the members, the unique personalities began to blend seamlessly, forming a collective understanding of their mission. They cultivated an environment where laughter was not just encouraged, but required. Whether they were discussing operational risks or debating which animated character would make the best office mascot, the camaraderie was palpable, filling the air with excitement and possibility. In the spirit of their mission, the freshly assembled Club Genius members would also embark on regular team-building retreats. These events often morphed into epic adventures. One such experience involved a recent Team Genius camp, which featured a camping trip that would make bear wrestling sound like child's play. Amidst the laughter, pranks, and one rather unfortunate incident involving a misplaced tent and a troop of overly curious raccoons, they learned the importance of adaptability and trust, both in and out of the office. In the end, as they continued to unravel the layers of operational risks, strategies to revolutionize processes, and aspirations for their future endeavors, Jacques couldn't help but smile. He understood deep in his heart that this cadre of brilliant souls was not just a group of extraordinary individuals, but a force destined to redefine the landscape of their industries, and possibly the world itself. As Jacques raised his coffee cup during one of their informal meetups, he proclaimed with an air of confidence, "Here's to us, the dreamers, the doers, and the misfits. Together, we're not just creating solutions, we're crafting a legacy." The room erupted in a chorus of glasses clinking, their laughter echoing through the walls, mingling in a melody that only Club Genius could orchestrate. And that was precisely what made Club Genius genius. They were a tapestry woven of trust, humor, and purposeful intent, ready to take on the challenges that lay ahead, one clever quip and audacious idea at a time. TCS equal to total clown shoe. Vincent de Cordoba and Jacques San Dimas found solace in their favorite watering hole after a particularly long and harrowing day. Over the years, they had endured their fair share of ludicrous challenges from those in their organization who felt genuinely threatened by the diligent work being done to expose weaknesses in the control models intended to mitigate systemic risk. As they settled into the ambience of the bar, the dim light casting a warm glow on their faces, the burdens of the day began to lift with the first sip of beer. These evenings often became therapeutic sessions, a comforting ritual that allowed them to unwind from the stresses of the day. Conversations flowed easier than the frothy pints served at the bar, delving into the absurdities they encountered while plotting ways to improve their work environments. And it was on one particular night, amidst the laughter and camaraderie, they stumbled upon a phrase that would make its mark on their shared history. They dubbed this outrageous behavior. They often encountered total clown shoe TCS, aptly symbolizing the kind of ridiculous antics that brought to mind an absurd troupe of circus performers spilling out of a tiny car, all dressed humorously and sporting oversized, colorful shoes. With a gleam of creativity in his eyes, Vince even devised a whimsical signal, a dramatic hand-flapping gesture, that the club members would use whenever someone qualified as a TCS. Imagine the sight. In the midst of a serious meeting, a sudden flurry of hand motions erupting, akin to an overzealous flock of seagulls desperately competing for a crumb. It became a playful, secret language within the group, and knowing glances would accompany the signal, bringing laughter to the seriousness of their work. In their projects, TCS was sadly rampant, often resulting from colleagues trying to undermine or rattle their team for reasons that were baffling at best. You know the type, passive-aggressive emails and backhanded comments that made you wonder what flavor of contempt they were serving. But Vince had a genius idea. Rather than allowing these attempts at demoralization to derail them, they simply laughed about it. After all, clowns are funny, and laughter is a potent antidote. So, whenever they faced unwarranted criticism or petty tactics, they would metaphorically flap their hands and remark, "Isn't this amusing?" Those moments became their shield, reminding them that those attempting sabotage were merely hurting themselves in the long run. TCS became a human defense system for all members of Club Genius. They embraced laughter as the best medicine, cultivating a culture where humor thrived amidst challenges. Their camaraderie deepened, becoming a familial bond built on trust and protection. Most importantly, they understood that fun was an essential ingredient in their success. As they often joked, happy people are vastly more productive than miserable people, a mantra they each took to heart. Armed with TCS as a personal stress management strategy, the Club Genius teams honed skills that defied the norms. While most individuals stressed over trivial matters or events of genuine import, they learned to differentiate between the two. By isolating true problems and addressing them squarely, they could dismiss the inconsequential with a smile. In their approach, they found the perfect balance, addressing serious issues with gravity while treating the rest as an excitable puppy that just needed to be petted and told it would be okay. They often likened themselves to George Costanza from Seinfeld, the iconic character famous for embracing a contrarian approach to everything. "It's like this," said Jacques during one of their gatherings. "If doing everything opposite worked for Costanza, then why not embrace ironic wisdom? It's worth a shot." His sentiment resonated with Vince, who found it hard to disagree when woven together with their own experiences of success through absurdity. In practice, TCS became a lifeline during challenging projects. Take, for instance, those times when they needed countless application owners to comply with regulatory testing rules for out-of-region recovery. Far too often, key stakeholders would bail out, saying they weren't going to participate and that they didn't see how this was important. The normal human reaction for Jacques' team would have been to fret and twist in discomfort as they drafted emails articulating disappointment in diplomatic language. But with TCS in their arsenal, Vince would flip the narrative. "You know what?" he'd confidently declare. "Do whatever you want, honestly, I don't care. I'll just put your name down as non-compliant and let you explain to senior management. and the regulators why you chose not to participate while everyone else complied. Have a nice day. The combination of humor and straightforwardness often baffled the non-compliant and lightened the burden on their team. They flourished, sticking to their commitment to do the right thing, bolstered by camaraderie and good-natured ribbing. TCS empowered the members of Club Genius, allowing them to reframe detrimental behaviors as mere distractions. While others panicked about hypothetical threats, they were focused on the tangible challenges ahead. TCS became synonymous with a new culture that thrived on joy and respect rather than fear. As their reputation spread, Club Genius was increasingly viewed as a bright spot within the organization. Colleagues began to seek them out during times of chaos, hoping to harness their innovative spirit. Ironically, those who once exhibited clown shoe behavior were now taking notes from Jacques and Vince, expressing admiration and a desire to learn from their success. By practicing TCEs, Jacques and his team became socially adept at managing stress and focusing energy on impactful battles. They learned how to isolate root problems while engaging in meaningful discussions. Meanwhile, what they couldn't control became mere background noise, easily dismissed with flaps of the hand and occasional laughter. Ultimately, the power of TCS lay not only in its practicality, but also in its ability to shift the mindset surrounding conflict and challenge. While others grappled with anxiety, Club Genius became adept at staying resilient and productive under pressure. Their ability to keep spirits high in the face of adversity solidified their bond, and soon enough, their journey became a testament to the idea that laughter truly is the best medicine. And thus, the legend of Club Genius flourished, standing as a beacon of hope and hilarity within a world filled with absurdity. Every flap of their hands signified not only an ineffable response to idiocy, but also their unwavering determination to control their own destinies, while leaving the consequences of clownish behavior where they belonged, with the clowns. With every laugh shared and each challenge faced, they held tight to their mantra. Together, they would create lasting change, one TCs at a time. Meet the Clown Shoe Club. George Costanza from The Seinfeld Show once quipped, "I'm going to start doing the complete opposite of what I normally do." This sentiment perfectly encapsulates the essence of the Clown Shoe Club TCS, a chaotic counterpart to the illustrious Club Genius. TCS Total Clown Shoe emerged from the self-defense mechanisms that were born out of habitual incompetence, and it was notorious for having members who, at the end of the day, always ended up looking silly and, frankly, utterly ridiculous. Make no mistake, these were not exactly stupid people. Logically flawed? Perhaps. Some of them were quite intelligent and well-educated, holding titles such as executive leaders, managing directors or senior vice presidents, often championed for their perceived success. However, their behaviors continually transformed them into caricatures of themselves, clowns, buffoons, and sometimes downright villains. From the archives of Club Genius's memoirs, here are a few of those memorable characters worth mentioning, each adding context to the many people risk stories awaiting discovery. Jeff Berkowitz, aka Senator Palpatine. Jeff Berkowitz was an executive vice president for a large financial institution, managing an organization of nearly 5,000 staff members, while being responsible for the intricate operations of data management and technology services. He was not so much a clown as he was a political puppet master, a true Sith Lord in every respect. Palpatine, as he was dubbed by Club Genius, was less about laughs and more about manipulating the narrative to serve his own agenda. Wherever he went, he expertly wielded his power to undermine the valuable work of Club Genius, cloaking his actions in an aura of credibility that seemed to sway even the most cautious leaders. In the executive meetings, he was a spectacle in his own right, always with an air of authority, shifting the spotlight to himself while casting shadows on the efforts of others. Palpatine was a master at twisting the truth, making it nearly impossible to decipher his true intentions, which were fueled by a constant fear of losing control. "Remarkable progress," he would say, masking any incompetence with lofty proclamations that ensured his reputation remained untarnished. His modus operandi relied heavily on creating a facade of sophistication while protecting his illusions of grandeur. Willeke de Best, aka Wildebeest. Next we have Willeke de Best, whose very name evokes the image of a wild and chaotic creature. Known as Wildebeest among the ranks of Club Genius, he was a senior vice president in his midlife years at a large domestic financial institution. Jeff had been hired under the pretense of being a subject matter expert in managing large technology projects. However, when it came to providing real value, he was as elusive as a ghost. His ability to rattle off jargon and recite corporate buzzwords would put even the most talented politicians to shame, leaving behind a trail of confusion akin to a bull in a china shop. Wildebeest loved to hear himself talk. He'd commandeer meetings, rambling on in circles without ever addressing the questions on the table, often ignoring attempts from team members to steer the conversation back to productive discussion. When someone dared to interrupt him, he'd snarl and grunt like the animal he embodied, asserting dominance without any understanding of what was at stake. "Listen," he'd snap, "my insights are invaluable here, you just don't get it. It's about maintaining stability." But in essence, it was all about maintaining his veneer of relevance, while those around him were left wondering what on earth happened to accountability. Nick Cutter, aka Cuttlefish, born in Pakistan and raised in Newark, New Jersey, Nick Cutter found his way into the ranks of TCS by the sheer grace of his street smarts and a scholarship to Princeton. Talk about a contrast. Rising to the role of vice president managing server systems, Nick was often referred to as Cuttlefish by the Club Genius, reflecting his cunning and calculating approach to people management. Like his aquatic namesake, Cuttlefish possessed an alarming capacity to cloak his true intentions. He thrived in the murky waters of corporate politics, while manipulative strategies served as his primary survival tool. Cuttlefish was adept at managing perceptions upwards, deftly steering conversations to place the blame for poor outcomes squarely on his subordinates, while he hoarded recognition for himself. "Oh, I know it seems tough," he'd say with a glib smile, "but the reality is that everyone wants what's best, even if it means making tough calls about your performance." Vulnerability was his playground, and he capitalized on it, ensuring that his path to promotion remained clear. Alex Nordstrom, aka Under Armour. From the Midwest, Alex Nordstrom served as a senior vice president at a large bank, held in a role tied to risk leadership and business continuity. Having been in the same position for over a decade, Nordstrom quickly became known to the members of Club Genius as Under Armour for his overinflated confidence and the lack of sweat visible on his brow. While he strutted around with bravado, that facade held a simmering insecurity whenever challenged by anyone he perceived as inferior. With his team, he maintained an impenetrable veneer of authority, barking commands as if he had single-handedly invented business continuity itself. When Club Genius attempted to point out glaring flaws in their processes, Nordstrom would flare with indignation, insisting, "We're already best in class. We don't need to do anything differently." His inability to accept constructive criticism became a defining trait, and rather than fostering innovation, he propagated a culture of defensiveness. This type of leadership became, in many ways, a cancer, infecting the organization with stagnation, while ensuring that those willing to innovate felt pushed aside. Herein lies the ensemble that made up the Clown Shoe Club, a motley crew of individuals whose paths had intertwined with the leaders of Club Genius. The TCS members' antics often served as a foil for Jacques and Vince, as each encounter provided challenges and an opportunity to bolster their resolve in the face of absurdity. Yet, amid the outlandish behaviors and self-serving motives of the Clown Shoe Club, the members who truly understood the value of integrity were preparing to create a foundation that would outlast the nonsense, through laughter, resilience, and the pursuit of meaningful change. And so the curtain rises, revealing the absurd circus that was their corporate reality, where the antics of TCS provided both an obstacle and an opportunity for growth. The show must go on. Vincent de Cordoba and Jacques San Dimas found solace in their favorite watering hole after a particularly long and harrowing day. Over the years, they had endured their fair share of ludicrous challenges from those in their organization, threatened by the diligent work being done to expose weaknesses in the control models intended to mitigate systemic risk. As they settled into the ambience of the bar, the dim light casting a warm glow on their faces, the burdens of the day began to lift with the first sip of beer. These evenings often became therapeutic sessions, a comforting ritual that allowed them to unwind from the stresses of the day. Conversations flowed easier than the frothy pints served at the bar, delving into the absurdities they encountered while plotting ways to improve their work environments. Enter Wildebeest and Palpatine, two members of the notorious clown shoe club TCS, who reveled in disrupting the peace and preventing the kind of genuine progress that Jacques and Vince strived for. Wildebeest was a character of flamboyance and grandiosity, reminiscent of a Jedi Knight wielding nonsense instead of a lightsaber. His skill lay in the art of bullshit rhetoric, talking down to everyone in an authoritative manner while cleverly avoiding any substance. He was infamous for his ability to sow chaos and confusion during meetings, planting doubts that turned into a forest of misunderstandings. Will's strategy was simple: deflect attention from genuine issues and spin grandiose tales of progress that veered entirely away from the truth. He often employed the art of misdirection like a magician performing cheap tricks. Only now, instead of rabbits out of hats, it was budgets disappearing faster than anyone could believe. Lurking in the shadows, Palpatine served as the puppeteer, manipulating perceptions and using Will's antics as the smokescreen to shield their lack of accountability. "Look," Will would say, raising his chin as he spewed forth another barrage of corporate jargon, "it's critical that we consider the emotional landscape of our team while addressing these meaningless challenges. It's a symbiotic relationship." It was astonishing to watch him shower the room with confusion, leaving people to feel baffled under the weight of his elaborate drivel. In stark contrast to Wildebeest and Palpatine's antics, Vince and Jacques aimed to approach their work authentically. However, it often felt as if they were trying to navigate through a circus of clowns, dodging metaphorical pie-throwing. The duo fought diligently to promote real solutions in a world inundated with theatrics, only to find themselves consistently derailed by the jests of the clown shoe club. "We're actually trying to solve problems," Jacques lamented to Vince one evening, "but it's like trying to have a serious discussion on stage while TCS clowns juggle flaming torches in our faces. How do we get through to these people?" The absurdity escalated one afternoon during a crucial meeting about resilience standards. As Jacques and Vince laid out their carefully thought-out strategies for technical improvements, Will interjected loudly, attempting to drown out their voices. "But have you considered the broader implications of resilience on emotional intelligence? People have feelings, you know," he rambled on, diluting their valid points with flailing nonsense. As tensions mounted, Palpatine decided it was time to showcase his own brand of chaos. He leaned back in his chair, grinning like a Cheshire cat. "Our last initiative was a great success," he declared confidently. "Let's not worry about real progress or accountability. Instead, let's celebrate our creativity." He clasped his hands together, as if crafting a masterpiece in a chaotic art studio, utterly disregarding the tangible results of their discussions. Jacques exchanged a glance with Vince, both of them perplexed at how anyone could be so oblivious to the reality of the situation. Their meticulous work stood in stark contrast to the smoke and mirrors perpetuated by Wildebeest and Palpatine, yet these clowns received recognition for bringing innovation and team spirit to the organization. "It's maddening," Vince whispered under his breath, frustration bubbling forth. "The great progress that's made looks more like stage theatrics, while we're the ones constructing the foundation beneath it. Who's fooling who here?" Meanwhile, TCS behaved like a circus that just wouldn't quit. Wildebeest's antics became a part of daily life at the company. Jacques often felt like a lion tamer armed only with a metaphorical chair and whip, attempting to maintain order. Whenever Will derailed a meeting, the team members would share knowing smiles, as if collectively thinking, "Here we go again." As Jacques prepared to speak again, he took a deep breath and decided enough was enough. "You know what?" he said, attempting to sound casual yet resolute. "This chaos isn't going to stop itself, so how about I propose a new plan on resilience, and let's see how you both spin it." Though they were outnumbered by the colorful creations of TCS, Jacques and Vince stood steadfast in their convictions. Every time Wildebeest and Palpatine attempted to pull the proverbial wool over their eyes, they reminded themselves that humor, passion, and genuine commitment would ultimately prevail. That evening they sat at the bar, clinking their glasses, and rekindling their own sense of purpose. "As always, the show must go on," Vince said with a newfound determination, "and it may well be up to us to steal it back." With the weight of the day dissipating into the evening air, Jacques chuckled softly. "As long as we avoid grappling with clown shoes along the way." The two shared a hearty laugh, comforted by the knowledge that they could weather any storm together, regardless of the antics from the clown shoe club. Together, they reaffirmed their mission: to rise above the circus-like chaos, remain resilient in the face of distractions, and harness the power of collaboration to turn challenges into opportunities for meaningful change. The show would indeed go on, but now it would include the powerful, transformative narratives of those who truly understood what it meant to lead with integrity. Maslow's triangle. Jacques San Dimas had a habit of including Maslow's triangle in many of his presentations. It was a visual aid that not only navigated the complexities of human behavior, but also served as a reminder of the motivations that drive individuals. When people would ask him, "Jacques, why do you always incorporate this psychological diagram in your risk management decks?" he would reply, "Because it's the most valuable way to simply measure where people are emotionally and understand what matters most to them. It essentially serves as a gauge that measures the impact of incentives on human beings." For Jacques, Maslow's triangle wasn't just a theory. It was a cornerstone of his approach to understanding workplace dynamics. He believed that knowing where individuals fell on the hierarchy of needs allowed leaders to tailor their strategies effectively, fostering a culture of support and engagement. After all, it's incredibly difficult to manage people's risks or shape company culture without first grasping people's situations and needs. However, not everyone appreciated this insight. One day, as Jacques was preparing for a crucial presentation to the Operational Risk Committee, Nick Cutter, affectionately known as Cuttlefish, reviewed his slides and expressed disdain for the Maslow's triangle. "You should take that slide out," he said dismissively. "It's nonsense. Real leaders don't need psychological theories to understand their teams." Jacques, undeterred, firmly replied, "No, I won't. This is vital for understanding our people. Some may already know about it, but many don't consider the impact of where they sit in the triangle. You can't manage people, risk, or culture until you understand their needs." Cuttlefish shot him an angered, squid-like glare, his annoyance palpable. "Well, if you think it's so important, you can explain it," he retorted, crossing his arms defiantly. Later that week, during the committee meeting, Jacques decided to go off script. He surveyed the audience of 30, his heart racing slightly. "Does anyone here know what Maslow's triangle is?" In a moment of astonishment, Jacques realized that not a single person among them knew what it was. Their blank stares were akin to kids staring at a piece of modern art, exquisitely confused. This was his opportunity to share the importance of this tool and how it could help leaders gauge employees' current places in relation to company culture. "All right," Jacques began, his confidence budding. "Maslow's triangle depicts our hierarchy of needs, ranging from basic physiological needs at the bottom, like food and shelter, to self-actualization at the top. Each level must be satisfied before one can move on to the next. By understanding where someone falls within this hierarchy, we can better engage with their individual needs and support their emotional state, which is crucial in risk management." As he spoke, he could see members of the committee slowly nodding in understanding. They had entered into a collective moment of clarity, a connection sparked by an unexpected and simple, yet impactful piece of psychological insight. Following that meeting, Jacques made it a practice to incorporate Maslow's triangle in all his presentations and lunch and learn sessions aimed at educating leaders and management on the fundamentals of effective risk management. While Maslow's triangle was easy to find and read online, its interpretations varied widely. For the Club Genius members, however, it was crucial to keep it straightforward. They viewed it as a practical tool to foster understanding and empathy between individuals. It allowed leaders to step out of their biases and subconscious reactions, prompting them to think carefully about why someone might act a certain way. It was the groundwork for open conversations about needs and priorities, potentially leading to more cohesive team dynamics. Jacques himself found Maslow's triangle to be particularly beneficial during difficult discussions, especially when tackling the sensitive topic of compensation. After the 2008 financial crisis, he had a new manager who was imported from another bank, one that had a radically different compensation model. The annual bonuses were now 80% less than what they had previously been, and this new financial environment set Jacques' situation tumbling down the hierarchy in Maslow's scheme. Having shifted from the esteemed levels of esteem and self-actualization, he found himself grappling with concerns firmly rooted in safety. He recognized that as the sole financial provider for his family in a high cost of living region, the pressure of a 25% cut in his total compensation weighed heavily on his mind. In a candid but respectful conversation with his manager, Jacques laid out his concerns. "How can you expect me to fully engage and focus on serving the needs of the bank, my team, and our customers when I'm constantly worrying about whether I can pay my mortgage each month? Taking a pay cut like this isn't just inconvenient, it puts me in a full-on state of panic." His manager listened intently, but the response was far from reassuring. She said it would take time to bring his base salary back to where it needed to be. Disappointment bubbled up inside Jacques as he expressed how disheartened he felt. "It's frustrating to feel like the value I bring as a top performer is being taken for granted. This will make it incredibly challenging for me to remain committed to the company and my leadership role." The conversation left him feeling uneasy, but ultimately he took action. He started looking for other opportunities, both within and outside of the bank, and eventually found a new position that restored his confidence and brought him back to a level in Maslow's triangle where the need for safety was no longer a concern. Through these experiences, Maslow's triangle evolved in Jacques' hands, becoming both a valuable compass for understanding human needs in the workplace and a practical tool for navigating the complexities of corporate challenges. As the story of his journey unfolded, it highlighted not only the resilience of Jacques, but also the transformative power of awareness. The important reminder that sometimes, in environments clouded by chaos, true leadership lies in acknowledging our own basic needs. With every step, Jacques knew he was part of a larger narrative, one where understanding the human experience could lead to profound change and growth within corporate corridors filled with uncertainty. Chapter 3. Bean Counter Syndrome. The most interesting aspect of corporate life is that risks always come back to people. In many cases, the actions taken by individuals are driven solely by the bottom line of their respective areas, neglecting the overall organization's well-being. This win-lose model leads to a culture where one part of the organization operates against another, and every final decision stems from the whims of some accountant who fixates on the current month's profit and loss, oblivious to the larger implications. Isn't it silly? The established practices within large corporations often empower bean counters to dictate decisions, something the Club Genius members aptly labeled bean counter syndrome. This phenomenon is especially prevalent in banking, where accountants are tasked with ensuring every cent is accounted for when serving a customer. Yet, ironically, they cannot manage their own budgets or assets with the same precision. Omar Nasser detested this approach. The annual budget process drove him to the brink of madness, where travel expenses were allocated solely based on the previous year's figures, completely disregarding the actual operational plans or current staffing levels. What enraged him the most was the absurdity of unspent budgeted money, known as funny money, that vanished by year's end if unused. "How the hell is budget money lost?" Omar would yell in frustration. "Where does it go? If it wasn't spent, it should be a surplus that I can carry over into the next year." From the bean counter's perspective, these management by spreadsheet folks never applied common sense. The policy dictated that if you didn't spend it, your budget for the next year would be predicated only on what you had spent, not based on actual needs or effective planning estimates. Omar cringed at the sheer absurdity of this policy and frequently pondered how such a large institution, with a reputed brand, could be so foolish. This mindset exemplified the essence of corporate stupidity. Bean counters ruled. They established standards by being reactive and paying attention only to their narrow slice of the organization. They represented the most anti-collaborative faction within the corporate ecosystem, reducing their work to number crunching that drained all excitement from the bank. The relentless focus on Sarbanes-Oxley SOX testing and managing the general ledger GL likened the experience to being assimilated into the Borg from Star Trek or facing the extreme indignity of becoming a eunuch serving an Egyptian pharaoh. It was anything but fun. Unfortunately, this behavior spread like cancer and permeated other management areas. Before long, most senior and middle management had transformed into bean counters themselves, succumbing to its ease and convenience. Following orders and avoiding conflict became the norm. It was simply easier that way. Hitting the numbers mattered most, and those numbers were dictated from above. Cut costs by 10%. Increase revenue by 4%, reduce headcount by 5,000, and ensure that each customer had at least 6 products because 6 is the fix. In this model, people became mere abstractions. Individuals were reduced to employee IDs, salary figures, expense accounts, cubic footage costs, and insurance premiums, never as human beings with emotions and needs. Bean counters prioritized the bottom line above all, relegating employees' experiences, customer satisfaction, and culture to secondary concerns. Bean counters ruled the world, and ultimately, their behaviors had the potential to destroy it. As Jacques San Dimas and his colleagues observed these dynamics, they became increasingly aware of the urgent need to counteract the toxic elements of bean counter syndrome. The Club Genius members recognized that if they were to foster a thriving organizational culture, they must advocate for the value of people over profit, empathy over numbers, and collaboration over competition. They began to implement strategies that pushed back against the toxicity associated with TCS by highlighting the importance of meaningful relationships and open communication within teams. The members of Club Genius realized that creating a healthy work environment required a departure from the traditional focus on quantitative metrics to a holistic approach where the human experience was paramount. By doing so, they aimed to show that profit margins should not come at the expense of the people who contribute to those margins. Instead, they sought to empower employees by nurturing their competencies and recognizing the inherent value each individual brings to the table. Through initiatives that encouraged collaboration, cross-departmental teamwork, and genuine empathy among colleagues, Club Genius members hoped to dismantle the rigid silos that bean counters erected. The importance of diversity, be it in thought, background, or approach, was elevated as they worked to forge a richer tapestry of ideas that would ultimately benefit the entire organization. Omar Nasser, emboldened by this new perspective, became a vocal advocate for change, taking on leadership roles that allowed him to demonstrate the value of focusing on people rather than mere numbers. He initiated workshops to engage various teams in discussions centered around Maslow's triangle, helping employees understand their current emotional states and the significant role these states played in achieving their goals. In one session, Omar posed the question, how can we expect to grow as a bank if our own employees are struggling to meet their basic needs? The responses flooded in. Stories of stress, anxiety, and pressure to perform without the support required to succeed. This transformation of dialogue marked a pivotal moment as employees began recognizing the agency they held in redefining their workplace experiences. As the members of Club Genius further collaborated, they established committees that included employees from different levels and segments of the organization. This initiative not only empowered individuals to speak out about their struggles, but also created direct channels through which they could propose solutions. With this kind of engagement, they hoped to counteract the damaging effects of bean counter syndrome by ensuring that every voice was heard and valued. Additionally, the focus on mentoring and professional development became fundamental in their push against the bean counters. They set out to foster a culture that celebrated learning and growth, understanding that cultivating skills and honing talents benefited the organization as a whole. This new approach helped mitigate the fear associated with performance evaluations, moving toward a system where employees were encouraged to view evaluations as opportunities for development rather than threats. The transformation was not instantaneous. It was marked by struggles and resistance from entrenched elements within the organization. Yet, within the ranks of Club Genius, optimism persisted. They celebrated small victories and routinely shared stories of success, fostering morale and reducing the weight of bean counter syndrome. Those tales grew into a beacon of hope, inspiring others to think beyond their fears and take bold steps toward their future. As the chapter progresses, it resonates with the notion that in a world dominated by numbers and metrics, the empathetic and emotional aspects of leadership can prevail. The core message stresses that recognizing individuals, not just as figures in a spreadsheet, but as valued members of a community, can shift the dynamics within an organization fundamentally. Ultimately, the challenge remains for organizations to see beyond the constraints of bean counter syndrome and cultivate an environment where collaboration, understanding, and genuine human connection thrive. The key to success lies not only in achieving profits, but in nurturing a culture that honors the contributions of every individual, one that positions people at the forefront of the conversation. As Club Genius champions this vision, they create not just a workplace, but a legacy, one that empowers others to rise above the circus that is often corporate life and embrace the potential for a more enriching and fulfilling work experience. Through their commitment to understanding the human side of business, they pave the way for organizations to flourish, while simultaneously redefining what it means to be a successful leader in the contemporary landscape. Strong perception management. We've already achieved strong risk management, stated one high-level banking executive to the regulators. Vincent de Cordoba couldn't help but laugh at this absurd comment made by what was supposed to be the firm's most senior risk manager. In 2014, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, OCC, released a white paper outlining specific requirements that significant financial institutions needed to adopt in order to improve their risk management practices and enhance the engagement and accountability of senior management and the board of directors. This initiative was dubbed Getting to Strong. Driven by arrogance and ego, some managers mistakenly believed they were already strong and thus felt no obligation to comply with any necessary improvements mandated by the regulatory body. This mindset was an idiocracy that was laughable to Vince and the members of Club Genius. "Jacques, this is not strong risk management, it's really strong perception management," he remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Jacques chuckled in agreement and added, "You're absolutely right. Those fools are in for a rude awakening because something bad is going to happen sooner or later." And indeed, something did. 5 years later, the organization admitted to having a percentage of employees involved in widespread fraudulent activity, rooted in unachievable incentive management and irresponsible sales practices for offering products to customers. These incentive structures were forced upon the lowest paid employees, many of whom struggled to make ends meet on meager salaries. Among them were individuals who were often single parents, each navigating life at the lower levels of Maslow's triangle, primarily focused on survival. With finances stretched thin, these employees found themselves with no real choice but to comply with unrealistic sales quotas, even if it meant engaging in unethical or illegal activities, simply to keep their jobs and support their families. Jacques couldn't help but recall the parallels between these employees and those discussed in Simon Sinek's book Leaders Eat Last. In the book, Sinek describes Milgram's famous experiment that focused on obedience to authority figures. Conducted in 1961, this university study examined how ordinary people could be influenced to carry out inhumane actions against others, shedding light on the darkness that can consume entire societies. In the experiment, volunteers from various educational, social, and economic backgrounds were instructed to administer electric shocks to another person in a different room whenever they answered a question incorrectly. The experimenter commanded them to increase the voltage with each incorrect answer, leading up to dangerously high levels, up to 450 volts. Participants were confronted with conflicting emotions, especially in scenarios where they could hear the victim screaming for the shocks to stop, or in situations where they sensed someone was suffering, yet could not see it. The purpose of the experiment was to observe how far people would go in inflicting pain on another human being when ordered to do so by an authority figure, and importantly, to identify when they would choose to cease their compliance. The results were staggering. 65% of volunteers continued administering shocks until the end, even at levels that could potentially lead to death. This was maddening to Jacques. He realized how easily individuals could be swayed by authority, driven by incentives, and compelled to act in ways that contradicted their ethical beliefs. By this time, Jacques had long left the firm where Vince continued to work, and he felt tremendous sympathy for the many employees now suffering due to this scandal rooted in human greed. Everything the Club Genius members had worked toward, promoting a robust control environment and effective risk management to prevent such abuses, seemed to have been in vain. The organization had engineered an environment that systematically undermined good behavior, while cloaking itself in the guise of a nurturing and risk-averse culture. The remaining Club Genius members were astonished that 16 years after the events of September 11th, and 8 years following the financial crisis, The most evident risks associated with people were overlooked by both management and regulators. Christopher Rhodes observed that this situation presented a clear instance of privileged access monitoring gone awry. Privileged access, where too many individuals have excessive access to systems and information unrelated to their job roles, had become a pervasive risk across the organization. In the case of the fraud, low-paid tellers had access solely to customer accounts and not to comprehensive systems. Yet, they managed to transfer funds between legitimate and fraudulent accounts created within the bank. How could the fundamental monitoring of user activity be so profoundly flawed? How could branch managers lack the capability to manually or automatically compare teller transactions against accounts and not notice the unusual patterns of fund movement for so many years? With approximately 8,500 employees engaging in this activity over potentially 20 years of unethical sales practices, how could there have been no controls or reviews to catch this behavior? It seemed impossible to Christopher. Management, the board of directors, and the CEO continued to deny any wrongdoing in their policy or knowledge of the unrealistic sales quotas and incentive practices. They concluded that a significant number of employees had engaged in fraud, leading to their termination and potential prosecution. This was excruciating for the members of Club Genius who remained at the firm. They knew from experience, as well as informed by the design of controls and 3 lines of defense models, that these conclusions were utterly unfounded. Over the next 2 years, regulators conducted thorough investigations, gathering email correspondence and employee testimonies that unveiled a widespread management initiative aimed at perpetuating unrealistic sales quotas. They retaliated against any whistleblowers by terminating their employment. This event would go down in history as one of the largest and most extensive planned fraud cases in banking history, costing the institution over $15 billion in fines and customer restitution for unethical sales practices that had persisted for 2 decades. The experience provided Club Genius with invaluable lessons in risk management. They learned that hidden risks could lurk within business practices or controls that functioned adequately in isolation but, when interconnected with other practices, created vulnerabilities capable of being exploited for years without detection. They realized that there was far too much data, too many complex processes, and too many individuals acting with ill intent for successful oversight to occur through rudimentary testing alone. A paradigm shift was necessary. Something big had to be done, and it had to be achieved through automation and advanced learning algorithms. For Club Genius, this realization marked the beginning of an initiative to design and develop behavioral analytics. Through this approach, they aimed to uncover the underlying behavioral patterns that drove actions within the organization, reducing the risk of future fraudulent activities. By harnessing the power of data and advanced analytics, they sought to shape a new culture that prioritized transparency, accountability, and ethical practices, breaking free from the damaging constraints of bean counter syndrome. Ultimately, the journey through the complexities of strong perception management served as a wake-up call for the members of Club Genius. It reinforced the importance of fostering an environment where human behavior, emotional intelligence, and accountability are front and center in discussions around risk management. By understanding the intricacies of how individuals interact within organizational structures, they could steer their company toward a brighter, more ethical future, transforming the narrative of corporate success into one that resonates with integrity and responsibility. The myth of corporate governance. Jules Carmichael, the cheerful and ever-optimistic Romanian member of the Club Genius, was a superb risk manager by any measure. With years of experience under his belt, he had earned a respected role as the director of risk management at a large investment bank, where he specialized in anti-money laundering (AML). While he generally enjoyed the company of his co-workers and found value in his work, he often stumbled upon absurd situations that would inevitably become memorable tales he would share with his friends in Club Genius. One fine day, Jules was tasked with conducting due diligence on a potential buyer looking to purchase one of the bank's oil commodity businesses. Normally, a task like this would be straightforward, but everything changed when Jules discovered that the buyer had known ties to sanctioned countries. The executives driving the sale were afflicted with what the Club Genius members termed bean counter syndrome. This ailment led them to push for an accelerated sale without considering the ramifications of their actions. They were eager to finalize the deal, oblivious to the fact that Jules had been assigned to perform due diligence. After conducting a quick audit of the proposed buyer, Jules promptly called a meeting with the managing directors responsible for the sale. "Bob, Mike, thanks for taking the time to meet with me," Jules began, his tone earnest yet light-hearted. "I did some research on your Eastern European buyer, and it turns out he has connections to several sanctioned countries and is actually close friends with Vladimir Putin. I mean no disrespect, but what the hell, gentlemen? Have you lost your minds considering this buyer? You truly need to find someone else. This deal cannot go through. It outright violates the sanctions rules set by the US government. You should know better." Bob and Mike exchanged irritated glances, their frustration evident. "Jules, don't worry. We have this all under control," Bob shot back. "The deal includes a clause that allows us to obtain a data feed for conducting our own review of their customers before the sale, ensuring there are no sanctions-related risks. We've already received this data feed and ran it through the automated sanctions screening process. We found no issues." Jules paused, stroking his chin and raising an eyebrow at their audacity. "Guys, I'm telling you that screening the accounts in advance makes no difference. Legally, we can't engage with individuals known to have associations with sanctioned countries. The accounts themselves don't matter. Let me take a closer look at the data feed too. I'm finding it hard to believe that there are no hits on these accounts." Reluctantly, Bob and Mike acquiesced, sending the data file to Jules for his review. It took him only a minute of examining the raw data to realize that the names were presented in a jumbled Latin format. Alarmed, he immediately contacted the sanctions team. "What on earth are you guys doing? Don't you review the raw data before loading it into the system? Do you not realize that if you don't scrutinize the raw files, the names could have been manipulated, which means they won't match our sanctions search algorithms? These records are tampered with. These guys are trying to deceive us into thinking everything is fine because they put together a program to scramble all the names." Jules felt a surge of frustration bubbling inside him. His commitment to thorough investigation had highlighted yet another potential operational control failure surrounding the critical sanctions screening procedures. He pondered the far-reaching risks. How many past transactions may not have been properly scrutinized due to this manual process flaw? He placed his hands on his head, which began to ache at the sheer absurdity of it all, and resolved to draft a report outlining these issues for management. With newfound urgency, Jules called Bob and Mike to relay his findings. "Cancel the deal. These folks manipulated the data to try to fool us, and we were about to fall for it. I'll include all of this in my report and recommend to the audit committee that we seek a new buyer for this sale." Bob and Mike were livid. They had invested months into this deal, foolishly ignoring the essential compliance and regulatory aspects throughout their planning. Now, due to Jules's diligent work, everything had gone up in smoke. Instead of taking responsibility, they set their sights on retaliation against Jules for being the whistleblower who torpedoed their prized contract. Thus, the saga unfolded. Those who dare to do the right thing often find themselves targeted by the selfish and short-sighted individuals who feel threatened by accountability. In the wake of the scandal, Jules reflected on how his corporate exposure mirrored the themes Sinek discussed in Leaders Eat Last, particularly in terms of obedience to authority figures. Employees like those Bob and Mike represented were enmeshed in a culture that prioritized the bottom line over ethics, encouraged to overlook lapses in judgment in favor of achieving superficial results. Through this lens, Jules recognized that the consequences of overlooking moral responsibility extended beyond the immediate situation, manifesting into institutional failures that could lead to far graver issues down the road. The fallout from the incident proved to be severe. As investigations unfolded, the bank faced significant repercussions for its negligence, a stark reminder of the myth of corporate governance. The narrative painted a distressing picture where high-level executives, who should have been held accountable, found ways to deflect blame onto those lower in the hierarchy, such as Jules and the ill-fated tellers who were only responding to the extreme pressures they faced. Ultimately, what the Club Genius members learned from this experience was that corporate governance often lives in a vacuum, disconnected from the realities of human behavior. They recognized that risk management had to be more than just a series of checks and balances. It had to involve fostering a culture of empowerment, where employees felt safe and supported to voice their concerns without fear of retaliation. Jules, emboldened by his commitment to ethical practices, sought to further influence the governance structure within the organization. His resolve intensified as he brainstormed with the members of Club Genius about developing training programs focusing on ethical decision-making and accountability among all levels of staff. Together, they designed initiatives that encouraged dialogue across silos, aimed to rebuild trust within the organization, and established systems to recognize and reward ethical behavior. In doing so, they aimed to cultivate a more inclusive and participatory culture, one that genuinely embraced risk management as an integral component of their organizational fabric rather than a superficial exercise designed to appease regulators. Through these concerted efforts, Jules and his peers realized they had the power to reshape the organizational narrative, fostering a healthier workplace where ethical considerations were prioritized over mere financial metrics. Together, the members of Club Genius sought to dismantle the myth of corporate governance, ensuring it was not only an abstract concept in some dusty handbook, but rather a living, breathing set of principles that would enhance operational integrity and human value. They believed that genuine change could stem from their commitment to putting people first in all aspects of governance, a philosophy that could not only protect them from future failures, but would also redefine what it meant to be successful in the sometimes absurd world of corporate America. The beast, the killer, and the flounders. It was abundantly clear to Jacques, shaped by his painfully comical employment history, who was not the one in his new role at a renowned investment bank. After being forced out of his previous position due to a hostile corporate takeover by a malicious manager who made his life a living hell, Jacques was eager for a fresh start. The excitement of a new opportunity surged through him as he joined this prestigious institution, expecting a work environment that reflected the bank's storied reputation. His initial enthusiasm, however, quickly turned to disillusionment. The job began well, with Jacques optimistic that his experience from a decade prior would serve him well. But his expectations crumbled swiftly as he observed the signs of weakness emanating from his new boss, whom he had hardly known 10 years ago. As a seasoned technologist, he recognized that he was not alone in experiencing turbulence. He was adept at reading situations and sensed when things were about to go sideways. His boss, whom Jacques aptly nicknamed the Beast, was a few years younger, yet had recently been promoted to managing director after dedicating 18 years of his life to the company. Once, nearly a decade ago, the bank had radiated an admirable culture that lived up to its accolades, something Jacques had read about in countless industry books. He never imagined that an organization's culture could corrode so swiftly, but the stark reality hit him. It had indeed decayed. Then, of course, there was the administrative assistant known as the Killer. She supported the Beast and several other arrogant managing directors within the department. For all those involved, the workplace was a stage for posturing, with these leaders valuing their oversight roles as equally important as those at the firm, bringing in millions through their financial prowess. It was clear they were out of their league. Jacques had often warned interns and anyone considering a position in this dysfunctional department against the trap of joining. He used aquatic analogies to paint a vivid picture, saying that working there was akin to being a flounder in the ocean. You duck and hide from the predators above, you look ridiculous, and honestly, you adopt a terrible attitude. Instead, he encouraged them to seek positions in the front office, where they could be like sharks, fearless predators consuming their competition, embodying beauty and value in a thriving ecosystem. Flounders will never become sharks, he declared with a knowing grin. The Beast and the Killer were a frequent duo. The former couldn't manage a schedule without the latter's support. Very quickly, Jacques realized he had made a terrible mistake by taking a full-time role in this department. This group was not concerned with doing the right thing, automating tasks better suited to computers, or showing consideration for people's lives. Instead, they were obsessed with perception and cultivating an image of hard work, a relentless commitment to being in the office from 8:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. each and every day, regardless of the circumstances. Even a death in the family elicited a robotic response from the Beast, who would dismissively state, "Sorry for your loss, you're entitled to your 5 days of bereavement. See you when you get back." To cope, Jacques invented these monikers because he knew that if he didn't find humor in the absurdity around him, working there would have been utterly unbearable. With his only trusted friend, a fellow contractor who had once walked in Jacques' shoes, they confided in one another as they shared laughs over the maddening antics of the beast and the killer. This camaraderie provided a much-needed outlet as they witnessed yet another episode of incompetence or arrogance from the power-hungry duo. It took just 6 months for Jacques to come to a definitive conclusion. He had to escape this toxic environment. He dedicated the following 3 months to searching for a new role, and after a year, he secured a position at a much better institution. Through this experience, he learned a crucial lesson. It is not merely the reputation of the company that dictates your success or failure, it's the manager under whom you work. When you find yourself subjected to a supervisor who treats you with blatant disrespect, the drive to leave becomes an undeniable urge. Jacques recognized that trust and compassion are essential to retaining talented and capable individuals. Strong leaders cultivate environments where employees feel valued and empowered. In contrast, those who succumb to bean counter syndrome diminish morale over time. They adopt a mentality akin to flounders, floundering along the ocean floor, living in the sludge, and nurturing a negative attitude. Lives and careers became trapped beneath bureaucratic lethargy, and the brilliance of the ambitious was stifled. Yet, the story doesn't end there. While Jacques was fortunate enough to break free from the shackles of a dysfunctional workplace, he couldn't shake off the nagging concern for those still trapped inside. The flounders remained, swimming in currents of confusion and despair, driven by fear of retaliation for speaking out or challenging the status quo. They endured the relentless demands imposed by their leaders without questioning the absurdity of their circumstances. Jacques felt an obligation to advocate for those left behind. He began to strategize how he could use his experiences to guide others toward making advantageous career choices. Drawing from his observations, he developed frameworks to help future job seekers assess workplace cultures better, ensuring they didn't fall into traps similar to those he experienced with the beast and the killer. As he networked within the industry, he repeatedly emphasized the significance of organizational culture and the centrality of ethical leadership. The stories of his own experience served as cautionary tales, resonating with those seeking to avoid environments tarnished by egos and arrogance. Jacques became a beacon for aspiring professionals who dreamed of flourishing in rewarding and supportive atmospheres, reinforcing the value of empathy and collaboration. Ultimately, the lessons from his time spent with the flounders propelled Jacques on a path to consciously seek out workplace cultures aligned with integrity and respect. With each interaction across the industry, he spread awareness about the importance of compassionate leadership, vocalizing the need for aspiring leaders to focus not only on their own success, but also on fostering environments where the entire team could thrive. Jacques understood that a successful organization is one that goes beyond the superficialities of quantifiable metrics and profitability. It begins at the core of human connection, empathy, and collaboration. As he engaged with others in the business community, he aimed to combat the myths surrounding corporate governance and amplify the voices of those, like himself, who were committed to championing positive change. In this ever-evolving narrative, Jacques found his own purpose, a drive to elevate the conversation surrounding workplace culture. The tales of the beast, the killer, and the flounders served as lessons etched in his mind, guiding him in his ongoing endeavor to nurture environments that value trust, foster growth, and enable others to break free from the detrimental tides of mediocrity. As advocates for change, Jacques and the other members of Club Genius set their sights high, knowing that with determination and a shared vision, they could reshape the narrative of corporate America into one reflecting integrity, compassion, and collective success. Culture and the dance of the dead. Corporate culture, is it truly intended to define an organization? If so, how does it manifest itself in individual behavior? Does culture drive the desired behavior of individuals, or does individual behavior limit the culture's objectives? Jacques San Dimas pondered these questions, often during his decades of experience in various corporations. After all his experiences, he couldn't shake the feeling that submitting to an organizational culture really didn't matter at all. Each day at work felt like a monotonous cycle, a dance of the dead, as he aptly put it. Jacques watched as colleagues shuffled through their routines, engaging in the same redundant tasks day in and day out, showing no noticeable differences across any organization he had worked for. The stark realization dawned on him: corporate culture might be as superficial as the colorful paint on a wall, masking the bleakness of a lifeless environment. Jacques viewed corporate culture similarly to how some individuals perceive religion, as an unseen faith meant to inspire individuals to live righteously. Yet, like the hypocrisy he often witnessed, what was presented as culture did not reflect the reality of individual behaviors. Cultures can become breeding grounds for judgment, guilt, and hypocrisy, suppressing the true nature of individuals while creating an illusion of virtue. As he delved deeper into the implications of corporate culture, he concluded that submitting to it was akin to drinking a special Kool-Aid designed to brainwash employees into adopting a submissive and thoughtless lifestyle. While perhaps not that extreme, it was evident that corporate culture often falls short of its intended purpose. If it worked effectively, organizations known for their strong cultures would demonstrate remarkable outcomes, but Jacques had yet to witness such a transformation in practice. To illustrate his point, Jacques devised a useful analogy. Imagine that the speed limit of 55 miles per hour represents the culture of an organization, while the drivers of cars are the employees. Ultimately, the staff influences the culture. If a collective disregard for a 55 miles per hour speed limit perpetuates over the years, the acceptable driving speed would naturally evolve to 65, 70, or even 75 miles per hour. This example highlights an undeniable truth. Once adults are integrated into a company, they will behave how they choose, regardless of the singular corporate culture established. This dynamic becomes particularly evident when considering older employees, those set in their ways, and perpetuates the notion that corporate culture is merely a facade for submission and conformity. So why is it that culture resembles a dance of the dead? Because in corporate America, the dance is often choreographed by the factory model mindset that thrives on routine. Employees must commute daily, log into their systems, read and respond to emails, attend meetings, update spreadsheets, create presentations, consume less than healthy lunches, and repeat the cycle ad nauseum. This repetition breeds mundanity, and in environments touted for their strong culture, complacency becomes the hidden epidemic. Creativity is diminished and is only rarely embraced. Hard work is often overlooked or underappreciated in a system that actively limits those willing to pursue innovative change. Jacques, having worked in more than 25 companies across various industries, including corporate food service, small warehouse companies, mid-sized software firms, and major financial institutions, found himself disillusioned. Despite the celebrated cultures and reputations of these organizations, he had never witnessed substantial changes in performance or behavior among their workforce. Why does culture seem to serve only as a mechanism for controlling people? Jacques wondered if it exists solely to keep employees in their comfort zones. In this context, if people are fat and content with their routine, they may exert minimal effort, content to enrich the few owners while suppressing their potential for greatness. How could corporate culture be radical enough to evoke change in behavior and unleash the untapped ambitions of the majority? What extraordinary achievements might emerge if people operated at levels previously unseen? Ultimately, Jacques concluded that corporate culture is inherently flawed and nearly lifeless, slowly leading to stagnation. What is paraded as corporate culture today often serves as a tool to control employees, creating a perception of compliance and satisfaction that belies reality. The values espoused within organizations frequently mirror the principles learned in childhood, those from school, sports, or scouting. One must wonder, how could so-called core values be constructed on such shaky foundations? To precipitate authentic cultural change, Jacques believed that the focus must shift to nurturing early behaviors in children as they grow, framing their thoughts differently. If children are positively influenced from a young age to understand the importance of values like integrity, empathy, and community, they may carry those lessons into adulthood, transforming the corporate landscape when they eventually enter the workforce. For Jacques, this meant advocating for a cultural renaissance, a rebirth of what corporate culture could truly be. He envisioned integrating the ideals of collaboration, innovation, and genuine engagement into organizations, ensuring that employees do not merely pass through the motions of a mundane existence. This vision reignited a spirit of hope within him as he began discussing these ideas with fellow members of Club Genius. They shared anecdotes of their experiences and brainstormed strategies for cultivating a new culture characterized by empowerment and authenticity. Central to their discussions was the belief that the heart of a successful organization resides in its people, their dreams, values, and contributions. Together, they sought ways to break the cycle of rigidity that stifled creativity and enthusiasm. The Club Genius members began implementing programs aimed at engaging employees, encouraging input on significant decisions and initiatives. They emphasized the importance of open dialogues to foster a sense of shared ownership, enabling everyone to co-create solutions that aligned with the organization's objectives. They also worked to introduce training sessions focused on emotional intelligence and personal development. By nurturing employees' skills, they aimed to cultivate a culture that genuinely valued the individual while fostering a collective sense of purpose and accountability. Jacques proposed that leaders actively celebrate failures as learning experiences, allowing individuals to take risks without repercussions. This shift could disarm the oppressive weight of fear and drive innovations that would ultimately benefit the entire organization. He believed that as employees embraced a culture where growth and learning were prioritized, the proverbial dance of the dead would transform into a vibrant performance of life, creativity, and collaboration. As Jacques and the Club Genius members set their aspirations, they began to see ripples of change. The culture they envisioned gradually took root, evolving from myth to reality. They encouraged resistant leaders to step out of their comfort zones and embrace new perspectives that allowed for growth, recognizing that only by nurturing individual talents could they enhance the overall culture. Ultimately, Jacques realized that corporate culture was not static. It is a living, breathing entity that must continuously evolve. It is the result of collective human experiences and, as such, can only thrive when respect, authenticity, and compassion are woven throughout its fabric. The real challenge lies not in defining culture, but rather in aligning actions with values. Jacques left behind the days of lifeless routines and homogeneous behaviors, pursuing a new legacy founded on the celebration of individuality within the workplace. In doing so, he aimed to inspire future generations of employees to break free from the dance of the dead and embrace the colorful tapestry of life that could flourish within a truly vibrant corporate culture. With an unwavering commitment to this vision, Jacques and his comrades within Club Genius embarked on a transformative journey, sparking an awakening in workplaces everywhere. Together, they wove a new narrative, a narrative reflecting the ideal of what corporate culture could and should be. A nurturing ecosystem fostering creativity, integrity, and collective success, where each individual plays an essential role in crafting the future of their organization. Human resources or human risk? At the close of a frantically busy work week, Peter Primo slammed his phone down, nearly shattering the headset in frustration. He was done. Fed up with the antics of the Human Resources Department, he let out an exasperated groan. "Idiots! Clouseau!" Vincent de Cordoba, seated nearby, turned to him with a mixture of concern and curiosity. "Pete, what's going on? What did those assholes do now?" "They killed our offer letter to hire that woman, Sheila," Peter replied, his voice rising with indignation. "You and I spent months searching for the right candidate to fill our data science position, and HR called her today. They told her she didn't qualify because she doesn't have a bachelor's degree. Worse, they didn't have the decency to call us first to discuss this. Those fuckers just rang her out of the blue." Vince was momentarily speechless, a rarity for him, words failing in light of such incompetence. As a leader in the organization, he had faced some truly nonsensical situations before in dealing with HR, but nothing had prepared him for this magnitude of stupidity. He needed to regain his composure, so he took a moment to step outside into the hot desert sun for a long walk, hoping to clear his mind. Deep in thought, Vince drifted away from the chaos of the office, observing the calming beauty of nearby Oasis Park. He sat down on a bench, inhaling deeply as he let the warm breeze wash over him, pondering all the hours he and Peter had spent interviewing, investigating, and realigning the team, all to finally find a rare talent in Sheila, felt like a punch in the nose. The prospect of losing that candidate now seemed utterly absurd. In the club Genius, Vince was known for his tenacity, and he wasn't about to give up easily. He knew that together with Pete, they could figure out a way to salvage the offer and protect this hard-earned opportunity. As they regrouped later, the tensions were palpable. So, what now? Pete wondered, running a hand through his hair. Can we talk to HR about this? That's the problem, Vince replied, shaking his head. Whenever we try to engage with HR, they seem more interested in covering their own backsides than supporting us or our candidates. They want to avoid any legal complications and shield the leadership from scrutiny, especially when wrongdoing is suspected. This reality often left employees like them feeling helpless and frustrated. They had witnessed too many instances where HR acted as an extension of management, prioritizing the interests of those in power over the well-being of the staff, effectively transforming human resources into human risk. It's like they're more concerned with protecting the company's reputation than actually supporting the people who make that reputation possible, Pete said, his voice tinged with disbelief. We're supposed to work as a team, but they act like the Gestapo whenever anything approaches the dangerous territory of employee concerns. Vince nodded in agreement. He recalled a time when a colleague had brought concerns about harassment to HR, only to be met with indifference and the swift dismissal of her complaints. Instead of addressing the issue, HR had opted to protect the leadership involved, fearing the fallout from an internal investigation more than the well-being of the employee reporting the misconduct. It reinforced the widespread perception that human resources was a fortress for management rather than a safe haven for employees. They couldn't help but share frustrations over lunch when the subject arose. During one such session, a recently promoted team leader, Clara, spoke candidly about her experience with HR when she tried raising issues regarding team morale. They said I should simply allow things to work themselves out over time, she recalled, rolling her eyes. I don't think they understand that waiting for problems to resolve themselves is the worst strategy imaginable. People are suffering, and we have a responsibility to address it directly. Attending work every day under these circumstances felt like engaging in a sadistic performance, with employees as the willing actors in a tragedy masked as a comedy. The energy was stifled, and ambition was crushed beneath a layer of neglect. Employees were forced to dance around HR, careful to say the right things so as not to provoke unwarranted scrutiny into their own actions or opinions. It was through these conversations that the HR protects leadership myth began to form in the minds of Club Genius members. They recognized that what was marketed as a supportive HR structure was, in reality, a shield for those in power. More often than not, HR was not the ally employees needed. Instead, it became a reluctant referee, more focused on preserving the status quo than promoting fairness. Vince sighed deeply. We need to think more strategically about how to approach this. Sheila deserves better, and we can't let this slide. We must take a stand, even if it means challenging HR. I completely agree, Peter replied. We can gather our data and present a case to HR, but we need to tread carefully. If they remain compliant with management's wishes at our expense, we risk further ostracizing ourselves. Undeterred, they began gathering evidence of the discrepancies in HR's decision-making process. They compiled a dossier on Sheila's qualifications, highlighting her experience, technical skills, and fit with the team. They gathered anecdotal feedback from their colleagues regarding HR's past behavior and how it had undermined morale in the organization overall. When they were ready, they approached the HR department with their findings. Sitting across the table from the HR manager, they laid out the facts. We aren't here to create disruptions, Vince began, his tone measured yet firm. We believe that extending an offer to Sheila aligns perfectly with our team's objectives and the company's values. We would like you to reconsider your decision. The response they received was disappointingly typical. Thank you for your feedback, but the decision is final. The company's policies are clear. We cannot hire someone without the required educational credentials, the HR manager stated, crossing her arms defensively. What about the impact on morale and the precedent you're setting by not allowing extraordinary talent to shine? Peter challenged, determined not to back down. We are trying to build a robust team, and this decision undermines that. The HR manager maintained her stance, but a subtle shift in her demeanor caught the eye of Vince. He sensed that deep down, she recognized the flawed process, but her loyalty to the management was paramount. They left the meeting feeling both disappointed and more determined to expose the underlying issues with HR's policies. Realizing that proactive measures were needed, Vince and Peter resolved to bring their experiences and those of their colleagues directly to higher-ups in leadership. They believed that sharing these stories might help reshape the conversation around corporate culture and employee advocacy within the organization. In meetings with higher management, they shared their insights, stressing the importance of fostering an environment where employees genuinely felt supported. A company is only as strong as its people, Vince asserted passionately. If we don't protect and empower them, we risk everything: retention, morale, and ultimately, our reputation as an organization. As time passed, the two became more emboldened. Each rebuttal from HR only fueled their resolve. They began pooling stories from co-workers and accumulating evidence of HR's failures across the company. These ranged from cases of workplace harassment not being addressed to instances of employees feeling abandoned when they sought out HR's support. Eventually, their efforts drew attention from senior management, who began to realize that the Human Resources Department was, in fact, a reluctant ally at best. With sudden momentum, discussions about revamping HR processes commenced, shifting the focus back onto employee well-being and organizational integrity. In time, the changes manifested slowly. A series of workshops and town hall meetings aimed at rebuilding trust in HR. Employees were encouraged to voice their concerns openly, and recognition programs were introduced to celebrate both managers and individuals who demonstrated a commitment to ethical behavior. While the journey was long and still ongoing, the narrative had begun to shift in their favor. With persistent effort and a collective desire to create a healthier work environment, the members of Club Genius gradually witnessed reforms happening that gave voice to the concerns that had long been ignored. Vince and Peter knew that the issues surrounding HR had deep roots, and while one victory wouldn't spell the end of the challenges, it was a significant step toward reclaiming the culture for employees. Ultimately, the lessons learned from their experiences illuminated a greater truth. When employees come together to challenge the systems that fail them, they gradually reshape the narrative within their organizations, driving culture not just from the top, but from the collective voice of the people. In doing so, they laid the groundwork for a corporate landscape where human resources can evolve from merely being human risk into a powerful ally in driving meaningful cultural change. In the end, they were all aiming for the same thing: a thriving, flourishing workplace where integrity reigns and every individual feels valued and protected. Chapter 4. Management by Spreadsheet. Management by spreadsheet deserves its place in the people section of this narrative because it encapsulates how technology has subtly transformed us into complacent beings, wielding power through convenience rather than thoughtful engagement. The very tools designed to elevate our productivity have, ironically, stripped away our humanity in the workplace, reducing collaborative efforts to an endless exchange of digital documents lacking genuine connection. The founder of Club Genius, Jacques San Dimas, possesses a profound respect for the personal computer revolution and its immense contributions to modern life. He marvels at how tools like email, word processing, spreadsheets, and presentation software have led to greater efficiency than ever before. Once upon a time, people spent their days wrestling with typewriters, battling tangled telephone cords, and keeping meticulous handwritten ledgers. The innovations brought by technology have undeniably streamlined processes and made the daily grind vastly easier. Yet, Jacques finds himself grappling with a darker side to this transformation. The crux of Jacques' unease lies in the pervasive reliance on these powerful tools, which inadvertently drive human beings into distraction and isolation. He recalls a particularly vivid moment when he was tasked with leading a team project at a prior organization. They gathered around a conference table, but instead of lively discussion and brainstorming, each member was glued to their laptops, meticulously typing away, their gazes fixated on glowing screens. Jacques couldn't help but feel the collective creativity bleed away, stifled by the very tools intended to enhance collaboration. These reflections remind him of one of the best books he ever read, Leaders Eat Last by Simon Sinek. In its pages, Sinek explores the biochemical influences on human behavior and how technology can ultimately foster selfishness and disconnection. Jacques was especially moved by the compelling stories Sinek shared, illustrating the ethos of servant leadership, the idea that supporting others creates the strongest and most productive teams. Trust, Sinek elucidates, is the bedrock of any successful organization. One fateful afternoon, as Jacques was rereading this book, he found a particularly impactful passage on the role of a leader in nurturing an environment of accountability and community. The images and examples resonated with Jacques, who had spent too many days observing how technology, while enormously beneficial, would sometimes drive wedges between colleagues. In teams where communication devolved into strings of emails and updates on spreadsheets, the personal touch that fosters trust had nearly evaporated. Yet, it was the crux of Jacques' assertion about management by spreadsheet that struck him most powerfully. It's a chronic problem, a slow pathogenic blight that spreads through organizations like cancer. He recalled a particular incident from his time at a large financial institution, where compliance managers generated dozens of spreadsheets to analyze employee data as part of an internal audit. Instead of relying on a robust integrated system to ensure data integrity, the process devolved into a chaotic collection of snapshots, an endless cycle of cut-and-paste techniques that left room for error and inaccuracy. Jacques mused on the absurdity of it all. Why do senior leaders believe this is an effective strategy, he thought. As he engaged in discussions with his colleagues, it became apparent that many in leadership roles genuinely believed they were optimizing operations while simply glossing over fundamental flaws in their processes. When presented with the notion of investing in automated systems that could streamline processes, they often recoiled, citing fears of short-term cost management as the chief reason to avoid change. In one humorous but illustrative incident in a team meeting, Jacques made a quick offhand joke about working with spreadsheets. "You know, the last time I analyzed a spreadsheet, it felt like diving deep into quicksand. I mean, how many rows do we really need to scroll through to find something meaningful?" The room erupted in laughter, albeit tinged with nervous acknowledgement. This was not the first time they had collectively groaned at the chaos wrought by their dependency on spreadsheets. In those moments of levity, Jacques recognized a shared frustration among his teammates and knew it was high time to address the elephant in the room. The systemic reliance on management by spreadsheet as an excuse for managerial oversight and, ultimately, failure. They had all witnessed how countless hours were squandered sifting through spreadsheets, searching for single anomalies amidst millions of rows of data, and this often culminated in catastrophic oversights. The tale of Jenna, a colleague in compliance, served as a potent example. She had spent months analyzing transaction records, painstakingly reviewing reports, only to discover a potential fraudulent transaction fluttering by amid the data deluge. When she brought her findings to the attention of management, the pushback was swift. "You're overreacting, Jenna," the director had said dismissively. "We have to keep our costs low. We can't hire additional staff for just a handful of anomalies." This mentality echoed a fear that had taken root far too deeply within the organization. The inefficacy of using individuals to identify single outliers amid an ocean of transactional data meant that serious issues, fraudulent activities, and non-compliance with regulations were left lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The idea that manual efforts with spreadsheets could unearth significant wrongdoings began to look more like a fantasy than a feasible reality. Jacques understood well the peril of this ignorance. He had seen firsthand how leadership, blinded by an adherence to what they perceived as cost-effective solutions, ignored the risks that came with relying on spreadsheets as a crutch. He watched as the organization continued to hire more people, individuals sporting the title of analyst, to perform data entry and analysis on compliance reviews, rather than investing in the development of systems and processes that would ensure both accuracy and efficiency. "We seem to be living in an illusion," Jacques confided one evening to his close friend and mentor, Bob, over drinks at the local pub. "Leadership doesn't want to see the writing on the wall. They believe that simply throwing more people at the problem will yield the results they desire. But it doesn't consider the underlying issues of misalignment and support." Bob nodded solemnly, reflecting on the many ways this mindset pervaded their daily lives. "You're right, Jacques. And in the end, it's the company and its people who pay the price." They dismiss the creativity in favor of short-term metrics, then wonder why they can't retain talent or build meaningful relationships. Inspired by their conversations, Jacques devoted himself to developing solutions and disseminating knowledge on the profound implications of management by spreadsheet. Through workshops, he began educating teams on the benefits of automating processes and the more significant value of system integration, effectively eliminating the need for so many spreadsheets, each window obstructing the view of true productivity. This initiative led to an awakening among colleagues. They began to see spreadsheets less as a substitute for genuine management and more as an anchor weighing them down. Slowly but surely, conversations shifted from merely reviewing performance metrics to acknowledging the cultivation of real, collaborative relationships that foster innovation, connection, and culture. Through persistent advocacy, Jacques helped uncover opportunities for investment in automated tools that could directly alleviate the burdens many employees faced. By presenting compelling arguments showcasing how technology could improve workflow, he earned the backing of senior management, who increasingly recognized the limitations of their legacy systems. This culminated in a significant turning point, marked by a new determination across the organization to challenge ingrained habits. Over time, the push for more integrated, efficient systems transformed into a real desire for a culture that valued both accountability and teamwork. With each modest victory, Jacques celebrated the power of shifting perspectives within the organization, demonstrating that time and investment in cultivating a productive environment could indeed yield remarkable returns. He inspired his colleagues to rethink long-held beliefs about how to work smarter, allowing greater efficiency while retaining the human element that was essential for success. In summary, through the lens of management by spreadsheet, Chapter 4 illuminates the broader issues that emerge within organizations reliant on outdated behaviors and practices. Jacques San Dimas and his peers understand that true progress requires fundamental changes in both technology and culture, creating a workplace where individual contributions are valued and the dance of corporate life shifts from a ridden cycle of monotony to vibrant, motivated collaboration. Revenue versus cost centers. In the labyrinthine hierarchy of any large financial institution, Jacques San Dimas observed a stark divide that dictated much of how the organization operated, the distinction between revenue centers and cost centers. Throughout his career in various financial entities, this division often shaped workplace dynamics far beyond just budget allocations. On one side of the ledger were the revenue centers, those departments that rendered direct services to external customers, generating income for the company. This included high-stakes departments such as mergers and acquisitions, lending, retail banking, and investment banking, each teeming with energy and resources, driving the financial engine of the organization. In contrast, every other department that supported the operational functions but failed to directly contribute to the top line was labeled a cost center. These included human resources, compliance, and IT, essential cogs in the machine that often felt sidelined in the grander scheme of things. As Jacques would frequently point out, the respect afforded to revenue-generating groups often overshadowed the crucial functions of supporting departments. They were the underdogs of the corporate structure, quietly holding up the weight of operations while watching the spotlight shine brightly on the flashy services generating actual revenue. Within this segregation of functions, there emerged the convoluted concept of chargeback, an internal pricing model established by accountants that attempted to quantify the costs incurred by cost centers when providing services to revenue centers. Jacques always found the term funny money fitting, symbolizing the absurdity of a system that forced departments to devise elaborate pricing mechanisms for internal services. Instead of investing in tools or enhancements, cost centers were left scrambling to justify their existence by billing revenue centers for the support they provided. This created a toxic atmosphere, as revenue-generating departments became wary of interacting with cost centers, viewing them through the lens of expenses rather than allies in achieving shared goals. Inevitably, this split sowed seeds of discord within the organization. The cost centers, operating almost as isolated internal business entities, struggled to understand the specific demands of the revenue-generating arms. This disconnection often resulted in missed opportunities and unaddressed needs. Take compliance monitoring, for example, a critical function that, because of its cost center status, became increasingly isolated from the business. The management overseeing compliance had to fight tooth and nail to hire staff who could manually sift through mountains of data, performing audits with spreadsheets that seemed designed for punishment rather than efficiency. The irony, of course, was that this very function was fundamental to the stability of the institution. Jacques lamented that if only business leadership recognized the importance of compliance, they would invest in technology and procedural enhancements to create a reliable workflow, one that minimized human error and allowed staff to focus on more strategic analyses. During one of Jacques' many rounds of brainstorming sessions with his colleagues, he shared a metaphor that perfectly encapsulated the plight of those trapped in the quagmire of cost centers. "Think of it as monkey work," he said with a wry smile. "Imagine a gorilla stuck in a cage, mindlessly churning out repetitive tasks, pushing buttons to perform mundane functions. That's the emotional toll this kind of work takes. It offers little value to the institution or the worker." This analogy resonated profoundly with his teammates, sparking heated discussions about how to escape from the slog of superfluous procedures. Jacques championed leveraging technology to revamp compliance processes. If we harness the capabilities that current technology offers, we can automate the identification of anomalies across every single record, freeing compliance officers from the relentless shackles of the spreadsheet grind. He proposed, with this level of automation in place, compliance teams could shift their focus from mundane data entry to strategically investigating irregularities and collaborating with business managers to bolster controls, truly fulfilling their role as guardians of the organization. Yet, one of the most sobering realizations for Jacques came when he acknowledged how deeply entrenched the head-in-the-sand mentality was among senior leadership. Many executives, blissfully unaware of the cracks forming in their operational framework, clung to the old ways of doing things, believing manual compliance methods would endure indefinitely. The pace of technological advancement had become dizzying, pushing volumes, business models, and complexities to heights unmanageable by traditional methods. How could they not see the unsustainability of their current model? One particularly painful example loomed in Jacques' mind. He recalled an incident from a compliance audit where he had painstakingly compiled data on fraudulent transactions, armed with reports collected manually by under-resourced staff. Dishearteningly, significant instances of failures undetected until the very last moment illustrated the immense risks that came with a reliance on outdated methods. The subsequent fallout reverberated throughout the organization, costing millions in fines, not to mention the reputational damage that lingered long after. Management's ignorance amplified the issues by promoting a false sense of security. Jacques envisioned leaders sitting in their corner offices, sipping coffee and reviewing the glowing reports generated by the compliance team, blissfully unaware that behind the curtain lay a roiling storm of inefficiency and disconnect. They overlooked the hidden dangers inherent in relying on manual processes masked as rigorously conducted compliance checks. With an air of determination, Jacques gathered the club genius to tackle this systemic issue head-on. During their meetings, he pointed out the epidemic of management by spreadsheet that echoed through the corridors of power. To effect real change, he asserted passionately, we must address the core structure and beliefs underpinning these systems. We need to reimagine how we view cost centers versus revenue centers and understand that there are greater risks involved by neglecting the capabilities of our workforce. Their discussions poured fuel on the fire of innovation and problem-solving, igniting a desire for transformation that became contagious. They outlined a strategic plan to advocate for investments in technology that would empower cost centers, helping them escape the chains of monotonous task management. The urge to challenge the status quo grew, igniting a collective resolve to foster a culture where all functions work together in synergy for a common purpose. One sunny afternoon, the club genius held a brainstorming session on integrating technology into compliance systems. The collective energy was palpable as ideas flowed freely, and the room buzzed with enthusiasm. Jacques took the opportunity to stress the significance of collaboration across departments and the positive ripples that could be created by facilitating communication. Imagine a future where compliance functions seamlessly alongside revenue centers, he said, leaning forward earnestly, where data can be shared freely and our teams work together rather than in silos. If we leverage modern technologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and automation, we can empower compliance teams to be proactive rather than reactive. By the end of the meeting, excitement filled the space as Club Genius members were inspired to draft a proposal for leadership, outlining the transformative power of technology and its capacity to break down barriers hindering collaboration. Jacques felt the spirit of change stirring, and he was resolute in believing they could reshape the conversation about revenue versus cost centers, ultimately benefiting the entire organization. As their campaign to garner support gained momentum, Jacques marveled at how collective voice could influence change at the highest levels of the organization. The bugbear of management by spreadsheet began to lose its hold, and more people joined the chorus advocating for innovation, creativity, and the realization that if nothing changed, they would inevitably pay a far steeper price for their complacency. In the end, Chapter 4 encapsulates the struggle against outdated practices and highlights the importance of aligning organizational structure with modern technology. This chapter is a rallying cry for all employees, encouraging them to challenge mal-aligned systems and prioritize the improvement of work environments conducive to creativity, collaboration, and accountability. Through their shared experiences, Jacques and his peers at Club Genius illuminate the path toward a brighter future, one where human potential and innovation flourish unfettered by the constraints that once bound them. A false sense of security. During the roaring 1990s, the world was ablaze with promise and innovation. The internet was breaking barriers, connecting people like never before. Low-cost communication capabilities effectively dismantled the constraints of isolation, and the technological revolution surged forward with unyielding momentum. Personal computers invaded homes, marking a monumental shift in everyday life. New businesses sprouted overnight in this fertile landscape, bold entrepreneurs seizing the moment to carve their niches into the digital frontier. It seemed as though nothing could derail the juggernaut hurtling towards the future, fueled by the unshakable belief in boundless progress. In this vibrant atmosphere, Jacques San Dimas found himself consulting for various large financial institutions. As he navigated the frenetic pace of the industry, he noticed a troubling pattern. Everything was moving too fast. Leadership was consumed by the allure of immediate success, neglecting the lurking risks that loomed in the shadows. Business continuity and operational risk were not included in the pillars of risk assessment, overshadowed by the more prominent concerns of credit risk, liquidity risk, and market risk. In this climate, Jacques could sense the growing false sense of security enveloping these organizations as they collectively turned a blind eye to the vulnerabilities inherent in their operations. This disillusionment came to an abrupt halt on September 11, 2001. The attacks on the World Trade Center served as a shocking wake-up call for corporations everywhere. In an instant, the unthinkable became a reality. Businesses realized just how fragile their structures were and how unprepared they had been for calamity. The events that unfolded that day laid bare the catastrophic consequences of neglecting risk, specifically in terms of technological resiliency and recovery capabilities. Companies that were riding high on the waves of success suddenly found themselves grappling with the harsh reality that their systems were far from resilient. For Jacques, this pivotal moment presented a unique opportunity. At the time, he was working as a Unix and market data administrator. But following 9/11, the financial institutions recognized a dire need for expertise in resiliency. With the foundations of the financial world rattled, Jacques was able to pivot into the specialty of resilience, a role that resonated deeply with him. Having honed his technical skills automating tasks with shell scripts and scheduling cron jobs, all monitored through beeping pages long before mobile phones became ubiquitous, he thrived in this new area. Resiliency reflected not only his professional aspirations, but also his personal journey of survival from childhood trauma. As Jacques delved deeper into the world of business continuity and disaster recovery, he was struck by a profound realization. Many organizations still operated under a misguided notion of invulnerability, a blatant underestimation of risks they could not control. He witnessed firsthand how firms rushed to deploy services and infrastructure without adequately preparing for disruptive events. Too often, the focus was solely on expansion, building systems that prioritized speed and operational efficiency within the confines of a single building, neglecting to consider what would happen if that singular building were to vanish. The somber lessons of 9/11 nudged companies to reevaluate their operational priorities. The reality was stark. Without resilient systems spread across multiple locations, they would face insurmountable challenges if disaster struck. The vulnerabilities that had been ignored suddenly loomed large. For many organizations, the sequence of events initiated a frantic scramble to secure physical assets and instructions for response scenarios. A wave of regulations would soon cascade through the fabric of the financial industry, forcing companies to confront their previous blind spots. However, the lessons learned from 9/11 did not permeate as deeply as one might expect. Fast forward to 2020, when the world was rocked again, this time by the COVID-19 pandemic. Jacques observed a parallel narrative unfolding. While there was a semblance of preparedness in terms of disaster recovery plans due to the lingering memory of 9/11, few organizations had truly comprehended the implications of operating in a world besieged by a pandemic. The abrupt transition to remote work highlighted the limitations of existing models and the vulnerabilities of workplaces unprepared for the sweeping changes that would soon ripple across every industry. As teams scattered to work from home, many companies realized the extent to which they were unprepared. Suddenly, virtual meetings replaced in-person gatherings, and all the carefully crafted systems for in-office efficiency began to crumble under the pressure of global disruption. Jacques sensed an uncomfortable truth rising to the surface. While companies had superficially invested in resilience, they had ultimately retained a false sense of security about their preparedness. In the midst of this upheaval, Jacques recounted stories from colleagues who worked in various financial sectors, all grappling with the harsh realities of the pandemic. One particular colleague, Emily, led a compliance team that quickly shifted to remote work. Empowered by a stable technological framework and a well-documented process, she did her best to maintain normalcy. But the abruptness of the situation revealed cracks in the organization's operational resilience. In her attempt to sustain compliance measures, the challenges of managing oversight of remote work began to display the inequities in training and support that had long been ignored. As Emily endeavored to cobble together data from countless spreadsheets, and to ensure that the critical metrics remained on track, she was inundated by frustrations of slow response times and misplaced documents from colleagues unfamiliar with the new workflows. Jacques empathized with Emily's predicament, recognizing that the very systems meant to sustain the company had become liabilities. The rush to implement quick solutions without procedural integrity dropped the notion of business continuity into a haze of confusion amplified by the pandemic. Jacques' thoughts turned critical as he considered the larger organizational behavior at play. Senior management, ensnared by the comfortable narratives they spun, erroneously believed that their prior experiences with 9/11 had adequately prepared them for any possible calamity. Their complacency, a false assurance of stability derived from having weathered a storm, was no match for the unseen risk brought forth by a global pandemic. The seismic shift in working conditions exposed vulnerabilities and systemic flaws that would ultimately prove disastrous. Why do we remain so blinded by our past experiences? Jacques often mused in meetings with fellow Club Genius members. When will we realize that resilience is not merely about weathering a storm, but anticipating the tempests on the horizon? As they shared anecdotes from their varying workplaces, Jacques and his peers began to map a new vision, a vision that emphasized the importance of holistic resilience strategies. They envisioned comprehensive frameworks for assessing risk, helping organizations to anticipate disruptions rather than merely react to them. This meant integrating resilience considerations into every layer of the organization, from leadership paradigms to employee training practices. Together, they strategized how to forge a mindset of adaptability, where individuals would feel empowered to identify risks and propose innovative solutions. Woven through their discussions was the theme of storytelling. the significance of sharing past experiences as a catalyst for change. Jacques recalled an enlightening conversation with a senior leader at a neighboring financial institution. During a charity event, this leader had recounted how the aftermath of 9/11 propelled his organization into an era of strategic thinking around risk management. But as the years passed, complacency had crept back in, breeding a false sense of security that dulled their vigilance. The narratives we construct often obscure the reality of our circumstances, Jacques reflected, but only by challenging ourselves to examine uncomfortable truths can we make meaningful strides forward. It became abundantly clear that organizations had an opportunity to cultivate resilience, not only through technological investments, but also through a cultural shift that propelled accountability, engagement, and proactive problem-solving. The lessons from both 9/11 and the pandemic could drive organizations toward a renaissance in risk management and recovery. In fact, with genuine commitment, Jacques had faith that both failed past experiences could lay the groundwork for a more robust future. The narrative, through a false sense of security, outlines the volatility inherent in organizational resilience within the corporate realm. The divergence from complacency and inadequate planning is paramount, as the world has repeatedly demonstrated that unexpected disruptions can arise any time. By fostering a culture of awareness, adaptability, and innovation, Jacques and his colleagues in the Club Genius strove to reshape their organization's approaches to risk management. Ultimately, it served as a clarion call for leaders to break free from the shackles of false security, empowering them to cultivate an environment of sustainable resilience that thrives amid the unpredictable tides of change. Working in a vacuum. During Jacques' later career endeavors, he found himself entrenched in the complexities of a large global bank. This was many years after the financial crisis had pushed numerous institutions to the brink of economic ruin. As the dust settled from that tumultuous period, the banking landscape was forever altered, now laden with a barrage of new regulatory demands. Amidst this backdrop, the particular institution where Jacques worked was cited by regulators for possessing a weak global operational risk framework. To illustrate the gravity of the situation, one might imagine owning and operating a towering 70-floor building housing 10,000 employees. Now, picture a neglectful owner who hires two different management companies, one diligent and compliant with building standards, while the other operates with little regard for safety protocols. This latter company fails to maintain the elevators properly, leading to instances where the elevators break down with people trapped inside, creating a precarious risk to life. This simple parable serves as a perfect analogy for a bank lacking consistent global standards. Just as the faulty elevator management can put lives at risk, so too can a fragmented risk approach endanger an institution's financial health and reputation. In an attempt to address the numerous regulatory requests for rapid improvement of the global operational risk framework, a team within the Corporate Operational Risk Office devised a plan to re-engineer existing processes. The goal was to create a more globally consistent approach to risk management. In this initiative, many commitments were made at numerous levels across the organization to demonstrate swift compliance with the regulators' requirements. One specific mandate was the necessity to establish a comprehensive overview of risks and controls across business units and the underlying horizontal operational services within the bank, such as payment operations, marketing, legal, and finance. Jacques had observed a troubling trend in the previous framework. Businesses often outsourced their risks to these operational areas, trusting them to manage their processes and controls on behalf of the revenue-generating units. However, from his experience, Jacques knew this approach was flawed and a recipe for disaster. Businesses and revenue centers must own their risks directly. Outsourcing them to cost centers breeds a dangerous disconnect. Managers in those cost centers may lack an intimate understanding of the specific business processes, leading to mismanagement of risks that could spiral out of control. One day, Jacques received a call from a peer at work, Valdemar Sinopoulos, who was a slightly older, old-school New York City banking personality. Valdemar's tone was serious. "Hey, Jacques, I needed to call you about this. It appears that our deadline for updating risks to reflect a clean system of record data for our very high residual risks isn't going to happen. Now, Jacques knew all too well the implications of a faltering risk update, especially concerning residual risk ratings, which are evaluated periodically by risk owners to depict the current state of risk when control deficiencies are identified. To clarify, inherent risks have specific levels based on their business-critical nature. For instance, a risk related to payment processing may be classified as inherently very high due to the potential damage, both financial and reputational, if that risk were to materialize. Residual risk is the risk level assigned by management after they have implemented controls to mitigate the inherent risk to acceptable levels for the business, a designation commonly referred to as within risk appetite. When management executes their role effectively, they can implement controls that result in low or medium residual risk ratings. However, the moment those controls fail or become ineffective, it's critical for the residual risk rating to be revised immediately, reflecting the heightening danger. Jacques understood that effective risk management requires constant vigilance, requiring leaders to remain engaged and responsive to changing conditions. Jacques had learned the standard industry terminology and processes regarding risk ratings as part of his foundational training in operational risk frameworks. It became apparent that all risks needed to be tracked in a formal risk ledger system, serving as the institution's system of record. In this case of concern, inconsistencies indicated that the data owners for the risk ledger were either failing to update records in a timely manner, or, more disturbingly, recognizing a significant flaw in the business control process that remained unaddressed. Concern began to gnaw at Jacques. He understood this was one of those messy problems, an issue that would take considerable time and effort to investigate and solve. Frustratingly, this dilemma fell upon him right as he was gearing up for a long-anticipated family vacation to Spain, the first trip he had planned in years. Jacques had meticulously prepared for months to explore the rich history, impressive architecture, and fabulous food that awaited him in a country bursting with culture. His thoughts became clouded with fantasies of quiet afternoons during siesta time, where he could listen to the hum of katydids in harmony as the golden sun began to set over cities steeped in 1,000 years of history. Unfortunately, this problem threatened to derail his plans and return him to the grind of corporate turmoil that had come to define much of his life. As with many last-minute issues thrown in Jacques' direction, this one was rooted in the same underlying problem: ignorance perpetuated by management by spreadsheet. The more he analyzed the situation, the clearer it became how poorly communication flowed within the organization. People were isolated, working in vacuums, failing to see the bigger picture of collaboration or the collective responsibility that could alleviate risks. It was evident to Jacques that these siloed operations hampered effective risk management. He considered a recent meeting where he had attempted to rally a group of managers to discuss the significance of risk monitoring. Instead of the expected enthusiasm, he was met with disengagement. "Why should we focus on compliance when we're generating revenue this quarter?" one manager had quipped, signaling a troubling mindset that prioritized short-term gains over sustainable practices. Such attitudes underscored the dangerous disconnect that had taken root within the organization. Jacques was reminded of a past experience during a compliance audit where a major issue had been overlooked due to poor communication between departments. That incident, the fallout of which had consequences echoed in legal charges and reputational damage, was a haunting reminder of what could happen if warnings went unheeded. It made him acutely aware of the importance of knocking down the walls that separated departments to foster a culture of open dialogue and shared ownership of risks. To confront the realities of the situation, Jacques put his thoughts together. "We need a transformative approach, one that reframes how we manage risks from the ground up," he thought. If leaders continued to treat risk assessment as a mere checkbox on their administrative to-do lists, they would be doomed to repeat failures of the past. He also realized that the approach taken by senior management would have to shift as well. They needed to actively engage with their teams and encourage transparent communication, openly discussing risks and their implications, rather than relegating these conversations to formal meetings where they might get lost. Jacques envisioned creating informal cross-departmental workshops where experiences and insights could mingle and blend. "We can create an environment where everyone feels responsible for the overall success of the institution," he thought. invigorated by the idea. With renewed determination, Jacques began to draft proposals for the leadership team, suggesting more dedicated workshops that would serve as open forums for discussing risk management techniques and sharing experiences. Across departments, he shared his vision with Club Genius members, scene after scene unfolding from the dim reality of siloed approaches into a vibrant one of unified collaboration. The collective effort to bridge operational gaps began to resonate. Over time, Jacques noticed attitudes starting to shift. More colleagues eagerly participated in risk discussions, recognizing that their contributions mattered. The narrative was changing from a bleak tale of poor communication and ignorance to one where awareness, learning, and responsibility flourished. As Jacques prepared for his vacation, he reflected upon the progress made, feeling a sense of fulfillment wash over him. He'd learned to embrace the challenges that had come his way, transforming frustrations into opportunities. His vision for a cohesive risk strategy began to take shape, and the groundwork laid in his absence positioned the organization for success in navigating future uncertainties. This section outlines the significant challenges posed by a culture that fosters isolation and compartmentalization in risk management. Jacques San Dimas recognized the risks of working in a vacuum and the importance of bridging operational divides. With a collaborative spirit and a renewed focus on shared responsibility, he rallied his colleagues at Club Genius to advocate for transformative change that promoted resilience across the organization. Ultimately, this sentiment served as a clarion call for leaders to evoke a sense of shared accountability, fostering a culture that not only anticipates risks, but thrives on the pursuit of collective excellence. Management by PowerPoint. In Jacques San Dimas' world of corporate finance and operational risk management, the battle against outdated practices was a recurring theme. It was in the thick of these discussions one afternoon when he glanced around the boardroom table, observing the rows of glassy eyes fixed on the projection screen as another dull PowerPoint presentation flickered to life. Each slide revealed yet another collection of data points, painstakingly curated into colorful graphs, bullet points, and flowcharts, only to be greeted with a collective yawn from his fellow executives. A thought nagged at Jacques. Why are we still shackled to this antiquated method of communication? Over the years, Jacques had grown increasingly frustrated with the ways in which his organization, and many others, relied on PowerPoint as the primary means of communication. Regarded as the de facto standard for presentations across corporate America, PowerPoint had become a crutch, stifling genuine dialogue and inhibiting more dynamic means of information sharing. In too many instances, it became a tool for obfuscation rather than clarity, leaders manipulating the data to craft narratives that masked underlying issues. "We're living in a world of real-time data access," exclaims Jacques one day at the Club Genius meeting, his voice rising with passion. "Yet here we are, painstakingly preparing presentations with stale data, creating the illusion that everything is sailing smoothly. It's ridiculous." His colleague, Emily, a compliance officer who had seen the effects of this firsthand, nodded in agreement. "I can't tell you how many times I've had to compile reports that don't tell the whole story," she said, exasperated. Leaders get these glossy presentations filled with charts and graphs, and they walk away believing everything is just fine. Meanwhile, we're drowning in problems lying beneath the surface. Jacques leaned forward. "It doesn't have to be this way. We have technologies like Tableau or Power BI that can deliver live dashboards with true data at our fingertips. Why aren't we utilizing them? Why do we continue to pay people to manually collect data, stuck in the grind of spreadsheets when we could have self-service information available at a moment's notice?" He was referring to the statistics around the use of PowerPoint in corporate settings. Public data shows that nearly 30 million presentations are created using PowerPoint daily. Despite the vehicle being nearly ubiquitous, research indicated that the effectiveness of PowerPoint and similar tools has been declining. Numerous studies highlight that between PowerPoint presentations and traditional methods of communication, there is little evidence supporting that slideshows significantly enhance knowledge retention among audiences. As such, Jacques found it increasingly difficult to reconcile his vision for a tech-forward approach with the insistence from leadership to cling to PowerPoint. Jacques could still vividly remember his early days as a Unix administrator, the thrill of automating processes and improving efficiency through technology. When I first started using data visualization tools like Tableau, I was enamored. The ability to interact with information dynamically and see it reflected in real time was revolutionary. Why can't we bring that same energy into our decision-making processes now? He exclaimed, fire in his eyes as he gathered. We need to break free from the shackles of management by spreadsheet and embrace a paradigm shift. Valdemar Sinopoulos, sitting at the corner of the table, leaned back with a skeptical grin. You know, Jacques, he chuckled, for someone who works so hard to promote technology, you sure have a naive view of how organizations work. Changing the mindset at the top takes time. The great PowerPoint tradition has been passed down for decades. It's comfort food for decision-makers. They're used to it. Jacques couldn't help but feel the frustration boiling just beneath the surface. Maybe it's time we move on from comfortable to competent, Valdemar. Our organizations are living in the past. The world has changed. There are new standards of communication that promote transparency and provide real insights. Why are we letting our leaders rely on outdated practices that paint over our problems? In that moment, Jacques understood that the challenge wasn't merely about adopting new tools, it was about transforming an entire culture. He imagined a future where senior executives could access live dashboards showing a single source of truth. Data that accurately reflected their organization's health without the need for human intermediaries who unintentionally introduced bias into the narrative. The notion of having executives equipped with the ability to make informed decisions on the fly, supported by real-time data, would unleash unparalleled agility within the organization. Picture this, he continued, his enthusiasm contagious. What if, instead of spending days crafting a PowerPoint deck for a quarterly review, we allowed our leaders to explore data interactively? A dashboard where they could slice and dice key performance indicators, risk metrics, and operational stats. They could genuinely ask questions and receive answers in real time based on live data. It would revolutionize their decision-making. As the conversation evolved, Jacques sought to equip Club Genius with a vision of leadership empowered by technology. He recalled how successful companies had already made the leap toward this new methodology. Organizations that had successfully implemented data visualization tools experienced productivity hacks and improved employee engagement because everyone felt they had access to reliable information, data that had always been previously out of reach. Let me tell you about a friend of mine who works at a tech startup, Jacques shared. When they transitioned to Power BI, there was an initial learning curve, but soon the whole team was communicating through live dashboards rather than endless reports. They began holding data discovery sessions instead of traditional meetings. Everybody participated, accessed live insights, and discussed adjustments based on real-time figures, leading to a surge in innovative solutions. Their project outcomes improved, and they minimized delays and redundancies. Jacques could see the flicker of interest in the eyes of his companions as he painted this picture of what could be possible. That is the future of communication. We need to shift the focus away from crafting pretty presentations and toward empowering our leaders with accessible, actionable insights. The ongoing discussion prompted Jacques to take action. He prepared a proposal for a pilot program that would allow department heads to explore the feasibility of integrating Tableau and Power BI into their operational strategies. He emphasized the need for a cultural shift toward data-driven decision-making, underpinned by training that encouraged experimentation and creative thinking. With the momentum growing and support building among Club Genius members, Jacques arranged a presentation with senior leadership. He sought to create an eye-opening experience, one that highlighted the transformative benefits of leveraging modern technology while emphasizing the pitfalls of their present reliance on PowerPoint. On the day of the meeting, the conference room buzzed with energy as Jacques took the floor. With meticulous planning, he navigated his presentation through a series of engaging visuals, showcasing the limitations of traditional PowerPoint presentations alongside the interactive features of data visualization tools. Ladies and gentlemen, Jacques began, his voice steady but filled with urgency. We stand at a crossroads. We can choose to cling to outdated methods, hiding behind the comfort of PowerPoint slides, or we can embrace a data-driven culture that empowers us to meet the challenges ahead with transparency and agility. As he unveiled the contrasting dynamics of decision-making, he captured their attention with compelling statistics about organizations that had successfully adopted data visualization tools, demonstrating improvements in speed, accuracy, and employee satisfaction. The audience leaned forward as he shared anecdotes highlighting the inefficiencies within their current systems and the stories of those leveraged engaging data-driven strategies to transform their outcomes. As the presentation concluded, Jacques offered a challenge. Let us leave behind the false sense of security powered by old ways of thinking. Let us invest in the capabilities that allow our leaders to become genuinely informed. Together, we can move forward, harnessing the power of technology to illuminate our path. The room erupted into applause, and for the first time in a long while, Jacques felt a spark of hope. In the aftermath of that meeting, Jacques worked tirelessly with members of Club Genius and the IT department to develop a roadmap for integrating data platforms like Tableau and Power BI into the organizational fabric. They held workshops, trained employees, and began transitioning toward a data-centric culture. As the initiative unfolded, Jacques reflected on how far they had come. No longer confined by the limitations of PowerPoint, it was a new chapter filled with promise, empowerment through information, collaboration, and the freedom to make informed decisions. It marked a significant shift in approach, inspiring Jacques and his colleagues to persevere in their mission to foster resilience and adaptability in the face of an ever-evolving landscape. In conclusion, Jacques' journey through working in a vacuum underscores the dire consequences of relying on outdated communication practices, advocating for a transformative overhaul in how organizations approach data and decision-making, embracing modern technology, and fostering a culture of accountability and transparency has the power to revolutionize the workplace, paving the way for organizations to thrive in an unpredictable future. Part 1. Recap. People. In Part 1 of the book, titled People, we explore the intricate dynamics of interpersonal relationships within organizations, unveiling the oft-overlooked impact that human behavior has on operational efficiency and innovation. Through a blend of compelling narratives, relatable anecdotes, and the insights of key characters like Jacques San Dimas, Venkat Wasir, and members of the Club Genius team, we delve into the critical importance of communication, collaboration, and cultural understanding in shaping the success of any organization. This recap synthesizes the key themes and lessons from chapters 1 through 4, providing a comprehensive overview of the powerful role individuals play within the broader structure of business. Chapter 1. The Foundation of Relationships. Chapter 1 sets the stage for exploring the fundamental importance of interpersonal relationships in the workplace. Jacques introduces us to the essence of people-first thinking and emphasizes how strong relationships foster collaboration and drive business success. The chapter delves into the concept of people risk, illustrating how misunderstandings and miscommunication can hinder productivity and create friction among teams. Through vivid examples, Jacques illustrates that when team members feel disconnected or undervalued, it leads to a disengaged workforce and ultimately hinders organizational performance. The narrative highlights how creating a culture of open dialogue and understanding among employees can pave the way for improved collaboration. As Jacques emphasizes, people are at the heart of every operation. The chapter concludes with the imperative for organizations to prioritize building strong relationships where every individual feels empowered to contribute meaningfully. Chapter 2. Communication Gaps. In Chapter 2, we sharpen our focus on the communication gaps that often arise within organizations. Jacques and the Club Genius team discuss the fundamental disconnect between business and technology groups, shedding light on how these lapses contribute to inefficiencies and missed opportunities. The chapter unpacks the us and them mentality, examining the emotional divides that create silos. Valdemar shares his experiences observing technology staff feeling marginalized as command takers from the business side, fueling frustration and exacerbating the divide. The team recognizes the pressing necessity to bridge these gaps through thorough training, structured communication, and a commitment to understanding each other's functions. As their conversations unfold, the group begins to contemplate practical solutions, identifying the potential of shared services, collaborative workshops, and the development of a common language. Ultimately, the chapter underscores that effective communication is vital not only for operational success, but for nurturing a cohesive team that strives toward excellence. Chapter 3. The Influence of Culture. Chapter 3 delves deeper into the organizational culture that impacts relationships and communication. Jacques walks the team through the nuanced dynamics of workplace culture and how it shapes behaviors, attitudes, and teamwork. The Club Genius members recount varied experiences within their respective organizations, illuminating how cultures can encourage innovation or stifle collaboration. They explore how leadership plays a pivotal role in defining culture, establishing expectations, and fostering an environment conducive to open communication and shared problem-solving. Jacques emphasizes that for any change to take hold, there needs to be a collective commitment from all levels of the organization. He urges team members not to underestimate the importance of listening and understanding different perspectives as a means of breaking down barriers. By the chapter's conclusion, the team understands that cultivating a positive workplace culture is an ongoing journey, one that demands continuous effort, empathy, and the recognition that people are at the core of progress. Chapter 4. The Dynamics of Collaboration. The final chapter in Part 1 focuses on collaboration, illustrating that relationships are not simply about individual interactions, but rather the systems of cooperation that bind teams and departments together. Jacques emphasizes the significance of breaking down silos and fostering a culture of collaboration in achieving operational excellence. Through their conversations, members of Club Genius reflect on the concept of management by spreadsheet as a detrimental practice that stifles innovation and obscures accountability. The reliance on PowerPoint presentations further complicates matters, preventing meaningful dialogue from emerging in favor of surface-level reporting. Venkat's stories about interactions between business and technology teams emphasize the importance of redefining roles and responsibilities so that employees can work more effectively across disciplines. The significance of developing a common language emerges as a key theme, allowing teams to align their objectives and navigate complex challenges collaboratively. By the chapter's end, the team is invigorated and ready to champion a more collaborative and inclusive culture, recognizing the vital role that people play in shaping their organization's success. They emerge from Part 1 with newfound determination to lead their organization into a future defined by connection, understanding, and cooperation. Conclusion. As we conclude Part 1 titled People, the themes explored in chapters 1 through 4 crystallize around the undeniable significance of interpersonal relationships and communication in organizations. Through the character-driven narratives of Jacques, Venkat, and Christopher, readers are reminded of the vital importance of fostering a culture that emphasizes understanding, collaboration, and empowerment. Each chapter builds upon the last, presenting a comprehensive view of how the intricacies of human behavior and organizational dynamics intertwine to shape success. The underlying message resonates clearly. When organizations prioritize their people, invest in strong relationships, and develop a culture of collaboration, they set themselves up for greater resilience and innovation, a collective journey that is essential for navigating the complexities of today's business landscape. The stories, experiences, and lessons learned through Club Genius underscore the call for change that extends beyond simply adopting new technologies. Instead, they illuminate a pathway toward transforming organizational culture, where the knowledge and skills of every individual are not just recognized but celebrated. As the characters prepare to move into the next phase of their journey, they do so with a renewed sense of purpose and the understanding that people will always remain at the center of any successful organization. Part 2, Process and Systems. Chapter 5, Process. Christopher Rhodes and the rest of the Club Genius gang were firm advocates for understanding the intricate connections between tangible business products and services and the underlying technology infrastructure comprising software, networking, and storage. Yet, in their extensive careers at various organizations, they could not recall a single instance where technology support staff fully understood the business processes they were meant to support. Further compounding the issue, no business person truly grasped the complexities of the technology that underpinned their activities. It was as if these two factions lived on different continents, speaking entirely different languages, only bridging the chasm of communication when absolutely necessary, often through convoluted channels and metaphorical translators. In both large institutions and even smaller organizations, processes were essential, yet it was exceedingly rare to find an organization ready to leverage technology to automate user experiences in a meaningful, streamlined manner. Instead, team members faced the maddening task of entering the same information multiple times across disparate systems, a process riddled with inefficiencies and rife with opportunities for error. Jacques, acutely aware of the inefficiencies of this operational framework, felt it was time for change. He recalled fondly the early 2000s through 2015, a time when few platforms existed to centralize processes and activities shared by hundreds of staff members. Technology had barely begun its transformation of workplaces. Yet, as he surveyed the landscape in 2024, Jacques found himself wrestling with frustration once again. There was a persistent lack of appetite among leadership to adopt platforms that could automate complex business processes, ultimately perpetuating the manual data collection tasks that led to human error and inconsistencies. "I can't fathom it," Jacques sighed one afternoon, pacing in his office, channeling his restlessness as he circled the sprawling desk, cluttered with reports and spreadsheets. "We have the tools and the technology, yet we still insist on clinging to these outdated methods." The thematic strains of his passion were palpable. "In the end, this is about data governance and management," Christopher contributed, leaning back in his chair with a brooding expression. "Processes and the decisions made from the data are only as effective as the quality of that data. You know this." "Exactly," Jacques exclaimed. "That's why reliance on spreadsheets and human manipulation creates a labyrinth of inaccuracies. Our reports can paint a false picture of stability when, in reality, we're racing towards a significant risk abyss. Why can't they just see what I see?" His frustration amplified with each passing day, particularly when faced with the inertia of his organization's decision-making. It was a tiresome seesaw of ambition and apathy. "Why won't they give us the platform to automate?" he cried out, gesturing toward the ceiling as if searching for divine intervention to transform their fate. "The industry's proven solutions exist, implemented in our competing institutions." Vince, a pragmatic and seasoned voice in the club genius, leaned forward, his brow furrowing slightly. "Remember, Jacques, this is just the way it works. It's a complex ecosystem within large corporations. Building empires of staff to manage by PowerPoint and spreadsheets is the norm. It's not about efficiency, even though they preach that it is. It's about control and ego." As the conversation unfolded, Jacques understood that the challenge wasn't merely about adopting new tools. It was about transforming an entire culture. He imagined a future where senior executives could access live dashboards showing a single source of truth, data that accurately reflected their organization's health without the need for human intermediaries who unintentionally introduced bias into the narrative. "Picture this," he continued, his enthusiasm contagious. "What if, instead of spending days crafting a PowerPoint deck for a quarterly review, we allowed our leaders to explore data interactively? A dashboard where they could slice and dice key performance indicators, risk metrics, and operational stats? They could genuinely ask questions and receive answers in real time based on live data. It would revolutionize their decision-making." With renewed determination, the Club Genius team dove headfirst into preparation. They split into groups, each tasked with investigating case studies from peer organizations that had transformed their operational approaches. As they pooled their knowledge, they uncovered the stories of companies that had embraced automation to streamline data collection, freeing up employees to focus on strategic thinking instead of repetitive data entry. One specific story stood out to Jacques, a medium-sized financial firm that had implemented a comprehensive data dashboard across its departments, integrating analytics from their marketing, sales, operations, and compliance teams. After the implementation, decision-making became a collaborative endeavor, no longer constrained by departmental silos. Emily's research revealed that the firm saw a drastic decrease in operational errors within the first 6 months, all while enhancing its overall productivity. "Look," exclaimed Emily, beaming with excitement. "They were able to cut down on processing times from weeks to mere hours. This is the kind of evidence we need." Armed with their real-world examples and salient metrics, Jacques and his team put together an impactful presentation for senior management. They demonstrated how a data-driven culture could lead to streamlined processes, reduce risks, and improve resource utilization. They emphasized how adopting tools like Tableau or Power BI would empower leaders at all levels to make informed decisions based on factual data, not merely the persuasive prose of PowerPoint presentations. As the day approached for the scheduled meeting with management, Jacques couldn't shake his anticipation. He envisioned their excitement, pitching transformative ideas that could reshape communication and efficiency within the organization felt monumental. He took a moment to reflect on the vivid stories his colleagues had shared. It was a testament that change was indeed possible. On the day of the meeting, the room was filled with a sense of purpose. Executives and department heads assembled, eager to discuss the future. Jacques stood at the front, armed with his materials and a passion for change. "Today, I want to talk about creating a more resilient organization, one that transforms how we communicate," he began, gravitating toward the main presentation screen. "We face a unique opportunity to modernize our operations and empower our teams by leveraging data visualization tools that offer clarity, accuracy, and strategic insight." As he swept through the highlights, emphasizing the stories of success and the undeniable impact of these tools, he could sense a shift, a growing curiosity among attendees. Colleagues who once wore skeptical expressions began to lean forward, nodding in agreement as Jacques highlighted how adopting these insights would enhance every aspect of their organization's operational ecosystem. By breaking down the walls of siloed data and adopting real-time dashboards, Jacques concluded passionately, we remove the constraints of stepping into a meeting without having the answers. We empower teams with complete visibility into performance metrics, allowing for swift, informed decisions that drive collaboration. The room erupted into applause, and for the first time in a long while, Jacques felt a spark of hope. In the aftermath of that meeting, Jacques worked tirelessly with members of Club Genius and the IT department to develop a roadmap for integrating data platforms like Tableau and Power BI into the organizational fabric. They held workshops, trained employees, and began transitioning toward a data-centric culture. As the initiative unfolded, Jacques reflected on how far they had come. No longer confined by the limitations of PowerPoint, it was a new chapter filled with promise, empowerment through information, collaboration, and the freedom to make informed decisions. It marked a significant shift in approach, inspiring Jacques and his colleagues to persevere in their mission to foster resilience and adaptability in the face of an ever-evolving landscape. In summary, the conversations and actions taken by Jacques and the Club Genius team reflect a critical need for organizations to evolve from outdated communication methods. By embracing data-driven decision-making and modern technologies, they can dismantle silos, foster transparency, and empower every employee to contribute meaningfully to operational resilience. Adopting a culture centered around data visualization, clarity, and accessibility will undoubtedly pave the way for improved efficiency, enhanced collaboration, and informed strategic choices amid the complexities of today's corporate world. This journey toward transformation serves as a beacon of hope for organizations aiming to achieve sustainable success in an unpredictable future. Us and them. People risk often lies at the root of most organizational problems. A notable barrier to effective collaboration is the reluctance of individuals to communicate, particularly when they belong to different areas of expertise or organizational functions. This disconnect becomes especially evident when comparing the characters of those who work in business to those in technology. This phenomenon is not a recent development. Rather, it has matured into a systemic issue for most organizations in the early 21st century. Each side ends up taking entrenched positions, defending their turf rather than working towards common goals. The once harmonious alliance between business needs and technological capabilities fractures, leading to frustration and inefficiency. As illustrated in discussions about management by spreadsheet, these undesirable behaviors often stem from the broader constructs of revenue centers versus cost centers. Revenue centers, the departments that directly generate income for the institution, carry prestige within organizations, while cost centers, encompassing support functions, struggle to justify their existence. Generally deemed as expenses to the business, these areas are often overlooked, primarily because business users either do not understand them or fail to recognize their inherent value. Venkat Wasir, a technology contractor and development manager for several prestigious investment banks, saw the us and them mentality play out time and again. During meetings, he would often hear statements from his team like, "Venkat, we can't do that because the business won't be interested in spending an additional $10,000 to code more controls that make their service reliable. The business only wants functionality for what they asked for and it to be implemented quickly." The term business had become an emotional dividing line in discussions held during working meetings at large financial institutions. Venkat understood the basic premise that technology was there to partner with and serve business needs, but he couldn't ignore the tone in his team's voices and their body language, which spoke of fear and resignation. There was rarely a challenge. Collaboration felt like a distant memory. Commands to execute from the business department echoed through the air, while the technology team obediently followed orders without question. As years passed, Venkat observed this us and them mentality deteriorating into a much larger, uglier problem. Poor communication between technology and business essentially meant that both groups began employing translators, professionals tasked with bridging the communication gap to tackle simple tasks. These translators were granted grand titles like technology relationship managers or business development liaisons, further complicating matters. Venkat was astonished at the emergence of new departments within these massive corporations, sprouting like wildfire, all created out of an apparent laziness on the part of the stakeholders. The leaders seemed unwilling to invest time in learning about each other's roles, and instead developed layers upon layers of bureaucracy that stifled productivity. It drove him insane. "Dude, this is so stupid," he confided in Jacques one evening. "I can't believe they're hiring yet another set of unqualified middle managers to just get in the way of the real work that needs to get done." Jacques chuckled, recalling the age-old adage, "Stupid is as stupid does," and he found it amusing amidst the frustration. This widespread us and them mentality had snowballed into a major epidemic within organizations. New industries began to emerge focused on providing costly certifications in project management, business continuity, and audits, designed to make individuals feel superior or more knowledgeable, and many were willing to pay for this privilege, believing it would set them apart and give them an edge. Such behaviors only served to further feed the beast of division and misunderstanding between business and technology. Individuals started creating barriers and casting boundaries, outlining bureaucratic hoops that others had to jump through to perform even straightforward tasks. When coupled with ever-increasing regulatory demands and audit findings, the situation became untenable. The intricate web of interdependencies that technology had spun created a scenario where both the operational processes and technologies within the organization became too complex to manage effectively. Venkat felt defeated. All his training and logic began to crumble under the weight of organizational absurdities. The effort to rationalize the convoluted landscape of corporate communication and structure often left him feeling powerless. No longer did he feel like a problem solver. Instead, he found himself adapting to a culture defined by illogical behaviors and convoluted protocols. He would often ponder, will it ever become simplified again? In the weeks that followed, as he navigated the daily grind, Venkat became increasingly introspective. He wondered why this deep divide existed and why those who should be aligned so easily fell into adversarial roles. Training, education, and familiarity had taken a backseat to ego and control, and he reached a conclusion. Until both sides could recognize the value the other brought to the table, and until they were willing to come together to cultivate mutual understanding, the cycle of miscommunication and inefficiency would persist. Determined to bridge the gap, Venkat began organizing informal meetups between business and technology teams. He envisioned open forums for discussion where individuals from both sides could share experiences, challenges, and successes. Slowly but surely, the barriers began to dissolve. As the exchanges unfolded, they discovered common ground, realizing that collaborative efforts could lead to powerful results. The first few meetings were cautious and filled with trepidation, however. As participants began voicing concerns and ideas freely, a sense of camaraderie blossomed. With each session, Venkat observed a gradual shift in attitudes and mindsets. People began to understand that they were not adversaries but collaborators working toward a shared mission. These grassroots efforts were not without hurdles, but the collective determination to reshape the dialogue allowed for a slow but steady evolution. Venkat's hope reignited as he watched teams unite to address complex challenges, breaking down silos and fostering authentic partnerships. The narrative shifted from one of blame to one of collaboration, and every small success built upon the last, driving them toward a more cohesive working environment. Ultimately, this evolution may not have eradicated the us and them mentality entirely, but it set the stage for greater progress. Venkat knew that true change would require continued dialogue, shared experiences, and collective ownership. So, as he prepared for the next meeting, he held on to the belief that cultures could shift, that even the most entrenched divisions could give way to collaboration when individuals committed to understanding and valuing one another's roles. Through dialogue, patience, and shared dedication, the journey toward overcoming division was just beginning. Business process management, as the Club Genius team sat around their usual gathering spot in the office, an informal meeting room adorned with whiteboards and sticky notes, the air buzzed with excitement and anticipation. Christopher Rhodes initiated the meeting, ready to dive into the complex world of business process management notation, BPMN. Today, we're going to tackle how BPMN can transform our understanding of end-to-end business processes across individuals, systems, departments, and regions, he announced, scanning the faces of his colleagues. Venkat Wasir chuckled as he adjusted his glasses. Great, it sounds technical, he said with a playful roll of his eyes. But I'm sure we're about to unveil the mysteries behind flowcharts and swim lanes. Jacques San Dimas grinned, knowing they would soon embark on a journey to enlighten themselves about BPMN and the interconnectedness of its foundational elements, BPMN itself, ontology and decision models. Let's think of BPMN as the grammar of our business language, he stated, taking the lead. It allows us to visually represent processes in a way everyone can understand. Just as we need proper grammar to communicate effectively, we need BPMN to map out our workflows clearly. Christopher continued, the importance of having clear process definitions can't be overstated. BPMN uses a standardized set of symbols to articulate complex processes, bridging gaps between different stakeholders, whether they're in business or technology. On the whiteboard, he began sketching small circles, diamonds, and rectangles, explaining their meanings. Here, we have start events, end events, tasks, gateways, and flows. Each plays a critical role in outlining an effective process, he articulated. But first, let's talk about ontology. Ontology, as it relates to BPM, refers to the structured framework we use for categorizing and defining business concepts, Venkat interjected. It's about ensuring that everyone uses the same terminology and understands the relationships between different entities. If we're going to create a universal language for our processes, we need it. Emily, who had been listening intently, added, and then we have decision models, which determine how decisions are made and what criteria are used in those decisions. When we combine all three elements, we create a robust framework for business process management. Jacques leaned back, feeling their synergy grow. Exactly, but here's where it gets tricky, he cautioned. Implementing BPMN effectively requires not just understanding, but also the willingness to change behaviors and practices within our organization. The discussion naturally turned to automation platforms, which Jacques believed played a crucial role in maintaining the BPM triad. Platforms like Appian are leading the way in workflow automation, he stated, enthusiasm rising in his voice. They facilitate the mapping and management of business processes seamlessly, delivering everything we've discussed in a real-time, interactive environment. But as the meeting progressed, it wasn't long before the conversation shifted toward challenges. It's great to have these tools at our disposal, Christopher noted thoughtfully. But how do we get our managers and executives on board? Many of them are reluctant to give up control over their teams. Vince nodded in agreement. It's a classic power struggle. Leaders often build empires within their departments, wanting to retain headcount because it feeds their bonuses. Why would they relinquish that power when they have years of leveraging it? He reflected, frustration coloring his tone. Jacques sighed, remembering stories from their past encounters with management. We've seen it time and again. When started discussions about BPM initiatives with our higher-ups at the bank, they seemed more interested in keeping things as they were. They don't want to acknowledge that we could reduce headcount and streamline processes. It threatens their domains. Each member of Club Genius came equipped with stories of encounters that illustrated the struggle to implement innovative solutions against a backdrop of rigid corporate resistance. In one instance, Jacques recalled an engagement he had with a senior manager who fiercely opposed adopting automation. I presented a compelling case highlighting how streamlining processes could generate savings and improve accuracy, Jacques recounted. In response, he simply countered that it would jeopardize his team's security. Why change what's already working, he said, oblivious to the underlying inefficiencies. As they exchanged stories of disillusionment, the frustration palpable in the room, Venkat eventually posed a question that hung in the air like a cloud. How do we leverage BPMN, ontology, and decision models effectively when we have leadership more focused on preserving their status quo than fostering innovation? The group fell silent, each person contemplating the daunting barrier presented by entrenched mindsets. Then Christopher, in a moment of inspiration, proposed, perhaps we need to develop a granular strategy for onboarding executives to this concept. Rather than presenting BPM objectives in lofty corporate jargon, let's distill the benefits into tangible impacts, show them how BPM can enhance their own success and help them stand out in the eyes of their bosses. Jacques liked the approach. It's about shifting the narrative from fear to empowerment. We need to promote BPMN as a tool for leaders, illustrating how they not only retain their relevance, but enhance collaboration and drive performance across the entire organization. When they see the potential to not only make their tasks more efficient, but also showcase how they add value to their departments using real-time data, they may be less resistant. Exactly, Emily exclaimed as she scribbled ideas down on a notepad. And we shouldn't just stop there. We can create real case studies, proactively demonstrating the measurable benefits of process automation. This will back up our claims with evidence, making it harder for management to dismiss. Motivated by the discussions and fired up to face the challenges ahead, the members of Club Genius began sketching a plan of action. They envisioned workshops that could familiarize executives with BPM concepts, utilizing clear illustrations of the benefits spanning their entire organization, linked back to specific metrics tied to their individual performance goals. As the meeting wrapped up, Jacques felt compelled to reflect on their shared commitment to push through the barriers ahead. They understood that while the road to transformation would be riddled with challenges, their persistence and shared vision would allow them to advocate for BPMN and its guiding tenets of ontology and decision models as essential components of operational resilience. Eventually, as they prepared to leave, Jacques knew they had taken significant steps forward, united in their determination to bridge the gap between departments, break free from the us and them mentality, and reshape the future of their organization. Through the narrative forged in collaboration, they would illuminate how BPM and its powerful frameworks could guide their path, revolutionizing processes and transforming how they operate as a cohesive unit. Services, products, functions, processes, and risks in the bustling, innovation-driven corporate landscape. Jacques San Dimas found himself embarking on a new chapter in his career as an IT auditor and operational risk manager. This role provided him with a unique vantage point from which to analyze and dissect the intricacies of organizational operations. As he navigated his responsibilities, Jacques recognized the urgent need to clarify the distinctions between services, products, functions, and processes, as well as the inherent risks associated with each. On a particularly vibrant Thursday morning, Jacques gathered the Club Genius team in the sleek, glass-encased conference room that overlooked the city. The sun cast rays of light through the windows, illuminating the faces of his colleagues, each earnestly eager to tackle the subject at hand. Today, I want to talk about how we can simplify our understanding of services, products, functions, and processes, Jacques began, leaning forward, his fingers interwoven. Moreover, we'll explore how understanding these concepts is crucial for effective risk management in our industry. Christopher Rhodes, ever the inquisitive mind, narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you suggesting we create a systematic framework, one that connects these concepts in a way everyone on the team can grasp? Exactly. Let's break it down, Jacques replied, invigorated by Christopher's enthusiasm. At the essence, a service is what we provide to customers, what they experience on a daily basis. For instance, think of online banking services provided by our financial institution. Valdemar Sanopoulos, who had been nodding along, chimed in, and the products support those services, right? Like the loan products or investment accounts we offer. Jacques smiled, pleased with the engagement. Yes, the products are the tangible offerings that fulfill the needs of our services. But here's where it gets more intricate. Each service is supported by various functions, that is, specific activities carried out by individual departments or teams. To illustrate, Jacques pulled up a visual representation on the screen behind him. Imagine a flowchart for our online banking service. It includes functions like customer support, IT support for the software, security checks, and compliance reviews, all working in concert to deliver that seamless experience to the user. Emily, eager to connect the dots further, raised her hand. So, the processes are the interconnected activities that span across these various functions. They're the ways in which we coordinate activities. For example, how customer complaints are processed from when a user first reports an issue through resolution. Spot on, Emily, Jacques affirmed, feeling the camaraderie of the team flourish. Those processes serve as the backbone that ties together the services and functions. Every time a user interacts with our services, several interconnected processes come into play to ensure satisfaction and efficiency. As Jacques continued, he handed out a simplified glossary featuring the key terms, as well as definitions and examples that correlating to their day-to-day responsibilities. They often laughed, recognizing the importance of applying these concepts to real situations. But, Jacques said, his tone shifting slightly, with all these interconnected functions and processes, we must also consider the inherent risks involved. The room quieted as he introduced the idea of RCSA, Risk Control Self-Assessment. In order to manage operational risks effectively, we need to assess the risks connected to each of these services and functions systematically. He explained, RCSA offers us a structured methodology to identify, evaluate, and mitigate these risks so we can operate effectively without jeopardizing customer confidence. As he spoke, Jacques could see the gears turning in the minds of his colleagues. Interactions flowed easily as they began to brainstorm ways to apply these concepts and integrate them into their daily work. Later in the day, during a collaborative session with the Club Genius team, Valdemar suggested, what if we developed a case study for each service segment? It could clarify how these various measurements and activities take place in a real scenario. Excited by this idea, Jacques agreed, and they ventured into the end-to-end operations of a fictitious banking platform dubbed Coinect, which mirrored their institution's myriad services. They mapped out the services offered, savings accounts, loan applications, investment options, all while depicting the interconnected processes and functions needed to deliver seamless customer experiences. We can visualize how users navigate our services through a simple flowchart, Jacques remarked, and we can highlight points where risks may surface. For example, if we visualize the loan approval process and discover bottlenecks or failures in communication between departments, we'll be able to flag those areas for improvement. As they worked through the case study, Emily effortlessly detailed the customer service function for Coinect. From my previous experience, I can tell you that common issues arise from unclear guidelines when it comes to managing customer inquiries. By quantifying potential risks in that service offering, we can develop robust control measures with clear definitions and actions attached. The collaborative energy in the room was palpable as they dove deeper into discussing risks associated with regulatory compliance, data security, and customer satisfaction. Venkat scratched out a series of points on the whiteboard. If we understand the risk landscape accurately, we can start designing more proactive strategies around training for our employees, ensuring they are aware of their role within these interconnected processes. Jacques nodded vigorously, fueled by the team's progress. We're not just making noise, we're making connections, he said passionately. Incorporating BPMN diagrams into our workflow will enable us to visualize and manage processes. Each decision we make can be traced back through that mapping, allowing us to proactively identify where controls and assessments should be implemented. After several meetings, they had successfully crafted an extensive BPMN diagram, outlining the Koinek banking services and their respective functions, processes, and potential operational risks. They paired the diagrams with a comprehensive RCSA document that would serve as a living resource, frequently updated as processes evolved over time. What began as a complex and abstract conceptualization had transformed into a tool that empowered the crew to visualize how their actions intersected. They developed an interactive workshop to present their findings to upper management, equipping their leaders with a clear understanding of service interdependencies and the necessary controls to mitigate risks. On the day of the presentation, the atmosphere in the conference room was charged with anticipation. Executive leaders, adorned in tailored suits and scrutinizing glasses, settled into their seats as Jacques, Emily, Venkat, and Christopher took the stage. In the heart of their presentation, they illustrated how the BPMN tools could be used effectively to clarify and streamline services. As they walked through their diagram, Jacques made a compelling case for adopting these methodologies and frameworks. By mapping our services and functions in this manner, we not only enhance our operational efficiency, but we also create a culture of accountability that fosters proactive risk management. The executives reacted with keen interest as the team highlighted how the interconnected nature of services could lead to greater alignment and stronger outcomes. We can minimize risks not by creating more layers or complexities, but by understanding our roles and the responsibilities tied to them. This is how we unlock our potential, Christopher urged, capturing the audience's attention. As they concluded their presentation with a robust cue and a session, it became clear that their efforts to demystify BPMN and its related components had sparked genuine interest. The executives realized that investing in understanding and integrating these frameworks could not only improve internal processes but also delight customers. Reflecting on the day's journey, Jacques felt a sense of accomplishment wash over him. What had begun as a mere discussion around fundamental business concepts had evolved into a powerful strategy for change. By embracing BPMN, ontology, and decision models, they had illuminated the path toward proactive risk management, empowering every individual to contribute to a truly resilient organization. As the meeting adjourned and members of Club Genius lingered in the conference room, buoyed by their success, they felt a renewed commitment to collaboration. What once felt like disparate departments had begun to coalesce into a unified force tackling complex problems together. In that moment, Jacques knew they had taken meaningful steps toward breaking down silos and fostering a culture that prioritized communication and interconnectedness. Their shared vision and diligence had laid the groundwork for defining a resilient future, one where every member felt equipped to contribute to their shared mission. Through their efforts, the characters of Club Genius discovered that understanding the complex web of services, products, functions, and processes not only empowered them personally, but fortified the organization as a whole. With a firm grasp on BPM and its essential components, they stood on the precipice of a new era, one of collaboration, innovation, and growth. Chapter 6: Platforms and Shared Services. Under the sleek lights of the Club Genius office, the atmosphere buzzed with a palpable energy as members prepared for a presentation that had the potential to reshape the very foundation of their organization. Jacques San Dimas stood at the center, a whiteboard filled with diagrams and charts behind him, ready to dive into the complex yet critical world of platform as a service PaaS offerings in cloud computing. Today, we're exploring how shifting to PaaS solutions offered by industry leaders like Amazon Web Services AWS, Google Cloud Platform GCP, and Microsoft Azure can radically transform our business operations. Jacques announced, enthusiasm radiating from him like electricity. We'll look at why this shift not only enhances our resiliency across devices and data centers, but is also essential for meeting the redundancy needs inherent in our processes. The members of Club Genius settled in, and Venkat Wasir leaned forward, intrigued. But Jacques, he began cautiously, for companies entrenched in legacy infrastructures, how do we help them understand the transition from traditional models to these cloud services? It's a big leap for many leaders. Jacques smiled at Venkat's insight. That's exactly what we'll tackle. We need to frame it around their need for resilience and agility while addressing their fears of transitioning to the cloud. He turned to the whiteboard, and began sketching a side-by-side comparison of legacy systems and cloud-based architectures. "So let's start with what legacy distributed hosted infrastructure looks like," he explained, using simple terms to keep everyone engaged. "Picture this. You have several on-premise data centers equipped with servers that are hardware-dependent and tethered to specific locations. These setups create silos that are challenging to manage. If one of those servers goes down due to an outage, it can take hours, sometimes days, to restore services." Christopher Rhodes, always eager to engage, interrupted. "But you can't overlook the investment they've made in these infrastructures. It's not like they can just flip a switch and change everything overnight." "Very true, Christopher," Jacques acknowledged. "However, the point is that these infrastructures were never designed with resiliency in mind. They lack the redundancy needed to meet today's demands because, historically, they were built on the assumption that everything would work perfectly." Valdemar Sinopoulos raised his hand. "So, what makes PaaS a better option for businesses seeking robustness and reliability? What are the key benefits we need to emphasize?" "Great question," Jacques replied, enthusiasm bubbling in him. PaaS offers a much more flexible approach. With PaaS, organizations tap into services that abstract the hardware layer, providing scalable resources on demand. Let's use our competitors as examples. He began listing the major PaaS offerings on the whiteboard. AWS offers Elastic Beanstalk, GCP provides App Engine, and Azure features App Service. Each enables developers to deploy applications quickly while managing scalability on the fly. Jacques continued, "Here's where it gets interesting. Cloud platforms allow companies to operate across multiple regions, which means if one data center faces an issue, say due to a natural disaster, the application can automatically failover to another region with zero or minimal downtime. This flexibility is something legacy models can't offer." As the members of Club Genius absorbed the information, a round of murmurs rippled through the room. "Let's make it relatable," Jacques suggested, pulling up an example scenario. "Imagine we are running an e-commerce business. During peak shopping seasons, our traffic spikes dramatically. Legacy infrastructure could buckle under the pressure of high demand, leading to outages and lost revenue. On the other hand, a cloud service can automatically adjust resources to meet that demand. If traffic doubles, PaaS can provision additional application instances on the fly, ensuring everything runs smoothly. This not only protects customer experience, but also enhances revenue potential without the need for upfront capital investment." Venkat leaned back, processing the implications. "I see how PaaS directly addresses resilience, but what about the risks? How do we ensure that when we implement these platforms, we don't undermine our operational security?" "An excellent point," Jacques affirmed. "With the benefits of cloud solutions come considerations for risks, especially around data security and compliance. But here's the beauty of PaaS offerings. Cloud providers invest heavily in security measures that often exceed what individual companies can afford. They provide advanced encryption, continuous monitoring, and compliance management features baked into their services. Ultimately, it's about shared responsibility. Providers manage the infrastructure security, while companies retain control over their data and access management." The dialogue continued to flow, as Jacques presented scenarios depicting vulnerabilities in legacy systems and illustrating how PaaS addressed those risks. Emily chimed in with a story of her own. "Let me share an experience from my previous role. We used a legacy system to manage our customer relationships, and one day, a significant data breach occurred due to outdated security protocols. It took weeks to mitigate the fallout, and we lost not only customer trust, but substantial business," she recalled, the memory still fresh in her mind. If we had implemented a PaaS solution with robust security measures, it could have prevented that nightmare. The built-in safeguards allow for better tracking and response capabilities. I wish I'd known about these benefits back then. Inspired by Emily's story, Jacques probed deeper, asking, "What other advantages do you think we should highlight?" Christopher thought for a moment. Cost-effectiveness is a major factor. Companies save money on IT operations, allowing them to focus budget allocations on innovation rather than maintenance. After all, with cloud services, you only pay for what you use. Exactly. Jacques exclaimed, thrilled by the insightful contributions. Plus, moving to PaaS means we're not just discussing costs and infrastructure, but also implications for agility. By adopting these services, we enable quicker time to market for new products and features. The conversation flowed seamlessly, revealing the shared commitment of Club Genius towards becoming advocates for transformation within their organization. They envisioned a well-defined strategy to approach executives, targeting key concerns and benefits while emphasizing PaaS's role in addressing contemporary challenges. As they brainstormed ideas, Jacques noted, "Transitioning to PaaS allows us to escape the historical limitations we've encountered. No longer are we bound by inflexible architectures or siloed approaches to technology. Instead, we create a unified environment where every service is agile and adaptable." With the session drawing to a close, the team solidified plans to draft their presentation for management, comprehensive and easy to digest. They would highlight the benefits of transitioning to PaaS offerings, emphasizing not just technical aspects, but the lessons learned from past challenges like the one Emily recounted. In the days that followed, Club Genius embraced newfound energy, fueled by their mission to advocate for cloud solutions throughout the organization. As they prepared their materials, they incorporated success stories for each PaaS offering, clean visuals illustrating potential impacts, and analogies designed to resonate with their audience. On the day of the presentation, confidence filled the air once more. Jacques took center stage, addressing the room filled with executives. "Today, we're not just discussing platforms or services, we're showcasing a path toward resilience and future growth. When we embrace PaaS solutions, we usher in a culture that not only facilitates agility and innovation, but enhances operational security and risk management." His words echoed through the room as he highlighted the complexities of legacy systems juxtaposed against the seamless, scalable efficiency of cloud services. The leaders nodded along, intrigued by the meticulous case studies and statistics mapping out real-world applications of PaaS within their industry. As the discussion wound to a close and the executives engaged in a lively Q&A session, it became evident that the narrative around cloud adoption and its relevance resonated. Club Genius had effectively planted the seeds for meaningful conversations that would shape their organization's future, fostering an understanding of the direct link between technology and enhanced business performance. Reflecting on the chapter, Jacques felt pride in the unity displayed by his team as they navigated the complexities of PaaS together. What began as a journey to establish clarity around services, products, functions, and risks had evolved into a collective vision for embracing the boundless potential of cloud computing. With their mission firmly established, Club Genius continued pressing forward, equipped with the knowledge that the intersection of robust platforms and shared services could redefine their organization's future. As they turned toward new challenges, they held steadfast in their belief that resilience and collaboration would ultimately pave the way to success, ensuring that their message resonated across the walls of corporate decision-making. In the end, it wasn't just about technology, it was about creating a culture of adaptability, connecting diverse minds, and boldly rewriting the narratives that had constrained innovation. With every meeting, each story shared, and every idea exchanged, Jacques and the Club Genius team solidified their roles as agents of change, armed with the tools to transform vision into reality. The future was bright, and together they would shine a light on the path ahead. Chapter 7. Availability. In this chapter, we continue our exploration of the technological framework that underscores the efficiency and reliability of systems. The Club Genius team, spearheaded by Jacques San Dimas, unpacks critical components of system availability and recovery, particularly as they relate to the System Development Lifecycle (SDLC). They aim to demystify how applications and infrastructure converge to form a resilient backbone for daily operations. Today, we're unpacking the vital elements of availability and recovery in technology, Jacques announced, gathering his team around a large conference table in their bright, modern office space. Whiteboards lined the walls, and digital screens displayed complex diagrams. Excitement buzzed in the air. Christopher Rhodes leaned forward, his bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. "That's fantastic. I've always been fascinated by how these systems work behind the scenes. It's like the engine of a car. You only notice it when something goes wrong." Jacques grinned, recognizing Christopher's analogy as a perfect entry point into the discussion. Exactly. Just like an engine, our systems are designed to withstand stress and perform reliably. We'll also touch on essential concepts like business continuity and disaster recovery. When properly implemented, these strategies address the three critical operational risk elements we previously discussed: people, process, and systems. Venkat Wasir crossed his arms, his expression contemplative. It's true that many of us take these systems for granted. We rely on them for so much in our daily lives. But what happens when they fail? Understanding technology's reliability attributes is crucial. Jacques continued with enthusiasm. Let's take a moment to appreciate the vast array of systems that manage our everyday activities. Our reliance on technology translates directly into trust. Trust in the reliability of airline systems, transportation networks, utility services, and communication infrastructures. Drawing attention to the whiteboard, he began sketching a diagram of a data center. At its core, the infrastructure comprises several components. Networks such as TCP/IP, server platforms, operating system software, middleware components, databases, application services, and user interfaces. Each operates within different locations, primarily within data centers equipped to deliver the requisite capabilities needed to support their services. The Club Genius team settled in, fully engaged. Each data center is designed according to the criticality of the services or data housed within, Jacques explained. Architecture is essential. Let's consider what constitutes reliable technology architecture. Jacques proceeded to review essential reliability methods that are embedded in today's technologies. To achieve high availability, systems incorporate dual network interfaces to eliminate single points of failure and ensure continuity of connectivity, even when parts of the network experience issues, he said. We utilize technologies like hard drive mirroring, commonly known as RAID, to protect against data loss. These drives operate independently, allowing us to maintain integrity even if one drive fails. Valdemar crossed his arms defiantly. But can organizations realistically achieve such resilience? It seems daunting. It may appear so initially, Jacques conceded, but effective disaster recovery and redundancy measures are well within reach. For instance, dual power supplies are standard in modern server configurations. If one supply fails, the other kicks in without missing a beat. This layered approach establishes resilience. Emily, excited by the possibilities, chimed in. And clustering servers helps minimize downtime. If one server in a cluster goes down, another server can take over seamlessly, ensuring continuous service. Absolutely right, Emily, Jacques affirmed. And when we dive deeper, we find innovations like virtualization, which enables us to create multiple virtual machines on a single physical host. This maximizes resource utilization and enhances our ability to safeguard against failures. Venkat's mind raced with ideas. How do data storage solutions fit into this? I've always been curious about how data replication works. Great question, Venkat, Jacques replied. Data replication is critical. We employ network-attached storage NAS and storage area network SAN strategies to manage data efficiently. SAN configurations and data replication ensure continuity across distributed environments, minimizing risk. As the discussion unfolded, stories emerged about single points of failure, the vulnerabilities that can silently jeopardize entire systems. Jacques recounted a cautionary tale from his past. In one of my previous roles, we faced a catastrophic failure due to a single point of failure in our database. A malfunctioning server brought everything down. This incident resulted in significant downtime and led to the much-needed overhaul of our architecture. It was an eye-opening experience for everyone involved. Yeah, Valdemar reflected, those stories resonate. It's incredible how often organizations overlook these foundational risks until catastrophe strikes. The team continued sharing insights, each member contributing their own experiences of failures, victories, and lessons learned. As dialogue shifted toward finding solutions, Jacques turned to the whiteboard and sketched a simple flowchart. This brings us back to governance. The System Development Lifecycle, SDLC, plays a crucial role in ensuring that reliability is integrated into our systems from the ground up. Governance involves the policies and practices that dictate system integrity throughout the life cycle, from planning and design to implementation, maintenance, and decommissioning. So you're saying that poor governance can lead to vulnerabilities? Christopher asked, furrowing his brow. Exactly, Jacques exclaimed. If we skip phases or ignore risk assessments during any stage of the SDLC, we expose ourselves to inefficiencies and systemic failures. When our development teams emphasize compliance with established standards, we substantially reduce the overall risk landscape. The room fell silent as the team absorbed the gravity of Jacques' words. They recognized that these principles were not hypothetical. Each concept was essential for building a foundation that could withstand challenges and deliver exceptional services. With newfound determination, Venkat spoke up. What if we developed an internal training program to help our colleagues grasp these concepts better? We could demystify pass offerings, disaster recovery, and risk management. Jacques' eyes lit up at the suggestion. Absolutely. We could design workshops that blend theoretical knowledge with real-world applications. We could even simulate a disaster recovery scenario to demonstrate how our systems interact. Excitement bubbled through the group as they envisioned the potential impact of these sessions. Empowering their colleagues with knowledge would not only foster a culture of collaboration, but also mitigate risks across departments and processes. And let's remember to emphasize the importance of regular testing and drills, Christopher added. Many organizations think about recovery only after a failure occurs, which is too late. We must instill an understanding that preparedness is essential. The team dedicated time to developing their training curriculum. With each meeting, Club Genius transformed from a group focused solely on innovation into a formidable coalition dedicated to operational resilience. Weeks passed, and Jacques felt invigorated by their progress. He watched as they meticulously planned workshops, created educational materials, and gathered resources to expand their internal knowledge. They began building a community within the organization, one that exchanged ideas and reinforced the interconnectedness between business continuity and operational management. The culmination of their efforts arrived on a sunny Thursday morning when they hosted their first training session. Jacques kicked off the workshop with a warm welcome, addressing participants across departments. Today we'll delve into core concepts surrounding availability, recovery, and risk management in modern technology, he announced, his tone steady and confident. As Jacques led the group through engaging discussions and hands-on exercises, it became clear they were not simply presenting material, they were igniting curiosity among their colleagues. Attendees actively participated in the discussions, sharing experiences and discovering connections between their roles and broader organizational goals. After several interactive scenarios illustrating the repercussions of unreliable systems and the effectiveness of past solutions, the atmosphere shifted from uncertainty to confidence. Employees left the workshop armed with knowledge and inspired to advocate for resilient practices within their own teams. Reflecting on the day's success, Jacques acknowledged how far they had come. What began as a discussion of availability and risk management had blossomed into a mission of empowerment, transforming foundational concepts into practical applications capable of shaping future decisions. As the team gathered for a celebratory dinner that evening, they basked in a sense of accomplishment. Stories flowed freely, laughter echoed, and a deep camaraderie formed around the shared purpose they had cultivated. "We've built something meaningful today," Venkat declared, raising a toast, to paving the way for a future in which technology is not just a tool, but a resilient partner in our operations. As glasses clinked and smiles illuminated the room, Jacques recognized their collective journey toward a brighter future. A journey driven by trust, collaboration, and an understanding of technology within the context of governance. Dual network interfaces in the early stages of his career, Jacques San Dimas began his journey as a Unix administrator in the 1990s. Supporting systems for a New England-based financial corporation on a platform called Sun Microsystems. At that time, Sun's Unix operating system, known as Sunos, later rebranded as Solaris, was a powerhouse used primarily within investment banks and financial institutions, laying the groundwork for high-performance and reliable systems. When supporting critical systems, availability at the operating system and server level is paramount. A vital component to consider is the network interface connection itself. In the early days of distributed server platforms, many machines had only a single network interface, a significant point of failure. While network card failures weren't as commonplace as hard drive failures, a malfunctioning card rendered the server incommunicable, negating all the redundant measures installed to ensure reliability. During his formative years, Jacques worked on the Sun platform, configuring an operating system package known as Sun trunking. This technology allowed for the configuration of two physical network interfaces to act redundantly, much like disk mirroring. When properly configured, one network interface operated in primary mode while the other remained on standby. If the primary interface or the network connection failed, the standby interface would take over seamlessly. This combined configuration of disk mirroring and network trunking provided robust availability for servers amidst common hardware failures. However, the greater challenge lay in achieving redundancy for the servers themselves, specifically the motherboard, CPU, and power supply. These components failed far less often, but when they did, it could significantly impact the business. This concept dovetails with what Jacques would later explore concerning server clustering. Today's network configurations are much more sophisticated. Design changes, fueled by advancements in technology, have led to built-in dual network interface capabilities with automated load balancing for performance and failover, eliminating the need for additional system software to set up redundancies. The pertinent concept to grasp here is that of a single point of failure, which we will detail further. Any combined software and hardware systems that are mission-critical should consider the necessary investments for configuring high availability. Leadership must recognize the importance of engaging the right subject matter experts, SMEs, to evaluate these designs and avoid pitfalls that may lead to single points of failure or catastrophic performance degradation. Investing $100,000 in a redundant hardware storage array system can be fruitless if both dual power supplies are plugged into the same power distribution unit. Similarly, installing dual power distribution units on the same grid can lead to significant risks that could have been avoided with proper planning and research. The key takeaway is the idea of fatal design flaws, which stems from narrow thinking by individuals who lack the necessary qualifications or succumb to the Dunning-Kruger effect. Many professionals, particularly programmers, may become solely fixated on functional requirements, neglecting non-functional necessities such as usability, performance, security, testing, scalability, and reliability. Such an oversight can result in significant costs to companies and economies due to extensive rework. The ever-quickening pace of technological advancement only exacerbates this issue. RAID, redundant array of inexpensive disks. RAID represents a configuration of hard drives characterized by redundancy and/or high performance. At its most basic, RAID 0 functions as a mirrored pair, similar to a light bulb that must always work. If a hard drive fails in a critical business setting where downtime must be minimized, relying solely on periodic backups is insufficient. RAID 0, a performance-enhancing configuration, employs striping, virtually slicing a disk into segments to write data concurrently across different areas of physical disks. This significantly boosts write performance by sharing the workload among multiple disks. Additionally, striping allows for the creation of a virtual disk, wherein adding stripes from other physical disks can grow beyond the storage capacity of a single disk. RAID 1 offers a simple mirrored pair. One disk operates in primary mode and the other in secondary mode, with data replicated synchronously between the two. This ensures data integrity by confirming that every byte sent to the secondary disk is securely written before proceeding with new data. However, synchronous replication introduces latency, additional time required for verification. In contrast, asynchronous replication sends data without verification, assuming the secondary disk will catch up, which may risk data loss, particularly in high-demand situations. RAID 0+1, a high-performing mirror, combines striping and mirroring. Although it delivers superior performance compared to RAID 1, it usually offers less overall space, since it operates as both striping and mirroring simultaneously. RAID 2, through RAID 6, permit multiple physical hard drives to account for a single logical disk device, logical unit number, or LUN. For instance, 4 1 GB hard disks configured in RAID 5 approximate a total capacity of 4 GB. During his career, Jacques struggled to grasp the concept of parity in RAID configurations. Parity ensures that data from each disk is duplicated across another disk for redundancy. This approach allows systems to maintain high read and write performance while retaining the ability to operate with reduced risk of failure, even during a hard drive malfunction. In his tenure as a Unix administrator for a large investment bank, Jacques marveled at the concept of hot swappable disks. These are cost-effective configurations housed in arrays, large groups of hard drives residing within a single chassis. In the 1990s, Clarion was a leading manufacturer of such disk arrays. Much like popular audio systems of the time, these Clarion disk arrays operated on a principle allowing users to quickly remove a faulty disk from the rack while the remaining disks remained live. This meant that a failed disk could be replaced within seconds, with the RAID configuration quickly reconstructing itself from the remaining data. When a disk fails, RAID monitoring software alerts system administrators through email. The support team can substitute the faulty disk with a spare or contact a vendor for immediate replacement. Swiftly inserting the new drive connects it to the RAID system, starting data reallocation to restore redundancy. Today, storage configurations are significantly more complex with the advent of SAN storage area network and NAS network-attached storage technologies. These advanced systems enable seamless failover and recovery without the need for a technician's intervention. Regardless of these advancements, the fundamental concepts of RAID redundancy and performance remain applicable. Server platforms and operating systems. In prior chapters, we discussed mainframe, mid-range, and distributed platforms. Mainframes and mid-range systems are typically more expensive, but boast more robust reliability features, such as redundant processors, power supplies, and internal data storage. With the advent of personal computers and the Intel processor revolution, it became commonplace to build it yourself. Many businesses, especially in fast-paced stock trading and investment banking, sought quick designs and implementations of custom software to keep pace with ever-evolving service models. In the early 1990s, Jacques observed technology teams primarily focus on functional requirements, often neglecting non-functional aspects, including high availability, reliability, risks, or controls in their design processes. During his contract roles as a Unix administrator, network administrator, and database administrator, Jacques experienced the chaotic rush of building and deploying servers in mere hours. Back then, there were no structured change control processes, and roles merged dramatically without clear separation of duties, resulting in an environment reminiscent of the Wild West. Jacques thrived in this stimulating atmosphere, relishing the immediate returns on his labor and the sheer volume of knowledge he was acquiring. He had transitioned from working with a few Unix machines in smaller companies to supporting thousands of servers and critical applications in the heart of New York's investment banking arena. As distributed platforms continued to grow more complex and interdependent, the need for high availability became paramount. Jacques understood that redundant server setups and reliable design principles were necessary to protect mission-critical services. But how do we ensure both physical servers and their operating systems operate redundantly? This question leads us to what Jacques describes as the technology triple constraint, TTC, a concept akin to project management's triple constraint of time, cost, and resources. In the realm of technology, the TTC encompasses storage data, server platforms and operating systems, hardware, and applications, software. A significant contributor to software development lifecycle risks, TTC is a tightly coupled dependency. Changing one component often necessitates alterations to the others, necessitating coordination and testing. For example, modifying a database requires input from the server and application teams to avoid jeopardizing overall service reliability. Jacques observed these pitfalls throughout his career. The introduction of separation of duties led to a troubling lack of accountability, with professionals unaware of the interconnectedness of technologies. One team member's changes could result in systemic failures if others remained uninformed. Understanding the implications of SDLC testing became essential. This process serves as critical assurance for all TTC components, ensuring that changes do not lead to failure and minimize risk. Clustered servers, achieving redundancy. Previously discussed RAID configurations facilitate redundancy within hard drives. However, clustered servers extend this concept to ensure high availability across multiple server devices. During his career, Jacques noted how clustered server pairs exemplify the principle of redundancy. In a typical clustered configuration, two identical servers, twins, if you will, are set up with shared components and additional functionality. They communicate with one another via a special network connection known as a heartbeat. Both servers share a common IP address hat, allows them to function as a single unit when connecting with other devices in the network. This DNS, domain name service alias, ensures that if one server becomes unavailable, traffic can seamlessly reroute to the secondary server. The clustering software installed on each server monitors their health and functionality. If the primary server encounters a failure, whether due to hardware malfunction or an unexpected crash, the secondary server takes over. This failover process minimizes downtime, an essential aspect for business-critical applications. Jacques recalled the initial implementation of clustered server systems during his time in tech. Back in the day, when we set up these clusters, we encountered our fair share of challenges, he shared with the Club Genius team. My first approach involved a dual server setup for our trading application. It was exhilarating to witness the seamless transition when one server would fail and the second would automatically assume the load. However, it was the learning curve around data management that proved tricky. In clustered environments, though hardware replaces itself quickly, maintaining data integrity becomes paramount. When users or automated processes interact with applications residing on a clustered server, it is imperative that data updates are appropriately managed. The key feature of clustered systems is their ability to access a shared storage area. This shared storage is critical in ensuring that once a failover occurs, the new primary server can immediately access the latest data. However, Jacques and the team were acutely aware that data corruption could happen if the transition is not handled well during an unexpected crash. This challenge underscores the importance of thorough testing and robust monitoring systems. Jacques continued, when a primary server fails, the cluster software needs to temporarily suspend data activities to ensure no data is lost during the switchover. This careful orchestration is crucial because if there were any user transactions that remained unfinalized at the time of failure, proper error handling needs to communicate that to the user. Such handling is vital for maintaining customer trust, as much as it ensures operational resilience. Jacques shared a real-world example that had come from an earlier role, one where a misconfigured cluster led to significant downtime. We learned quickly that overlooking the data management element of our clustered environment could unravel our entire application's reliability. This lesson reinforced how vital it is to build system designs that ensure high availability end-to-end. A lesson in availability, the Uranus incident, one of Jacques' most memorable experiences, involved a significant project undertaken by a large financial institution. This endeavor aimed to enhance payment processing and establish remote recovery capabilities in the wake of regulatory changes post-September 11, 2001. The institution processed an average of $75 billion in daily transactions, following a Federal Reserve Bank FRB examination. The institution received a matter requiring attention MRA letter, one of the sternest warnings any financial institution could face. The FRB was urging the bank to strengthen its business continuity and disaster recovery frameworks, considering the risks revealed in their assessment. Jacques, already contracted in the organization, found himself submerged in a complex $100 million project aimed not only at meeting compliance, but fundamentally transforming the bank's payment infrastructure. Working with the organization's engineering teams introduced him to the intricate design requirements, particularly around synchronizing payment flows with global standards. As Jacques participated in meetings, sometimes beginning at the unholy hour of 6:30 a.m., he gleaned insights into the fast-paced decision-making processes that define financial technology. During one such meeting, while reviewing the design of a new monitoring application for payment transactions codenamed Uranus, Jacques noted an alarming oversight. While all vital systems featured robust high-availability configurations housed on mainframe servers, The Uranus's application had been designed to operate on a standalone Unix server with no fault tolerance. Absolutely no RAID disk mirroring. Jacques' concerns flared. "Carl," he directed his inquiry to Dr. Carlton S. Grimace, the lead engineer, "why would we design our transaction monitor on a single point of failure? The entire payment system hinges on this component." Carl responded dismissively. "Because it's easier to use a Unix environment, Jacques. Our experts believe that it's sufficient for the task at hand." Jacques could hardly believe his ears. "What are you thinking? A hard drive failure could cripple our entire payment processing system. We've invested millions in redundancy elsewhere, and we'd sabotage that investment with this oversight." The ensuing discussion revealed deeper organizational flaws, an unwillingness to challenge established opinions, the Dunning-Kruger effect in full swing. The engineering team was populated by overconfident specialists oblivious to the practicality of Jacques' concerns. Going straight to management, Jacques confronted Stephen J. Lillimore, the project manager known for his proclivity for cutting corners. In an earnest voice, he recounted his findings and pressed for immediate rectification. "Steve, we need to address the lack of redundancy for the Uranus application before it goes live. A hard drive failure is not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. This flaw could invalidate all our efforts to ensure high availability for the payment system." But Steve shrugged it off, underscoring an unwillingness to invest money in additional hardware. "We're already stretching the budget as it is. Besides, who's to say that this will even lead to a problem?" Jacques felt the frustration rising. He implored, "But Steve, this isn't just a theoretical problem. It's a fundamental breach of our high availability strategy. We cannot afford to gamble with our customers' trust." Despite Jacques' passionate argument, the decision to overlook the flaw went uncontested. The Uranus phase rolled into production, and while the high-stakes world of finance continued, Jacques knew that the risk lingered, like a storm cloud on the horizon. Conclusion: the importance of high availability. The lessons learned from Jacques' experiences in technology aren't just in understanding the components of availability, but in recognizing the dynamics of human behavior and decision-making within organizations. Leadership and culture play a pivotal role in whether organizations remain resilient in the face of challenges. Building robust architectural designs, understanding redundancy principles, and integrating responsive governance processes are all essential if organizations wish to navigate the complex landscape of modern technology. Jacques' journey illustrates how technology should not just aim to meet operational needs. It must be aligned with organizational values that prioritize reliability, preparedness, and responsibility. As members of Club Genius move forward, each is tasked with ensuring that their contributions not only enhance technical systems, but also foster a culture of awareness and collaboration that delivers enduring value. Through meaningful engagements and continual learning, they have laid the groundwork for a future where technology empowers diverse businesses, secure in the knowledge that their systems are designed for reliability, responsiveness, and resilience. The path ahead is filled with challenges, but with every story shared and lesson learned, Club Genius stands ready to embrace the complexities of the technological landscape, armed with the knowledge that effective collaboration is the cornerstone of operational excellence. Chapter 8: Resiliency. In the ever-evolving landscape of technology and operational management, the concept of resiliency takes center stage. Resiliency is often mistaken for availability, but as Jacques San Dimas and his team at Club Genius prepare to explore, these concepts, while intertwined, are distinctly different in both definition and operational impact. To delve deeper into resiliency, Jacques sets the stage with a familiar analogy relevant to many in the corporate world: the military's DEFCON scale. Imagine for a moment, Jacques began as the Club Genius team assembled around their conference table. The DEFCON scale, a system used by the military to indicate the readiness of U.S. forces. DEFCON 5 signifies normal operations, while DEFCON 1 indicates imminent nuclear war. Similarly, in our operational framework, we can draw parallels to define levels of resiliency and associated impacts on an organization. The team listened intently as Jacques outlined the 5 levels of DEFCON status relative to business resiliency. At DEFCON 5, we might be dealing with the outage of a few applications, certainly inconvenient but manageable. Our operations continue, albeit with some limitations. As we move to DEFCON 4, we face the denial of access to a single building. This is more disruptive, but our operations as a whole can still persist. Christopher Rhodes, energized by the discussion, interjected, "So what does DEFCON 3 represent? How does that differ from the previous levels?" "Great question, Christopher," Jacques replied, nodding at his colleague. DEFCON 3 signifies a more severe situation, perhaps a complete loss of a data center. At this level, we're looking at significant operational impact, where not only applications fail but core infrastructure supporting many critical processes may be compromised. Operations can still function, but not without severe constraints. The room was quiet as these ideas began to settle in. Jacques continued, "As we descend the scale to DEFCON 2, we encounter even greater turmoil, a loss of multiple buildings affecting an entire region. And at DEFCON 1, we're faced with a catastrophic event, such as a pandemic or major disaster that can have widespread implications affecting multiple regions and a vast number of staff. In this scenario, the very fabric of the organization is pulled into question." Venkat Wasir was deep in thought. So, in essence, as we move down the DEFCON scale, the critical nature of the resources needed to recover shifts dramatically. But how does that relate to operational recovery times for various applications or systems? "Exactly," Jacques affirmed, sensing the excitement building in the room. "In the context of our discussion, resiliency encapsulates availability, but also encompasses an organization's overarching strategy to prioritize recovery based on impact. For example, an application deemed non-critical may have a 4-hour recovery target aligned with DEFCON levels 5 and 4. Yet, when we reach DEFCON 3 or below, this might change significantly as more critical applications take precedence in recovery efforts." Jacques paused, allowing the implications of his statement to resonate. Businesses frequently oversimplify business impact analysis, BI, assigning a blanket recovery time to all event types without considering the nuances of operational dependencies. This approach leads to chaos during crises, where less impactful applications demand speedy recovery, often at the expense of mission-critical systems that should rightfully be prioritized. The gravity of Jacques' insights began to sink in with the members of Club Genius, who reflected on the high-stakes scenarios that all businesses could face. As they transitioned into a discussion about the practical implications of these concepts, Jacques adjusted the focus to deeper case studies of organizations that had faced their own resiliency challenges. He shared hypothetical scenarios, walking them through what a company could encounter at each DEFCON level and how they might respond strategically. Lessons from the field. Consider a major financial institution at DEFCON 5, Jacques suggested, drawing a visualization on the whiteboard. They face the failure of a payment processing application due to routine maintenance that didn't go as planned. The firm may be impacted, but they can still access alternative resources and remain operational. Recovery is achievable within the identified 4-hour window. "Now let's jump to DEFCON 3, he continued, sketching a more complex scenario. Imagine that an entire data center loses power due to an electrical failure. Here, the organization's response would need to undergo a significant shift. Executives would prioritize the recovery of critical systems for their client transactions and operational capabilities. Non-essential applications might struggle or lag in recovery, potentially waiting as operators concentrate efforts on what matters most for safeguarding revenue and customer satisfaction." Valdemar Sinopoulos raised his hand, keen to engage further. "What about businesses that don't have clear priority structures in place? They could be caught unprepared." "Exactly," Jacques replied, piquing his interest. "Organizations lacking resilient frameworks often face the consequences of being reactionary instead of proactive. High-impact systems may go offline due to mismanagement of priorities, leading to longer recovery periods and even reputational loss as customers experience disruptions. The clear takeaway," Venkat added, synthesizing these discussions, "is that resiliency requires preemptive planning. Companies must delineate what is essential and create finely tuned recovery plans that acknowledge the inherent differences in how various systems contribute to overall business continuity." The team continued to explore case studies of both successful and unsuccessful organizations, leading to a rich dialogue on best practices and lessons learned. Practical strategies for building resiliency. Now, Let's shift gears a bit, Jacques said, steering the conversation toward practical application. What strategies can organizations employ to build robust resiliency that honors these DEFCON principles? The dialogue spurred immediate engagement, with Emily stepping forward. Understanding the role of business impact analysis can't be overstated. A well-structured BIA informs us of how long we can afford to be offline for recovering specific processes while providing clear visibility into priorities. Absolutely, Jacques agreed. A thorough BIA brings insights into weak points and helps organizations streamline their recovery efforts. But beyond analysis, there's immense value in conducting regular resilience testing, including simulated failover scenarios, so organizations can assess how prepared they really are. Right, Christopher chimed in. And these simulations must engage not only IT teams but also business units. A cross-functional approach builds trust, fosters better communication, and ensures that everyone understands the recovery priorities and processes. The Club Genius team discussed the significance of involving all stakeholders in the process, eliminating silos, ensuring that priorities align across every function, and creating a cohesive culture of accountability. Jacques added, "Equally important is maintaining flexibility in your recovery plans. When an emergency strikes, conditions might not mimic the scenarios we designed for, and having room for improvisation can make all the difference in a crisis." As the discussion rolled on, Valdemar raised an essential point. We also should consider the human aspect of resilience. Stress during a recovery can lead to burnout or miscommunication. Organizational morale plays a crucial role in how effectively teams respond. Absolutely, Valdemar, Jacques affirmed. An organization's culture heavily influences resilience, encouraging an environment where employees feel valued, understood, and capable of addressing crises proactively can significantly bolster overall performance during challenging situations. Cultivating a resilient culture, recognizing the importance of resilience, not only in technology, but as a function of corporate culture, focused attention on how their values aligned with operational readiness. Jacques and the Club Genius team resolved to draft a comprehensive framework that encapsulated these teachings for the organization. Let's outline our ideas as a mission statement for building a culture of resilience, Jacques proposed. The group spent time meticulously crafting guiding principles, emphasizing proactive risk management, ongoing training, and the significance of clear communication across all levels of the organization. They articulated the importance of recognizing technological dependencies while also asserting accountability for their actions, discussing resilience holistically. After deliberating on these principles, they agreed to present their framework at the next executive meeting. The journey ahead as the evening closed, Jacques felt a sense of fulfillment surging through him. Club Genius had embarked on a journey that not only focused on technology, but intersected deeply with organizational values and behaviors. Resiliency, they now recognized, is not merely a byproduct of system capabilities. It is ingrained in a company's ethos and its ability to recover. Moving forward, we must champion these ideas, Jacques said, inspiring the room. Understanding our capacity for availability isn't enough alone. We must prioritize resiliency across all facets of our operations. This is how we ensure our organization thrives, no matter the circumstances. As they toasted to the pivotal concepts discussed throughout the evening, Club Genius prepared for the next stage of their mission, arming their organization with the tools and knowledge to navigate a future fraught with challenges, with the confidence that only comes from true resilience. They would ensure their readiness to tackle whatever uncertainties lay ahead, transforming trials into opportunities for growth and innovation. Part 2 recap. Process and Systems. In Part 2 of this book, titled Process and Systems, we delve deeply into the foundational elements that govern how organizations deploy, manage, and sustain their technological frameworks. Through chapters 5 to 8, we explore critical themes surrounding process optimization, system interdependencies, and the essential distinctions between availability and resiliency. The story unfolds through the experiences of Jacques San Dimas and his colleagues at Club Genius, who engage in dynamic discussions and explorations of contemporary issues faced in today's technology-driven landscape. Chapter 5. The Importance of Process. Chapter 5 establishes the vital role that structured processes play in ensuring operational efficiency and effectiveness. Jacques opens the discussion by emphasizing that robust systems require well-defined processes to mitigate risks and enhance performance. Through storytelling, Jacques illustrates how organizations that sidestep process standardization often encounter chaos during times of disruption. The chapter highlights the concept of process mapping. Jacques believes that visualizing workflows can clarify interdependencies within teams and between systems. By doing so, organizations can identify bottlenecks and inefficiencies, paving the way for enhancements. Additionally, the dialogue touches on the importance of continuous process improvement, a commitment to regularly revisiting and refining processes to adapt to changing demands. As members of Club Genius share their insights, they focus on how maintaining formalized processes helps reduce ambiguity and improve accountability. By the end of this chapter, readers are left with the understanding that effective processes are not mere bureaucratic hurdles. They are strategic frameworks that drive engagement, ensure compliance, and ultimately lead to superior service delivery. Chapter 6: Systems Thinking. In Chapter 6, the narrative advances to the concept of systems thinking, which underpins the idea that organizations should assess interrelated components in holistic terms. Jacques illustrates that technology, people, and processes don't function in isolation. They form an interconnected web essential for achieving strategic objectives. The chapter emphasizes the significance of understanding dependencies between different systems and processes within the organization. By adopting a systems thinking approach, teams can better grasp how changes in one area impact others, effectively preventing unintended consequences. Jacques encourages discussion on feedback loops and their role in refining systems. He explains that effective feedback mechanisms allow organizations to learn and adapt, ultimately fostering an environment conducive to innovation. The chapter culminates in a discussion about risk management strategies and how they are integrated into systems thinking, underscoring the importance of foresight and evaluation in a rapidly evolving technology landscape. Through a blend of theoretical reflection and practical examples, the chapter leaves readers with an appreciation for the complexity and fluidity of organizational systems. It advocates for systemic thinking as an essential practice that informs better decision-making and enhances overall resilience. Chapter 7: Availability and Recovery. Chapter 7 addresses the critical topics of availability and recovery, building on the previous discussions around process and systems. Jacques and the Club Genius team dive into the concepts that govern how organizations ensure their systems remain operational in the face of challenges. Jacques introduces the DEFCON analogy to explain the nuances between availability and resiliency. He outlines the DEFCON scale, applying its levels to operational scenarios across organizations, from minor application outages at DEFCON 5 to catastrophic disasters at DEFCON 1. This discussion leads to a distinction between how recovery times for systems are prioritized based on their criticality to business operations. The chapter intensifies around the themes of redundancy and recovery strategies, emphasizing the importance of having systems designed for resilience. Jacques articulates how effective architecture, like RAID configurations and clustering, can aid organizations in minimizing downtime and safeguarding critical applications. Furthermore, the chapter highlights the need for comprehensive business impact analysis (BIA) that tailors recovery strategies based on varying degrees of operational impact. Jacques candidly reflects on the organizational turmoil that ensues when businesses fail to prioritize recovery based on operational dependencies. Throughout the discussions, the Club Genius team recognizes the imperative of maintaining flexibility within their recovery frameworks, as pre-planned scenarios can rarely account for the chaos of real-life challenges. Chapter 8: Resiliency. In the final chapter of this segment, Chapter 8, Jacques elaborates on the concept of resiliency, reinforcing its critical importance in the context of availability. He reiterates that while availability is essential for maintaining operations, resiliency encompasses the organization's broader ability to withstand and adapt to disruptions. Building on the previous chapter's discussion of the DEFCON scale, Jacques leads conversations around prioritization of recovery efforts at different threat levels, emphasizing that not all applications are created equal. By employing the DEFCON framework, he illustrates how recovery time objectives should align with the criticality of resources at play. The chapter then transitions into a discussion on practical strategies to bolster organizational resiliency, advocating for effective business impact analysis and regular resilience testing. Jacques underscores the significance of engaging cross-functional teams in recovery simulations, emphasizing that all employees should collectively understand expectations and procedures. As discussions unfold, the narrative pivots to the human aspect of organizational resilience. The team contemplates the cultural factors that contribute to effective recovery behaviors and morale. Jacques stresses that an environment where employees feel valued and capable significantly influences an organization's overall responsiveness and recovery effectiveness. The chapter culminates in the recognition that creating a culture of resilience requires commitment to ongoing training and flexibility, essential weapons in the increasingly unpredictable landscape of modern business. Conclusion. As we conclude Part 2, Process and Systems, the themes explored in chapters 5 through 8 underscore the vital interconnectedness of processes, systems, and human dynamics in shaping resilient organizations. Through the engaging narratives of Jacques San Dimas and his colleagues at Club Genius, we've distinguished between the concepts of availability and resiliency, stressing that both are essential for navigating the complexities of today's technological landscape. By embracing robust processes, systems thinking, and a resilient mindset, organizations are empowered to withstand disruptions and foster an adaptive culture ready to embrace innovation. As they prepare for the next chapter of their journey, Club Genius stands poised to enhance not just their operational frameworks, but the very DNA of their organizational culture, a strategic advantage that will propel them through the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Part 3 Solutions. Chapter 9. Control your data, or it will control you. If knowledge is power, then data is king. Jules Carmichael often proclaimed this slogan with a geeky enthusiasm that resonated throughout the Club Genius team. Data management emerged as the most crucial facet of technology risk, one that Jules and his fellow associates had come to appreciate through years of hard-earned experience in the field. The challenge of achieving effective data management frequently unraveled amid the relentless and exponential growth of distributed platforms. As every department and individual clamored to elevate their own data to royal status, the chaos mounted. After 2 decades in the tech arena, dysfunctional data management had spiraled out of control. Organizations had mutated into complex, interdependent systems that resembled monstrous beasts demanding constant attention. Among the industry's many issues, privileged access stood out as a significant concern. Regulators had a field day targeting organizations unable to grasp or manage who had access to what data, on which systems, and the classification of that data itself. With compliance requirements tightening, companies found themselves under scrutiny for their failure to implement effective data governance frameworks. Despite these challenges, the members of Club Genius had the solutions at their fingertips, though it had taken them years to identify the one who could mobilize their vision and inspire a movement. In this chapter, we will explore how Jules, along with his teammates, shares vital recommendations on actionable solutions to combat the data management epidemic through modern concepts like data as a service, DaaS. Data is precious. The members of Club Genius were acutely aware of the intrinsic value of data. Through numerous experiences, they concluded that data is not just another asset. It is their most precious commodity, representing the current truth when accurately managed and maintained. However, as previously emphasized in earlier chapters, human intentions often falter under short-term, narrow objectives, resulting in flawed design models for data management and data accuracy. Vincent Jacques observed firsthand how overly complex end-to-end business processes, convoluted systems, and intricate dependencies had crippled the ability of organizations to sustain accurate and timely data. Unfortunately, data often remained unprotected and vulnerable, open to inaccurate capture and manipulation. Staff members, frequently inadequately trained to manage and safeguard data, made countless interpretations leading to misguided choices and poor outcomes. To wrest control from the chaos, we must forge a path toward effective data governance. Jules declared during a Club Genius meeting, spurring the group into action. A comprehensive strategy involves implementing standard practices for managing data access, classification, and integrity across the organization. In this blueprint for data governance, we'll identify 4 critical pillars that we must establish and uphold. The team gathered around the whiteboard, where Jules began illustrating the 4 pillars of data governance, data quality, data access, data security, and data lifecycle management. Pillar 1. Data quality. First and foremost, Jules emphasized, we must ensure that our data is accurate, complete, and reliable. This involves developing rigorous data standards and validation processes to catch errors at the point of entry and throughout its life cycle. Jacques nodded, recalling past instances of operational inefficiency born from poor data quality. Investing in automation tools can aid in these efforts. By employing methods such as data cleansing and transformation, organizations can maintain high-quality datasets that drive informed decision-making. Exactly, Jules affirmed. Furthermore, we need to cultivate a culture where everyone understands their role in maintaining data quality. Data stewards across departments should be appointed to oversee data integrity as the primary guardians of accuracy. Pillar 2. Data access. The second pillar is data access, Jules continued, which should be defined by well-established policies and procedures governing who can access which data and under what circumstances. Privileged access is a double-edged sword, Vince noted, reviewing regulatory challenges faced by many organizations. Striking a balance is essential. Access must be granted based on specific roles while employing the principle of least privilege to minimize risk. The team discussed strategies for effectively managing access control. Implementing role-based access control (RBAC) can streamline this process, Christopher suggested. Automation tools can help to routinely audit access logs, ensuring transparency and compliance, while also alerting administrators to any suspicious activity that may arise. Pillar 3. Data security. Next, let's focus on data security, Jules asserted. Protecting our data assets against external breaches and internal vulnerabilities should be paramount. Jacques contributed. Security measures such as encryption, multi-factor authentication, and regular security audits should be enforced to protect sensitive data. Organizations must also stay informed about emerging threats and collaborate with IT teams to proactively implement buffer zones around critical datasets. Valdemar interjected, education is crucial as well. Staff training on cybersecurity best practices can go a long way toward preventing breaches caused by human error, such as phishing attacks or weak passwords. Pillar 4. Data lifecycle management. Finally, we must embrace data lifecycle management, Jules declared as he pointed to the 4th pillar on the board. Understanding how data flows through our systems allows us to optimize storage, retention, and archiving strategies. Vince chimed in, emphasizing, implementing automated workflows can significantly enhance this process. By defining clear protocols for when data is archived, securely deleted, or transitioned to different storage environments, organizations can reduce overhead and maintain compliance with regulatory requirements. And let's not forget about monitoring and reporting, Jacques added. Establishing key performance indicators, KPIs, around this lifecycle will allow organizations to assess data effectiveness and make adjustments as necessary. Putting it all together, data fabric. As the discussion deepened, the concept of data fabric emerged as a modern approach to managing access for technology and business use cases. Data fabric enables organizations to create seamless data management experiences across hybrid and multi-cloud environments, facilitating easy access to quality data while observing governance policies. A data fabric architecture aggregates data from multiple sources and applications, allowing for interoperability while maintaining control and security, Jules explained. Think of it as the connective tissue that unites all data. It simplifies data access and addresses the challenges of disparate systems. Automation thrives within this framework, Christopher pointed out. With workflow automation tools integrated into the data fabric, we can streamline data requests, ensure compliance, and enhance overall efficiency. Jacques nodded in agreement. Ultimately, adopting a data fabric approach means organizations can respond faster to changing business needs while sustaining high levels of governance. Empowering data management. As the meeting drew to a close, the members of Club Genius recognized the importance of fortifying their data governance strategies. By focusing on these 4 pillars and leveraging the modern capabilities of a data fabric, they were positioning themselves to take control of their data instead of letting the data control them. Jules wrapped up the discussion with an inspiring thought. By implementing a cohesive data governance strategy, we not only protect our organization but also harness the true power of data. It allows us to foster a culture of accountability and informed decision-making that paves the way for innovation and future success. With that shared conviction, the team set out to develop a comprehensive action plan aimed at implementing their new vision for data governance, one that would empower them to navigate the complexities of the data-driven world with confidence and agility. This chapter illustrates the critical importance of data governance in today's organizations, emphasizing that businesses can harness the true power of their data by implementing structured processes and modern technology. Through collaboration and commitment to best practices, Club Genius stands ready to confront the challenges of data management head-on, ultimately transforming the way they utilize their most valuable asset. Chapter 10. Map Business Services. Kill Tribal Knowledge. The members of Club Genius sat together one afternoon, their conversations swirling around a frustrating and persistent issue that had plagued them throughout their careers: tribal knowledge. This term encapsulated the human tendency to hoard crucial information within tight-knit groups or individual minds, often at the expense of wider organizational transparency. Jacques San Dimas, in particular, had a deep-seated disdain for tribal knowledge. To him, it represented a behavioral root-cause problem that fundamentally obstructed the level of transparency necessary for effectively solving problems. During one of his many jobs, Jacques had encountered an insightful risk manager named Bruce, whose background in the Royal Air Force provided him with unique perspectives on risk management. Bruce had introduced Jacques to a concept known as the Dunning-Kruger effect. This psychological phenomenon explains how individuals with low ability at a task often overestimate their competence, leading them to believe they are more knowledgeable than they actually are. The discussions with Bruce resonated deeply within Jacques, especially when considering tribal knowledge. Certain leaders or managers, despite having the best intentions, were convinced of their intellectual superiority. They believed such intricate processes were beyond the comprehension of others, which perpetuated a culture of secrecy rather than collaboration. Reflecting on these insights, Jacques frequently engaged in intellectual conversations with Vince de Cordoba, attempting to devise strategies to reverse or prevent this entrenched behavior. They recognized tribal knowledge as the major impediment to fully documenting and automating organizational processes. "Tribal knowledge is killing us," Jacques would often assert passionately. "We need to systematically document our business processes and services so we can understand them consistently and manage them in a controlled way, just as we do with software." Vince would respond with his characteristic pragmatism. "Jacques, you're being a bit naive. You can't change people with this mindset, and simply asking them to document their processes will not yield results. The problem is that leadership has put these clowns in their positions. The only solution is to replace them with individuals who understand the value of transparency and are willing to build a business process ontology within a proper system of record." Jacques paused for a moment, looking up thoughtfully as he contemplated Vince's words. "You're right, Vince. This harkens back to our earlier conversations about needing the one. You can't turn a pig into a swan, but you can pen the pig up so it doesn't run wild. We need to influence the right people to appreciate the significance and value of business process management, BPM, and ontology. Doing so will encourage those leaders to promote individuals with the right attitudes for the right roles, ultimately bridging the gap this industry is grappling with." Understanding tribal knowledge. This revelation hit Jacques with profound clarity. Tribal knowledge, while often built from a place of expertise, could inadvertently foster siloed thinking. It resulted in crucial knowledge being confined within a few individuals, creating bottlenecks when that information was needed elsewhere. The consequences were dire: inefficiencies, miscommunication, and, in many instances, catastrophic failures. Vince brought up relevant examples from their industry to illustrate the pitfalls of tribe knowledge. Think about it. In organizations where knowledge is tucked away in the minds of a select few, critical decisions often rest squarely on the shoulders of just a handful of individuals. If they leave or are unavailable, processes can collapse entirely. Exactly. This isn't just about documentation, it's about building an organizational memory, Jacques replied. The knowledge must be made accessible, and that's where business process management comes in, a structured approach that allows us to map business services comprehensively and encourage a culture of knowledge sharing. Vince nodded. We need to create a shared understanding among all employees. Documentation is essential, but it must lead to a certification of understanding where all team members can navigate existing processes seamlessly. The role of business process management, BPM, refers to the discipline of modeling, automating, managing, and optimizing business processes. It serves as a strategic approach to making an organization's workflow more effective, more efficient, and more capable of adapting to an ever-changing environment. Jacques believed that adopting BPM could serve as a strong ally in dismantling the grip of tribal knowledge. We should start by mapping out our core business services, Jules suggested, joining the discussion. Understanding the flow and dependencies of our processes will illuminate where knowledge gaps exist and guide us in targeted documentation efforts. As Club Genius explored this approach, they began outlining steps to create a BPM framework. They discussed identifying critical business processes, documenting current practices, analyzing process efficiency, and exploring potential optimization opportunities. Mapping business services, Jacques initiated brainstorming sessions within Club Genius to map out different business services. They depicted how data flowed throughout an organization, detailing who was responsible at each step of the process. Each team member contributed insights into their respective departments, highlighting pain points where critical knowledge resided solely within specific individuals. One pivotal exercise involved creating a visual representation using flowcharts, identifying key touchpoints and decision nodes. The objective was to ensure that essential processes were documented comprehensively, creating a single source of truth that would reduce reliance on personal memory. This is more than just a mapping exercise. It's about facilitating open communication, Jacques said. When we visualize how our processes interact, we lay the groundwork for collaboration. Let's document not only the processes but also the rationale behind them, why each step is taken. Having a transparent line of sight through our processes will illuminate knowledge gaps. As the flowcharts took shape, the team noted areas where processes could be improved, revealing friction points that previously hindered efficiency. The process mapping facilitated dialogue across teams, allowing individuals to gain a deeper understanding of how their roles interconnected within the larger ecosystem. Documenting processes and recognizing expertise in parallel to mapping, Club Genius emphasized the importance of facilitating a culture of documentation. They explored how to encourage teams to share their expertise, urging departments to recognize and celebrate expertise in a way that fosters knowledge sharing. We need to create a platform where documentation is viewed not as an obligation, but as a shared mission fostering collaboration, Jules noted. When employees perceive knowledge sharing as a core value rather than a burden, we'll begin to dismantle tribal knowledge. To put this principle into practice, the team developed a centralized knowledge repository, a digital space organized by departments where employees could contribute to and access documentation, templates, and best practices. Additionally, they established a mentorship program, allowing experienced team members to guide newer colleagues through the organization's processes. This effort served to accelerate knowledge transfer and mitigate the risk associated with losing experienced staff. The business process ontology. In their quest to eradicate tribal knowledge, the team realized they needed to delve into the concept of business process ontology. Ontology, in the context of BPM, refers to the structured representation of knowledge within an organization, encompassing the definitions of processes, roles, responsibilities, and relationships. Jacques led a session exploring how they could apply ontology principles to their mapping exercises. Creating a formal ontology allows us to define and understand our processes as interrelated entities, he explained. We can articulate the relationships between various roles. That's critical for ensuring continuity and accountability within our teams. They worked together to develop a draft ontology that captured their business processes, identifying how each fit within the organizational ecosystem. This structure would allow them to visualize process dependencies and clarify which roles were essential for the effective execution of each step. Creating automation opportunities with a clearer understanding of their business processes and an emerging ontology in place, the Club Genius team began discussing opportunities for workflow automation. They understood that automating repetitive tasks not only enhanced efficiency, but also served as a means to reduce reliance on single points of failure embedded in tribal knowledge. Automation can take many forms, Vince stated, identifying prospects where they could leverage technology, including automated data entry, process approvals, and reporting. By implementing these solutions, we can minimize the friction that tribal knowledge typically introduces. Jacques added, moreover, automating processes provides a consistent framework that is less vulnerable to personal errors. When processes are automated based on clearly defined rules, we establish an institutional memory capable of functioning independently of individual knowledge. Reporting and monitoring, as their initiatives gained traction, the team began emphasizing the importance of creating comprehensive reporting and monitoring mechanisms. With their process maps, documentation, and automation efforts in place, they needed to implement systems that could track performance and adherence to established procedures. Monitoring our processes is essential to validate the effectiveness of our governance efforts, Jules asserted. By implementing key performance indicators, KPIs, we'll be able to assess whether our initiatives are bearing fruit and make adjustments as necessary. To facilitate data-driven decision-making, Jacques proposed utilizing business intelligence tools that could integrate with their newly mapped processes. These tools would allow them to analyze workflows, identify bottlenecks, and predict areas for improvement, killing tribal knowledge. As the Club Genius members continued their dialogue, they recognized that the journey to eliminate tribal knowledge would not produce immediate results. But the strategies they were putting in place were effective steps toward a more transparent and efficient organization. They took time to reflect on their progress, realizing that transforming cultural attitudes toward knowledge sharing would require persistence, adaptability, and an ongoing commitment to excellence. The methodology they were embracing marked a shift in how they viewed data governance, process documentation, and organizational learning. When we map our business services and eliminate the clutches of tribal knowledge, we are not just improving processes, Jacques shared with the team. We are evolving the very fabric of our organization. We empower our people to take ownership of their knowledge and processes, ensuring long-term sustainability and success. As they prepared for the next phase of their initiative, Club Genius solidified its mission to reinforce a culture of transparency, learning, and collaboration that would leave behind the constraints of tribal knowledge. In doing so, they committed themselves to not only preserving their knowledge, but also sharing it widely, igniting a legacy of empowered decision-making across their organization for years to come. Chapter 11. Convert legacy technology to services. In today's rapidly evolving technological landscape, organizations are at a crossroads. Many are shackled by their legacy systems, those outdated distributed or mainframe technologies that suffocate innovation, hinder agility, and drain resources. As Club Genius members gathered for their regular strategy meeting, a palpable sense of urgency filled the room. How could they help business leaders grasp the need for transformation and migrate from cumbersome legacy systems to agile, cloud-based services? We need to start looking at this not just as a migration of technology, but as a re-envisioning of how we operate, Jacques San Dimas proposed, leaning forward in his chair. Our goal should be to convert these legacy systems into dependable services, preferably through SaaS or PaaS models. Vince de Cordoba, connecting the dots, chimed in. By educating business leadership on the tremendous value of outsourcing some of our infrastructure and resiliency services away from high-cost on-premise data centers, we could alleviate the burden on our teams and reinvest those resources into innovation and short-term gains. The cost of legacy systems. The discussion began by examining the myriad challenges associated with maintaining legacy technology. Editors had long been aware that the costs of supporting aging systems stretched beyond just monetary expenditures. Legacy systems require constant patching and updates. They're expensive to maintain and offer very little in return, Jules Ardeline noted. Plus, the longer we hold onto them, the greater our risk exposure in terms of downtime, cybersecurity threats, and inefficiency. Jacques articulated the financial implications concisely. Organizations are pouring millions into maintaining technology that lacks the flexibility needed to adapt to current market demands. By the time we're finished upgrading these legacy systems, they'll be obsolete again. As the team shared stories of their experiences, it became evident that companies reliant on these technologies often faced operational bottlenecks and diminished competitiveness. We need a compelling path toward cloud solutions that not only warrant the investment, but also reduce our overall total cost of ownership, Vince concluded. Understanding cloud models, SaaS and PaaS transitioning to the cloud, requires a thorough understanding of the different models available. The team knew that explaining the nuances of software as a service SaaS and platform as a service PaaS to business leaders would be essential in helping them grasp the benefits of cloud migration. With SaaS, organizations can access software applications over the internet without the need to install or maintain them on their premises, Jacques explained. Services like Salesforce or Google Workspace allow teams to collaborate and perform tasks from anywhere, leading to increased productivity and reduced operational burdens. Vince added, PaaS, on the other hand, provides a platform that developers can use to build, deploy, and manage applications without dealing with the underlying infrastructure. Google Cloud Platform and AWS offer various tools that help accelerate development and allow our teams to focus on delivering value rather than worrying about managing servers or storage. The conversation naturally shifted towards the significance of scalability as a major point of consideration. One of the most compelling arguments for moving to the cloud is elasticity, Jules pointed out. Organizations can easily scale resources up or down based on demand without needing to invest in physical infrastructure. This not only controls costs, but also ensures that we're equipped to respond to market changes swiftly, building the business case for cloud migration. Armed with a clear understanding of cloud models, Club Genius turned their focus to crafting a persuasive business case for cloud migration, one that could resonate deeply with company leadership. We need to articulate how migrating to the cloud can decrease capital expenditures and operational costs, Jacques asserted. By outsourcing our infrastructure to trusted cloud vendors, we can avoid the exorbitant costs of running our own physical data centers. The return on investment we see through reduced management burden and increased reliability speaks volumes. The team composed a comprehensive presentation, clearly outlining the cost components from legacy systems versus the projected expenses of moving to cloud services. Not only does moving to the cloud eliminate hardware costs and maintenance fees, but it also reduces the headcount required to manage these systems, Vince asserted, reinforcing Jacques' point. They also highlighted the strategic advantages and business continuity the cloud offers, from disaster recovery plans to enhanced security features that leading providers like AWS and GCP enforce. With built-in redundancy and geographic diversity, cloud providers ensure our operations remain uninterrupted even in the face of unforeseen challenges, Jules added. Education and awareness. But the task before Club Genius wasn't solely about costs. It involved transforming perceptions. Each member recognized that many business leaders harbored hesitations, born from familiarity with their existing systems and concerns over relinquishing control. We need to invite them to participate in demonstrations, perhaps even workshops where we can show the practical applications of cloud technologies, Jacques proposed. Let's showcase how other similar organizations have successfully migrated and now thrive with cloud-based solutions. Vince nodded in agreement. We can leverage case studies to provide evidence of performance improvements and cost savings. As they see these stories come to life, it becomes harder to refute the potential gains of modernization. A practical roadmap. The members of Club Genius understood that the transition from legacy systems to cloud services needed to be methodical. They discussed the creation of a practical roadmap outlining key stages of the migration process. First, we need to conduct a comprehensive assessment of our existing systems, Jules suggested. This evaluation will help us identify which applications are suitable for migration, along with the potential challenges we may encounter. Next, we'll need to devise a migration strategy, Jacques added. This could include a phased approach, prioritizing lower-risk applications, initially to build confidence among our teams and establish successful patterns before tackling more critical systems. The conversation naturally gravitated toward leveraging automation tools to facilitate the migration process itself. Invest in technologies that can automate data transfer and integration, making our transition smoother and less error-prone, Vince recommended. Finally, the team emphasized the importance of training and change management. We need to prepare our employees for change, Jacques noted. Offering training sessions, resources, and ongoing support will arm them with the knowledge they need to embrace the shift to cloud services. The importance of partnering with cloud vendors as the dots connected in their discussion, Club Genius arrived at a crucial realization. Partnering with reputable cloud vendors would play a pivotal role in ensuring the success of their migration. We aren't just moving technology, we're forming strategic alliances, Jules emphasized. By choosing trusted partners like AWS or GCP, we gain access to industry-leading technology solutions, scalable infrastructure, and superior security that would be challenging to replicate in-house. Jacques underscored this point. Moreover, these vendors often provide complementary support and resources, including technical expertise and best practices that can guide us throughout our journey. This is not just about offloading systems, but promoting a collaborative culture that governs our transformation. Anticipating and managing resistance despite their best efforts, Club Genius understood that resistance from employees was a real and significant concern. Many people fear change and uncertainty, particularly when it involves migration from systems they'd grown comfortable with over the years. How do we manage that? Vince pondered. We need to create a sense of urgency while simultaneously providing reassurance. Leaders must communicate not just the why, but also the how, the benefits of transitioning to the cloud. Jacques offered, involve employees in the process, solicit their feedback, listen to their concerns, and engage them in meaningful conversations. Ensuring that they feel heard can lessen the fear associated with change and foster ownership of the new system. Measuring success as the discussion turned toward metrics, the team acknowledged that maintaining visibility during the transition was critical. We need to define clear success criteria, Jules insisted. This will help us gauge the effectiveness of our migration efforts. Jacques suggested establishing KPIs that reflect improvements in efficiency, cost reduction, and overall user satisfaction following the migration. Additionally, they could evaluate the reduction in system downtime and incidents related to performance. By tracking these metrics and maintaining transparency throughout the process, we can demonstrate the tangible benefits of our migration to stakeholders, Vince concluded. Conclusion: the path ahead. As their meeting drew to a close, Jacques felt a sense of optimism about the future. The work that lay ahead was formidable, but the Club Genius team had crafted a thoughtful strategy for converting legacy technology into services, focused on maximizing the organizational benefits of cloud adoption. Change is daunting, but it also presents us with an extraordinary opportunity to innovate, Jacques said, inspiring the team. By transitioning to cloud services, we stand to enhance our agility, improve our efficiency, and empower our teams to focus on what matters most, delivering value to our clients and driving the organization forward. Vince raised his glass, echoing the sentiment that resonated throughout the room. Here's to our journey. May we pave the way for our organization's transformation and ensure that our legacy becomes one of success, collaboration, and enduring growth. With renewed purpose and clarity, the members of Club Genius looked forward, ready to take on the challenges of migrating their legacy systems to cloud solutions. They committed to leading their organization into a bright, technology-driven future where agility, efficiency, and resilience reign supreme. Chapter 12. Test your controls. Testing is viewed by all members of the Club Genius as the most critical activity for effective risk management. Through the many stories shared about human behavior related to managing risk, they learned that people naively rely too much on technology. They often take for granted what is presented to them, trusting that what is given is accurate, without considering how it works or the inherent risks that lie beneath the surface. From a root cause perspective, the true risks emerge from human behavior, the reluctance to proactively and effectively test environments as they change. Instead of investing the effort needed to design effective and automated testing frameworks, organizations frequently perform narrow testing that is easy to implement, often only examining key controls after a new process or system has been implemented. This is particularly evident within the System Development Lifecycle (SDLC), where poor management practices are most visible. Legacy methods for SDLC concentrated primarily on designing and testing only functional requirements, neglecting vital non-functional aspects. Early in the era of distributed systems, it was uncommon to include non-functional requirements in releases, and they were typically only addressed after significant failures or breaches occurred. In software development, functional requirements define specific goals and objectives for how an application should operate and how it will interface with its end users. These include features such as a rich graphical user interface (GUI) and configuration settings for users' entry permissions, usually the extent of security considerations in such designs. Conversely, non-functional requirements encompass design specifications that are equally important but less tangible. They include crucial elements in software such as performance, reliability, scalability, supportability, security, availability, and recoverability. From an operational risk and risk management perspective, the majority of key controls that support business processes reside within these non-functional requirements. However, despite the evolution of distributed systems, the SDLC process remained stagnant. Organizations' desires for immediate gratification and rapid delivery in competitive markets prevent the substantial investment in sound and thorough processes for controlling environments, both functional and non-functional. Consequently, industries as a whole find themselves trapped in a cycle of managing only functional requirements, while grappling with the fallout of uncovered risks later on. Instead of tackling the root causes, a reliance on superficial efforts has led corporations to build massive compliance departments and second lines of defense. These groups conduct inadequate levels of independent testing because the first line of defense, the business units, are too busy and too fast-paced to manage risk effectively. In this chaotic state, where larger departments lead to less communication, testing is often performed in silos, lacking transparency around who tests what and why. When the third line of defense, auditors, comes in for reviews, both the first and second lines often find themselves defending the sufficiency of their work in a bid to protect their positions and how they are perceived by management. The focus shifts from protecting the firm and its customers to preserving individual reputations. This epidemic of inadequate testing across industries has poisoned the well for many organizations. They become larger than necessary, more siloed than collaborative, and busier and disconnected, to the point of not realizing that their efforts may provide little value. But change is within reach. Once someone acknowledges that there is something wrong and within their ability to influence, immediate shifts can begin. Once individuals managing teams and larger leadership across organizations recognize these symptoms, they can take action. It's not as daunting as it seems. What is good testing? To understand what constitutes good testing, one must first explore the characteristics of bad testing which lead to undesirable outcomes. Characteristics of bad testing: incomplete, testing that is not finished in a timely manner; inaccurate, results that are incorrect or misleading; invalid, testing that fails to align with objectives; manually intensive, testing that is too difficult to sustain or repeat; too granular, overly detailed testing when simpler options may succeed; too isolated, testing conducted only at a small unit level, lacking integration; not transparent, results not communicated with stakeholders who need information; focused only on functional requirements, neglecting the significance of other critical areas. There are instances of poor testing occurring daily, regardless of good intentions, often funded by organizations that employ large teams to execute these efforts. Bad testing can result in a false sense of security, culminating in significant risks realized through outages and incidents. This rampant issue partially stems from a lack of understanding among those in leadership positions regarding the importance and execution of effective testing. Characteristics of good testing. Good testing can be defined more simply: straightforward, testing should never be more complex than necessary, directly addressing the primary objectives of validating functionality, performance, reliability, security, and supportability. Independent, tested by independent entities to ensure accuracy and thoroughness, with oversight provided by managerial roles, particularly during critical phases like user acceptance testing, UAT. Mandatory, testing must be compulsory for all systems and processes. Governance models should enforce standards and policies around testing, ensuring comprehensive coverage. Practical, transparency, and communication are critical. Practical testing recognizes overlaps and avoids retesting already covered elements to save time and resources. Logical, good testing should make sense and align with the organization's unique objectives. It should be treated as a thoughtful, planned effort, rather than a box-ticking exercise. Effective testing should be efficient, repeatable, and monitored regularly to remain relevant. Effective testing strategies allow for measured resource allocation without compromising quality. Emphasizing these characteristics creates a culture shift, transforming the handling of testing from a compliance exercise to an integral aspect of organizational health. Overhauling bad habits in testing requires an engaged workforce committed to the simple principles of good testing. Integrated control testing to truly enhance their testing practices. Members of Club Genius recognize the need for integrated control testing within the context of software development. Traditionally, control testing is conducted independently of the SDLC, resulting in potential gaps where issues can rise undetected prior to deployment. This fragmented approach often leads to unnecessary overhead and prevents teams from tackling problems before they manifest in operational environments. We must start integrating our control testing into every phase of the software development lifecycle, Jacques remarked. This will allow us to catch any issues early on, reducing costs associated with late-stage testing and remediation. Vince agreed. By aligning control testing with our SDLC releases, we can ensure that all non-functional and functional requirements are concurrently verified, assuring both operational integrity and compliance at each step. The team began exploring how to weave testing into the fabric of their development processes. This means testing should not merely occur at the end of a cycle, but at various checkpoints. They discussed utilizing the Agile framework, which allows teams to continuously test as features are developed, creating a culture of proactive quality assurance. Moving from manual to automated testing as discussions progressed, the potential of shifting from manual testing to automated testing took center stage. Recognizing that manual testing results in more inefficiencies, the members of Club Genius agreed that adopting automated testing tools could be a game changer. Transitioning to automation isn't just about getting faster results, it also enables us to free up valuable resources and reallocate them toward more strategic initiatives, Jules explained. Automated tests can run consistently and rapidly, providing immediate feedback on system performance while reducing human error. Jacques championed the idea of using popular testing automation frameworks such as Selenium for web applications, Junit for unit testing in Java, and Cucumber for behavior-driven development. He shared how leveraging these tools could facilitate the quick testing of both functional and non-functional requirements, ensuring all aspects of their systems were thoroughly examined. Additionally, we can use continuous integration, continuous deployment, CI/CD pipelines to integrate testing into our development processes seamlessly, Vince elaborated. By incorporating automated tests into our CI/CD builds, we can catch issues earlier, maintain high-quality standards, and speed the delivery of valuable software to our customers. The discussion around automated testing quickly moved toward collaboration as members shared insights into their experiences with each tool. They highlighted successes and challenges throughout their automating journeys, noting the importance of creating an appropriate testing strategy tailored to the specific needs of their applications and production environments. Creating a culture of testing. As the conversation reached its conclusion, Club Genius recognized that shifting to automated testing and integrated control testing required creating a culture of testing within their organizations. They discussed how fostering this culture could lead to more proactive engagement in risk management practices, moving away from merely following regulations toward a mindset centered on delivering value and safeguarding the organization. Leadership buy-in is crucial, Jacques conveyed. When teams understand that their contributions to testing and quality assurance are not only valued but essential, they start embracing these principles organically. This cultural shift should start with training and awareness initiatives that promote a shared understanding of the benefits of testing throughout the organization. Members propose developing workshops and seminars to build enthusiasm around effective testing, integrating all employees into the conversation. Everyone has a stake in organizational success, Jules concluded. It's about breaking down silos and creating cross-functional teams where individuals feel empowered to raise concerns and contribute to our testing. Strategies. Working hand in hand will create an environment where bad testing becomes a relic of the past and quality is sustained as a collective responsibility. Conclusion. As Club Genius members wrapped up their discussions, they felt a renewed sense of purpose and empowerment to tackle the challenges of testing within their organizations. Good testing practices and integrated control testing are more than just methodologies. They are the driving forces behind reducing risks and ensuring the long-term success of their operations. By building a culture that prioritizes better testing, communicates openly, and embraces automation, they position themselves not just as a team of technology leaders, but as champions of resilience, innovation, and transformation within their organizations. With courage, insight, and collaboration, the members of Club Genius commit to reshaping testing practices, ensuring their collective efforts result in meaningful, lasting improvements and enhanced organizational integrity. Good testing will pave the way for a brighter future, Jacques surmised as they prepared to leave. Let's be the organization that leads the way in redefining how testing is perceived and conducted, establishing a legacy of excellence that others will aspire to. With that ambitious vision in mind, Club Genius entered an exciting new phase on their journey, one rooted in the enthusiasm for quality, the desire for continuous improvement, and the unwavering commitment to transforming the landscape of testing and controls across the industry. Chapter 13: Automate Everything. As the members of Club Genius settled into their seats for another meeting, the air buzzed with anticipation. Today's topic was close to Jacques San Dimas' heart: automating everything. Drawing from his extensive experience, ranging from creating cron job automations in Unix to implementing sophisticated workflows using industry-leading platforms like Appian, Jacques was eager to share his insights on how automation could revolutionize operations and eliminate unnecessary human activities. Automation isn't just about making processes faster, Jacques began, his enthusiasm palpable. It's about eliminating the mundane, the repetitive tasks that drain our time and energy. Think about document scanning and cut-and-paste activities. These are not only tedious, but also prone to human error. We have the technology to automate this and free up our people to focus on more valuable work. The members nodded, recalling their past frustrations with these mundane tasks that seemed to consume hours of their workdays. Let's use automation to refocus our efforts on strategic initiatives, Jacques continued. By minimizing human involvement in routine tasks, we can improve efficiency, reduce errors, and enhance overall productivity. The DevOps solution. Before we dive deeper, let's clarify what we mean by DevOps, Vince de Cordoba interjected, steering the conversation toward a broader context. DevOps bridges the gap between development and operations, fostering a collaborative environment where continuous integration and continuous deployment (CI/CD) can capitalize on automation. Exactly, Jacques replied, encouraging everyone to think critically about the benefits of integrating development and operations. DevOps isn't just a methodology, it's a cultural shift that encourages collaboration across teams. It promotes the use of automation tools that streamline processes and facilitate faster deployments, whether that's automating applications scaling in the cloud or deploying service updates. As the discussion unfolded, team members recalled instances where the separation of the development and operations teams had resulted in miscommunication, slowed delivery, and increased overhead. They realized that harnessing DevOps principles could resolve these issues, as alignment and integration are key to utilizing automated solutions successfully. The human element in automation, however, Jules Carmichael chimed in. We must address the human element in this process. People often resist change, especially when they perceive that automation threatens their roles. This resistance can stem from a fear of the unknown or a reluctance to step outside of their comfort zones. Jacques nodded thoughtfully. You're right, Jules, but the crux of the matter lies in demonstrating that automation doesn't replace individuals, it enhances their capabilities. Employees can be freed from mundane tasks and empowered to take on higher-value responsibilities that foster creativity and innovation. Besides, we need to shift the mindset around automation and its implications, Vince asserted. It's not about eliminating jobs, it's about eliminating unnecessary work. This way, we can utilize our human talent more effectively. Real-life applications of automation. Let's talk about practical examples, Jacques proposed, eager to share his journey of implementing automation. When I started automating business continuity and operational risk activities using Appian, it was eye-opening. The workflow utilities allowed us to coordinate tasks across departments, ensuring that everyone was aligned without succumbing to the overload of manual interventions. He shared a specific instance where they automated incident reporting within business continuity planning. We built a workflow that instantly notified the appropriate teams of an incident, collected pertinent information, and captured documentation in real time. This eliminated the need for back-and-forth emails and significantly reduced our response time. Jules jumped in with his experiences in the finance sector. We had to tackle a similar issue when processing loan applications. Teams were inundated with paper documents, and every transfer involved manual entry into spreadsheets. By deploying an automated document management system, we could dramatically reduce errors and extract data in real time. This not only accelerated our processing times, but also improved compliance, reducing risks associated with human oversight. The collective experiences shared amongst members illustrated how automation could cultivate a culture of efficiency and security. We really need to capitalize on these wins, Vince pointed out. Each success story becomes a part of our overall strategy to showcase the power of automation to leadership teams across the organization. Tools and techniques for automation. The conversation naturally transitioned into the specific tools and techniques that Club Genius members used for automation. When it comes to automating testing, tools like Selenium and Junit work wonders, Jacques explained. For workflow automation, I've found Appian to be indispensable. It's user-friendly and integrates seamlessly into our existing systems. Vince chimed in. We've also leveraged other platforms such as Zapier and Microsoft Power Automate to connect disparate applications and automate repetitive tasks across our workflows. These tools allow you to set triggers and actions without extensive programming knowledge, making automation accessible to a wider range of team members. And don't forget about robotic process automation (RPA), Jules added. RPA tools like UiPath and Automation Anywhere enable us to automate rule-based tasks that involve manipulating data across applications. With RPA, we can automate those tedious tasks of data entry or copying and pasting between systems, allowing teams to focus on better things. Jacques emphasized the importance of selecting the right tools based on organizational needs. It's crucial to pursue automation initiatives that not only fit within our existing workflow, but also facilitate scalability. Automation should grow with us, adapting to our evolving requirements rather than becoming another silo. The challenge of over-automation. However, we must also be cautious of over-automation, Vince warned. The goal is not to automate everything indiscriminately. We must carefully assess what processes should be automated and which require human intelligence. Automation should aim to enhance efficiency, not create more complexity. Jacques agreed. Exactly. Certain tasks need that human touch, things like customer service interactions that require empathy or nuanced understanding. Retaining a balance is essential to ensure we don't lose the value of human judgment and intuition in the process of automating. Future of automation in organizations. As the meeting approached its conclusion, the members of Club Genius reflected on the profound impact automation could have on their organizations. By embracing automation, we can build resilience, Jacques stated. Organizations that automate not only bolster their operational efficiency, but also create a culture that allows for rapid adaptation in ever-changing markets. The tested methodologies of DevOps, coupled with the right automation tools, set the foundation for a brighter future, Vince added. We can redefine business processes, moving away from redundancies toward streamlined systems that enable innovation while managing risk effectively. Feeling invigorated and focused on their objectives, the Club Genius members committed to furthering their initiatives for automation. They understood that through education, advocacy, and effective implementation, they could help not only their organization but the wider industry embrace the potential of automation and forge a path toward a more agile future. With automated systems in place, members of Club Genius envisioned a workplace where people were liberated to contribute their unique skills without being burdened by routine tasks. Through their discussions, they recognized that the true power of automation lies not only in its ability to improve efficiencies, but also in the quality of life it offers employees by minimizing mundane work. Let's continue promoting this culture of automation, Jacques urged, and drive home the message that by automating everything where we can, we not only enhance our operational capabilities, but also build a more resilient organization. This is our opportunity to refocus our efforts, driving business value and creating a space for more meaningful work. As their meeting concluded, they left with a shared sense of purpose and excitement about the future, fully committed to driving change, one automated task at a time. Chapter 14. Train your staff to do things only humans can do. In a packed conference room, Jacques San Dimas sat engrossed in the presentation delivered by the head of technology at one of the prominent banking institutions he had previously worked for. Dressed in a sharp suit, he felt a surge of enthusiasm as the leader articulated thoughts that aligned closely with his own beliefs about the intricate relationship between technology, human behavior, and risk management. The technology leader conveyed a potent message. You cannot survive in this evolving technology landscape if you continue to perform tasks that computers can already do. The emphasis on automating mundane tasks resonated deeply with Jacques. The notion of relying on the outdated management by spreadsheet principle meant that the organization was at risk of being outpaced by competitors who embraced automation and technology. You have to automate those tasks, the leader asserted confidently, in order to focus on what we as humans do best: think, create, improve, and serve. Jacques felt a wave of admiration wash over him. Here was a visionary leader at the highest levels of the organization who not only understood the potential for technology, but also recognized the invaluable contributions of the human workforce. This kind of leadership was something he had rarely encountered in his career. It was refreshing to witness someone who truly embraced the ideas he had championed for years, ideas that often fell on deaf ears in the corporate world. This is what we need, Jacques mused to himself. This is leadership that cultivates an environment where humans can excel at what they do best. He recalled how he had long been advocating for organizations to adapt to the changing landscape of technology, calling for a focus on training staff in ways that maximize human capabilities while leveraging automated efficiencies. Reflecting on this encounter, Jacques thought about the challenge of finding leaders who would champion these transformative ideas. A wave of optimism washed over him as he pondered how individuals like this technology leader could pave the way for real change in the world of business and risk management. Yet, deep down, Jacques understood the daunting obstacles that came with this path. Unfortunately, a few years later, news broke that the visionary leader had been part of a significant layoff, a decision that sent shockwaves through Jacques' network. Through a friend who still worked at the bank, he learned that those who dared to suggest radical changes were often seen as threats to the status quo, particularly in an environment that prioritized short-term performance over long-term vision. What a fucking disappointment, Jacques vented to the members of Club Genius during their next meeting. I guess we should raise a glass to another comrade fallen in our quest to make the world a better place. The importance of training. Jacques' frustration illuminated an essential truth. Training and empowering staff are crucial components of risk management and operational success. If organizations sought to thrive in an automated future, they needed to invest in training their workforce, elevating employees to heights where they could think creatively, innovate processes, and provide nuanced service that computers cannot replicate. Investing in our people isn't just a nice-to-have, it's a necessity, Jacques emphasized at the Club Genius meeting. When we train our staff effectively, We enable them to harness the tools and technologies at their disposal to do the tasks that truly require human insight, empathy, and creativity. The discussion led the team to reflect on their distinct experiences with training and its impact on performance. Jules Ardelian shared his thoughts. Too many companies design training programs that are generic and uninspiring. If we want to cultivate a culture of continuous improvement, we need training that resonates with the actual needs of our teams and empowers them to adapt. Aligning training with operational goals. Let's take a step back, Vince de Cordoba chimed in. Effective training must align with organizational goals. We can't treat it as a one-size-fits-all solution. It's essential to tailor our training programs to reflect the unique challenges our teams face, emphasizing skills that foster innovation and problem-solving. Jacques eagerly added, "Quality training ensures that we equip our employees with the right tools to flourish as their roles evolve. For instance, if an employee is trained to leverage automation tools and understand how to apply them strategically, they'll seamlessly transition from performing mundane tasks to taking on complex project responsibilities." The room buzzed with agreement as members considered specific training strategies, mentorship programs, hands-on workshops, and access to resources that encourage continuous learning and development. We need to create a roadmap that emphasizes personal growth in tandem with organizational objectives, Jules suggested. Overcoming resistance to change, however, the issue of resistance surfaced, a common challenge when implementing new training paradigms. People are often comfortable with what they already know, Jacques cautioned, and when faced with changes, there's a tendency to cling to familiar routines. We must actively address this resistance and cultivate a culture that embraces change. Vince nodded thoughtfully. That requires leadership and communication. The narrative around training needs to be clear, an emphasis on how new skills lead not only to improved processes, but also enhanced job satisfaction. Employees must see the value in training as a path to both personal and professional development, as well as a means to contribute more meaningfully to the organization. Creating a culture of continuous learning. Cultivating a culture of continuous learning was central to Jacques' vision for the organization's future. We should view training not as a one-off event, but as a culture built upon ongoing education and support, he proposed passionately. Employees should feel encouraged to seek growth opportunities while knowing that management prioritizes their professional development. This could involve regular skill assessments, personalized learning paths, and access to industry certifications. Jules added, "We can utilize technology to facilitate learning, leveraging e-learning platforms and virtual sessions to meet employees where they are. Remote work is the norm now, and we can capitalize on digital platforms to provide flexible and engaging training that resonates with today's workforce." Jacques appreciated this contribution, picturing a future where employees actively engaged in their development. With consistent learning, we empower our people to confidently innovate and adapt in their roles. Imagine a workforce ready to embrace automation, knowing they possess the skills to think critically and creatively. Real-world examples of effective training. Now, let's talk about effective training in practice, Vince encouraged. Shall we share examples from our experiences that brought transformative results? Jacques eagerly began detailing one of his previous engagements with a financial services firm that transformed its customer service. Operations. We implemented a dedicated training program focused on empathy and active listening for service representatives. The results were astounding. The metrics showed a marked improvement in customer satisfaction scores and a significant reduction in complaints. This was more than just how to use a new system. It was about enhancing human connection. That's a perfect illustration of how focusing on the human element can elevate not only job performance, but also customer engagement, Jules remarked. Businesses must realize that training is about creating skilled and passionate employees, not just filling a knowledge gap. Vince reflected on his experience in a software development role, where they instituted a pair programming model. By pairing less experienced developers with veterans, we facilitated real-time learning. This approach also nurtured team collaboration, leading to reduced errors and faster delivery times. Training is not just about formal sessions, but learning collectively through partnership and practical engagement. Sustaining long-term training success. As the discussion transitioned toward sustainability, Jacques noted, It's essential to continuously assess training initiatives and adapt them based on feedback and performance metrics. By doing so, we ensure that our training remains relevant and aligned with evolving organizational goals. Absolutely, Jules affirmed. Regularly soliciting feedback from participants ensures that training programs are refined and improved over time. Furthermore, that feedback can provide insights into other potential training needs that may have been overlooked initially. Empowering staff through training. As the meeting drew to a close, the members of Club Genius felt invigorated by their discussions surrounding the significance of training. They understood that to thrive in an increasingly automated world, organizations must focus on training their staff to excel in roles that emphasize uniquely human skills. Empowering our people means investing in the right training tailored to harness their creativity, problem-solving abilities, and emotional intelligence, Jacques summarized. Through effective training, we not only improve individual performance, but also cultivate a workforce capable of adapting to change and embracing new technologies. Here's to building a culture of learning and development that leverages our greatest asset, our people. Vince raised a glass, prompting others to join him. With renewed determination, the Club Genius team resolved to champion the cause of training within their organizations. They understood that providing the right training to their staff would not only yield positive returns for the business, but also foster a sense of pride and purpose that empowers employees to thrive in their roles, ultimately contributing to the quest for a more efficient, innovative, and resilient future. Chapter 15. Implement governance as a control. Governance as a control is a topic that Omar Nasser was passionate about, frequently engaging in lively discussions with his friends at Club Genius. For Omar, governance was more than just a set of rules or policies. It represented a framework that could significantly enhance organizational integrity and risk management. Yet, despite its importance, he observed that governance models were often underutilized, particularly in business contexts, where they could offer great value but rarely did. Omar found that in most organizations he had encountered, governance was predominantly concentrated in the technology sector, a condition he deemed unfortunate. There were numerous working groups and steering committees purportedly designed to add value. However, in practice, they often fell short. The disconnect between lofty goals and tangible outcomes left him and many others feeling frustrated. Jacques San Dimas, seated beside Omar at their regular gathering, resonated with this sentiment. With years of experience in IT audit, Jacques had seen firsthand how governance often became taboo in discussions about risk management. It was a recurring theme. The very mention of governance-related issues could evoke discomfort, as stakeholders shrugged off concerns, viewing them as intangible or politically charged. Funny, isn't it? Jacques mused. The most notable findings during audits would often be that a steering committee meeting didn't have proper minutes recorded. Meanwhile, no one challenges the adequacy of the governance model itself. Together, Omar and Jacques often laughed about the absurdity of such situations. They acknowledged the irony in treating governance as a mere clerical task, while neglecting its role in ensuring that standards and policies actively supported robust risk management practices. Good governance should govern, Omar insisted. It should ensure that our standards protect us from the ever-evolving landscape of risk, especially as we move toward more integrated business and technology models. The need for robust governance. Omar had firmly established in his mind that governance as a control mechanism was crucial, particularly in managing the transition away from legacy distributed client-server models toward future service-based architectures. We need to prioritize governance more than ever, he asserted passionately. As businesses lean into innovative tech-focused service models, robust governance becomes a foundational component necessary to maintain reliability and safeguard against risks. You're right, Omar, Jacques replied, frustrated at how often these conversations about governance fell on deaf ears. I struggle to get my point across to these risk management folks. It feels like they're lost in their own confusion about what effective governance actually is. They sometimes equate having a written procedure with adequate control, failing to see that good architecture as part of governance drives the standards that enforce policies, enabling proactive monitoring for compliance and reducing risk. Controlling an ever-changing environment, governance is the linchpin of controlling our ever-changing environments, Jacques continued, Determined to emphasize the importance of governance in today's fast-paced landscape, it serves as a proactive approach to change management, enabling us to stay aligned with our objectives while navigating uncertainty and complexity. He elaborated, explaining that while people are key elements of risk and deserve careful consideration in a risk management culture, it is the intersection of people and technology that truly reflects an organization's assets. Just as a chef follows a recipe to yield consistent results, employees must adhere to established standards, policies, and procedures. Yet, the human and technological aspects of operations need to be governed together, Jacques asserted. In large financial institutions, the members of Club Genius had first-hand experience with the rapid and uncontrollable changes that technology undergoes daily. There's a tendency for individuals to mask their challenges by blaming technology for issues like privileged access, Omar noted, shaking his head. It's like watching an ostrich bury its head in the sand to avoid the truth. People use technology as a scapegoat because generally, business units are reluctant to have someone else monitor their practices or challenge their actions regarding risk management. They recognized that the overwhelming complexity of independent distributed systems had cultivated a culture where business processes, rules, and service constraints became embedded in system code. This lack of transparency led to a concerning phenomenon known as tribal knowledge. Only a select few understood the intricacies of critical processes or technologies, making it impossible to ensure consistent governance. Architecture and governance as proactive controls, Jacques and Omar were united in their belief that architecture and governance as proactive controls were essential to resolve these issues. This approach would create a system of checks and balances that integrated business strategy, emerging risks, market behavior, new technology, and regulatory demands against existing standards and policies. The goals of governance should be straightforward. It should account for external drivers while ensuring the organization remains on its intended course, Jacques explained. In the banking sector, we deal with complex products that, if not aligned with core values, can lead an organization astray. Robust governance frameworks can mitigate that risk. Indeed, Omar agreed, it should prevent processes and technologies from drifting into areas where they were never meant to go. This is particularly significant in a fast-paced environment where unpredictability is the norm. Organizations must remain vigilant to safeguard against risks that can crop up from unforeseen changes. What governance must accomplish to be effective? Our governance model must include the ability to monitor the entire environment, ensuring compliance with well-designed and tested standards that lead to corporate policy. Jacques articulated, from an operational risk perspective, we cannot adopt the Pareto principle, claiming we're fine because 80% of the organization complies with the policy. A small percentage of processes or technology operating outside established standards can do significant damage. Omar nodded in agreement. We need to emphasize that anything less than complete compliance is unacceptable. Consider the Wells Fargo case as a cautionary tale. During the 2016 Senate hearings, the then CEO, John Stumpf, tried to downplay the issues by emphasizing that only 1% of employees engaged in fraudulent activities. Yet, those individuals didn't represent the true problem. It was a systemic issue, rooted in misaligned incentives and a lack of adequate governance. Jacques recalled the fallout from that debacle. The failure came from not recognizing bad practices as risks in the first place. Poor governance allowed a toxic culture around cross-selling to persist, embedded so deeply that few could challenge its validity, ensuring independence in governance. An essential aspect of an effective governance model is ensuring independence from the business lines, Omar pointed out. This independence fosters an objective and non-biased evaluation of current practices. However, achieving this is more difficult and costly due to the subject matter experts often residing within the business units. Self-monitoring is not inherent in human behavior. That's right, Jacques added. We must remain open-minded to ask the hard questions. Governance teams should dig deeper into business processes in relation to services. For financial institutions, there's a tendency for decision-makers to operate within a grey area, pitting profit motives against core customer values, leading to ethical dilemmas. At this point, Omar introduced the concept of balance. We must examine the balance between pursuit of profits and safeguarding customer well-being. The question is whether our end-to-end processes lead to outcomes where customers feel cared for, or do they lean toward increasing profits at their expense? Designing standards that lead to policy. The team concluded that their architecture and governance strategies needed to reflect this balance, with joint considerations for both people and technology. It won't be easy, Jacques acknowledged, but the architecture must serve as the skeleton that supports future policies and procedural changes. If left unchecked, individual business units will create their own standards, which can lead to unethical practices. The members understood that their governance frameworks would soon face challenges from emerging technologies and customer demands. They must consider risks from AI, machine learning, and other advanced technologies. Those risks connect with compliance and risk management obligations that organizations are required to uphold. The path forward. As the meeting wound down, it became evident that implementing governance as a control was essential for fostering resilient and sustainable organizations. Jacques and Omar's insights had invigorated the entire group, sparking discussions about the importance of incorporating strong governance principles into their risk management frameworks. Together, we can leverage governance to enhance not only compliance, but also innovation and customer trust, Jacques concluded. If we can integrate robust governance, we will empower our teams to navigate modern complexities without compromising the core values that define our success. With that shared vision for the future, the members of Club Genius committed to advocating for the principles they discussed. They understood that by thoughtfully embedding governance into their operational frameworks, they would strengthen their organizations, protect their customers, and ultimately ensure a lasting, positive impact in their industries. Part 3. Recap Solutions. In Part 3 of this book titled Solutions, we uncovered a multitude of strategic approaches to the critical challenges faced by organizations in today's fast-paced business environment. Spanning chapters 9 to 15, the members of Club Genius delved into essential concepts such as data governance, automation, control testing, and the significance of effective training. Each chapter contributed to a collective understanding of how organizations can implement meaningful solutions to enhance their operational capacity and risk management frameworks. Chapter 9. Control your data, or it will control you. Chapter 9 began with an urgent reminder about the value of data governance. The narrative unfolded as Jules Ardelian passionately highlighted the rampant issues stemming from poor data management practices. He posited that data had become the most precious commodity in organizations, but the failure to treat it as such had significant consequences. The chapter explored the dangers of tribal knowledge, situations where critical information became sequestered within narrow silos. With people reluctant to share vital insights, the organization was left vulnerable to the risk of poor decision-making. The Club Genius members recognized the urgent need for a robust data governance framework, emphasizing 4 essential pillars: data quality, data access, data security, and data lifecycle management. By fostering a culture that prioritized data integrity and transparency, organizations could harness the true power of data for effective decision-making. Chapter 10. Map Business Services Kill Tribal Knowledge Building. On the themes introduced in the previous chapter, Chapter 10 tackled the detrimental effects of tribal knowledge on organizational performance. Jacques San Dimas and his team emphasized the necessity of formalizing business processes to eliminate silos and foster collaboration among teams. They advocated for mapping out core business services and encouraging knowledge sharing. The discussion centered around the importance of instituting a business process ontology, a structured representation of processes that allows for better transparency and understanding. This chapter not only highlighted the repercussions of inadequate documentation practices, but also provided actionable insights into how organizations could better leverage the knowledge of their teams. By removing tribal knowledge from the equation, business units could emerge more agile, accountable, and efficient. Chapter 11. Convert Legacy Technology to Services. Chapter 11 focused on the imperative transition from outdated legacy systems to cloud-based solutions, employing services such as Software as a Service (SaaS) and Platform as a Service (PaaS). The discussion revolved around the challenges organizations faced in maintaining legacy technology, including high costs and inefficiencies. Jacques framed the narrative around the benefits of embracing cloud offerings, noting that such a shift allows businesses to reinvest resources towards strategic initiatives. Through passionate dialogue among Club Genius members, they established a compelling business case for cloud migration and underscored the significance of training employees to adapt to new technologies. The chapter culminated in a well-articulated roadmap for transitioning to the cloud, emphasizing the importance of strong leadership, structured planning, and stakeholder engagement to ensure a successful migration. Chapter 12. Test your controls. In Chapter 12, the conversation shifted to the critical role of testing as a foundational component of effective risk management. Members of Club Genius agreed that robust testing practices directly influence an organization's capacity to navigate risk. They articulated the distinctions between good and bad testing, highlighting common pitfalls that lead to poor outcomes. Jacques and his companions urged the integration of control testing into the System Development Lifecycle, SDLC. They pointed out that traditional siloed testing often resulted in missed opportunities for quality assurance. The key was to embed testing into every phase of development, utilizing automation to streamline processes and enhance efficiency. The team passionately advocated for creating a culture of continuous learning and improvement, recognizing that good testing practices should be straightforward, independent, mandatory, practical, logical, and effective. The chapter concluded with a strong commitment to changing ingrained habits that lead to inadequate testing, emphasizing the need for cultural transformation to ensure that organizations prioritize quality and security. Chapter 13. Automate Everything. Continuing the exploration of improving operational efficiency, Chapter 13 led to a compelling discussion on the importance of automation. Jacques San Dimas passionately shared his expertise in automation, from his early experiences with Unix cron jobs to recent implementations using platforms like Appian for business continuity and risk management. The narrative unfolded with the realization that organizations must automate mundane, repetitive tasks to allow employees to focus on what humans do best: thinking, creating, and solving problems. The Club Genius members discussed various tools and techniques for automation, emphasizing the power of technology in streamlining processes. They also highlighted the significance of a culture that embraces change, particularly in overcoming resistance to automation initiatives. By leveraging technology, organizations could optimize workflows and empower employees to focus on high-value activities that contribute to innovation and customer satisfaction. Chapter 14. Train your staff to do things only humans can do. Chapter 14 underscored the urgency of training staff to leverage their unique human abilities in combination with evolving technology. Jacques and his colleagues recognized that effective training is crucial for navigating the complexities of modern business environments and maximizing the value of automation. Rather than viewing training as a one-off initiative, the Club Genius members sought to instill a mindset of continuous learning. They emphasized the importance of aligning training programs with organizational goals and adapting them to reflect the specific needs of the workforce. The members shared personal anecdotes of successful training programs, highlighting the need for mentorship, hands-on learning, and accessibility to bolster employee growth. Above all, the conversation underscored the importance of empowering employees to embrace change, allowing them to harness their skills and creativity to drive progress within their teams. In doing so, they aimed to cultivate a workforce that thrives in an automated future. Chapter 15. Implement governance as a control. Finally, Chapter 15 concluded the solutions section with an in-depth exploration of the significance of governance as a control mechanism. Omar Nasser passionately articulated the necessity of governance frameworks that benefit both business and technology processes, emphasizing how governance can mitigate risk in a rapidly changing environment. The Club Genius members discussed the critical need for unified governance to manage the intricate interplay between people and technology. They noted that companies often lack adequate governance structures and that various committees could fall short in achieving intended objectives. Jacques lamented the common reluctance to scrutinize governance processes, calling for a shift in mindset. The chapter detailed how architecture and governance functions as proactive controls are vital in maintaining reliability and effectiveness amid technological transformation. By ensuring that policies align with evolving operational practices, organizations can navigate risk successfully and avoid the pitfalls that accompany poorly integrated systems. Comprehensive solutions for a resilient future. As Part 3 unfolded, the members of Club Genius collectively recognized that the solutions explored throughout these chapters are interrelated and interdependent. The comprehensive approach encompassed data governance, effective training, robust testing, and automation strategies, all essential elements for steering organizations toward resilience and success. Each chapter emphasized the importance of human-centered strategies, asserting that empowering employees through proper training and governance will result in a more efficient, agile, and responsive organization. The conversations underscored a shared commitment to fostering a culture of collaboration and continuous improvement, ensuring that organizations leverage their greatest asset, their people, while embracing the technologies that will define their future. Through the insights and experiences shared within solutions, Club Genius demonstrated that with the right approaches, organizations can navigate complexities, mitigate risks, and emerge stronger in an ever-evolving landscape that demands ingenuity and adaptability. With this foundation, they positioned themselves to lead the charge in redefining what effective risk management looks like in the modern era. Part 4: Tools, Inspirations and Remarks. Chapter 16: Embracing Innovation and Continuous Learning. In Chapter 16, the members of Club Genius delve into crucial themes surrounding the importance of innovation, education, and the tools necessary for navigating today's fast-paced technological landscape. This chapter is divided into 4 sections: companies that innovate, courses and education, platforms, software and data, and leveraging dreams for personal growth. Together, these elements form a comprehensive guide for organizations and individuals looking to excel in their respective fields. Companies that innovate. Innovation is the lifeblood of any organization seeking to not only survive, but thrive in a rapidly changing marketplace. Throughout the years, several companies have distinguished themselves by leveraging technology to automate manual tasks. These innovators have embraced a forward-thinking approach, setting the standard for excellence across industries. One notable example is UiPath, a leader in robotic process automation (RPA). By automating routine tasks traditionally performed by humans, UiPath's technology enhances efficiency and reduces operational costs. For instance, companies that have adopted UiPath have reported significant time savings, allowing their employees to focus on more strategic, high-value activities. This shift enables organizations to harness their human capital effectively, reflecting the ethos celebrated by Club Genius. Another titan in the realm of innovation is Salesforce, known for its customer relationship management (CRM) solutions. Salesforce has seamlessly integrated automation into its platform, allowing businesses to streamline customer interactions and marketing efforts. By utilizing AI-driven analytics and automation features, organizations can optimize lead management and sales processes, creating a more personalized experience for clients. The implementation of such technologies exemplifies how innovative companies understand the importance of optimizing human capabilities with intelligent systems. Appian, a favorite of Jacques San Dimas and a champion of low-code automation, has also made waves in the enterprise landscape. By enabling organizations to develop applications rapidly, Appian empowers non-technical users to create workflows that automate manual tasks. The impact is profound. Companies have achieved thousands of man-hours saved annually, reflecting Jacques' commitment to efficiency and smart use of technology. Technology companies like Amazon Web Services (AWS) and Google Cloud Platform (GCP) are also pillars of innovation. They offer a range of cloud-based solutions that organizations can leverage to enhance scalability, improve resilience, and catalyze digital transformation. With their broad spectrum of services, these giants enable businesses to innovate continuously, adapting to the ever-evolving digital landscape. In conclusion, organizations that innovate through the right technologies not only eliminate redundancy, but also create smoother processes that empower their workforce. These examples serve as a testament to what is achievable when companies prioritize automation and innovation, aligning perfectly with the ethos espoused by Club Genius. Courses and education. With the rapid pace of technological change, continuous education and training are essential for professionals striving for success. Club Genius recognizes the significance of equipping teams with the knowledge and skills needed to excel in their roles. They advocate for a structured approach to education, focusing on transformative courses and certifications that enhance both individual and organizational capabilities. Classes and specific certifications play a crucial role in enabling team members to harness the full potential of modern technologies. For example, professionals looking to deepen their understanding of automation can benefit greatly from Appian training courses, designed to provide hands-on experience in building business applications using low-code solutions. Additionally, Microsoft offers a wide range of courses, covering everything from Azure Cloud Services to data analysis tools. By obtaining certifications like the Microsoft Certified Azure Solutions Architect Expert, individuals can validate their skills and enhance their credibility within the industry. Tableau, a leader in data visualization, provides specialized training that empowers employees to make data-driven decisions. This is particularly essential in today's data-centric world, where visualizing complex information can shape business strategies. By pursuing Tableau certifications, team members can unlock enhanced capabilities to transform data into actionable insights. In the world of project management, Atlassian offers training for their tools, such as Jira and Confluence. As these platforms are integral to managing development workflows and fostering collaboration, getting certified in their use can significantly streamline efforts across teams. Finally, for cloud computing and architecture, Amazon Web Services (AWS) and Google Cloud Platform (GCP) offer comprehensive certification programs. The AWS Certified Solutions Architect and Google Professional Cloud Architect credentials equip individuals with the skills needed to design and manage cloud solutions effectively. By encouraging participation in courses and certification programs, Club Genius emphasizes the need for continuous learning and professional development. The pursuit of knowledge not only strengthens individual capabilities, but also fuels organizational growth, turning teams into formidable forces in the tech landscape. Platforms, software, and data. In an era defined by digital transformation, the choice of platforms and software is critical for automating processes and ensuring organizational resilience. Club Genius members recommended several top platforms, shining a spotlight on those that excel in enhancing operational efficiency while supporting robust governance. Appian continues to the favorite platform with Jacques. With its ability to automate many manual activities, his experiences with Appian across various clients have revealed its effectiveness. Companies that have integrated Appian into their operations have seen significant savings in man-hours while enhancing process visibility and compliance management. Tableau, also favored by Jacques, exemplifies the importance of advanced data visualization in driving informed decision-making. By transforming raw data into intuitive dashboards, Tableau empowers users to identify trends and insights that guide strategic actions. This use of data is pivotal in ensuring organizations remain agile and responsive to customer needs. The discussion also ventured into the realm of cloud service platforms. AWS and GCP emerged as vital tools for companies looking to scale operations and optimize their infrastructure. Both platforms offer a wealth of services that facilitate automation, enhance security, and support seamless integrations across diverse technologies. For organizations seeking comprehensive project management solutions, Atlassian tools like Jira and Confluence provide invaluable support for team collaboration, task tracking, and documentation. By harnessing these platforms, teams can quickly adapt to evolving project requirements and foster a holistic view of project progress. Additionally, robotic process automation (RPA) tools like UiPath and Blue Prism were discussed as pivotal technologies for automating rule-based tasks. These solutions remove the burden of monotonous manual work, allowing staff to focus on high-value activities that drive innovation and creativity. Through thoughtful exploration of these platforms, Club Genius members advocate for a carefully curated tech stack that aligns with the organization's goals, one that embraces automation while preserving resilience and agility. Books and reading. A commitment to continuous learning finds expression in reading, And for the members of Club Genius, books have always served as valuable conduits for knowledge. They hold a shared belief in the power of literature to inform, inspire, and ignite innovation. Jules Carmichael, a voracious reader, recalled how early in his career he flooded his mind with books on a broad spectrum of topics, from Unix administration to programming languages. His hunger for knowledge allowed him to navigate complex systems, creating innovative solutions. The lessons learned from books became foundational in his journey toward expertise. The Club Genius members encourage everyone to cultivate a reading habit. They recommend numerous titles, including foundational texts on cloud computing, automation, risk management, and leadership. Classics like The Lean Startup by Eric Ries and Good to Great by Jim Collins provide insights into fostering innovation and driving organizational success. In the realm of technology, books such as Automate This: How Algorithms Came to Rule Our World by Christopher Steiner explore the fascinating impact of automation in various sectors. Additionally, titles like The Phoenix Project by Gene Kim, Kevin Baer, and George Spafford offer compelling narratives about DevOps and the importance of effective IT management. The members emphasize that reading extends beyond professional development. It provides an avenue for personal growth and new perspectives. Whether diving into academic textbooks, industry analysis, or inspirational biographies, the power of written knowledge is critical for anyone striving to excel in their field. Leverage your dreams. The concept of leveraging one's dreams in Chapter 16 stems from a broader exploration of human creativity and insight. Dreams, the vivid narratives that unfold during sleep, can serve as unexpected wellsprings of ideas and solutions. Sometimes elusive, yet illuminating, dreams reflect our subconscious mind's processing of the challenges we encounter daily. Club Genius members suggest approaching dreams with an open mind, recognizing their potential to inform actionable insights. Documenting these dreams upon waking is crucial. When thoughts are fresh, they often carry significant relevance to our waking concerns. Members advocate for keeping a dream journal beside a bed, allowing for immediate note-taking in those critical moments when clarity is most potent. Through practice and effort, individuals can cultivate the ability to articulate the insights from their dreams. These insights may hold the key to innovative ideas, fresh solutions to present-day issues, or the seeds of creativity waiting to blossom into reality. By understanding and analyzing the lessons learned in dreams, individuals can forge paths to greater innovation and success. Conclusion. As Chapter 16 unfolds, the members of Club Genius reinforce the importance of innovation, continuous learning, and the right technological solutions in navigating the complexities of the modern business landscape. Through their experiences, recommendations, and explorations of technology, education, and personal growth, the Club Genius advocates for a holistic approach to organizational success. By embracing these principles, individuals and organizations can position themselves for resilience, creativity, and progressive evolution in an ever-changing world. Chapter 17. They Like My Ideas. The Power of Ideas and Shared Experiences. Vince de Cordoba had always been a source of inspiration for Jacques San Dimas, especially when it came to exploring the influence of creativity and humor in the business world. During one of their many enlightening conversations, Vince introduced Jacques to the charmingly funny French film, The Dinner Game. Set in Paris, the movie's brilliance lay not only in its humor, but also in its astute commentary on human interactions and the complexity of intelligence in social settings. Jacques had to watch the film with English subtitles, not yet having mastered the French language, but found that the essence of the characters transcended any linguistic barrier. The film's exploration of human behavior, ranging from the kind-hearted to the outright cruel, resonated with Jacques in a way he had not anticipated. "Hollywood really messed this one up when they remade it in the US," Vince remarked, shaking his head. Jacques nodded vigorously in agreement. "You're spot on, Vince. The French version captures the depth of the characters so much better. The humor is sharp and insightful, and the underlying themes are brilliantly executed." Years later, the echoes of this film would remain within Jacques, inspiring him to reflect upon his own experiences in the world of risk management prevalent in large financial institutions. The character experiences mirrored his encounters with colleagues and clients, offering a comedic yet sobering perspective on their complexities. The scene where a rigid auditor shouts, "This is all suspect," captured the essence of the sometimes absurd nature of corporate environments, where individuals often overlooked basic truths in favor of maintaining appearances. In The Dinner Game, a group of callous businessmen engages in a cruel contest to bring the biggest idiot to dinner for amusement. The lengths they went to, including interviewing odd characters they met in everyday life, revealed how far removed they were from genuine human connection. "They like my ideas," one hapless character exclaimed, and in a moment of stinging honesty, a friend retorted, "They don't like you, you're an idiot." This line encapsulated the unvarnished truth of workplace dynamics, the intersection of creativity and harsh reality. It sparked something in Jacques. What if he dared to throw all his ideas out there for the world to see, free of charge? Perhaps someone would pick them up and run with them. "Who cares if they become rich?" he pondered. "If my ideas help others, maybe I won't be seen as such a fool after all." In the spirit of sharing wisdom and insights, Jacques and the club genius passionately advocated for the open exchange of ideas designed to improve efficiency, enhance job satisfaction, and reduce risk. They aimed to create a legacy where their collective knowledge would inspire innovation and positivity throughout organizations. Risk management sayings. A remarkable aspect of club genius culture revolves around the power of words, sayings, and statements that resonate across the workplace, shaping decisions and motivating change. Such expressions can often carry profound wisdom that influences not only actions, but also reactions and judgments. The Club Genius members compiled a collection of sayings, each one a pearl of wisdom tailored for risk managers and leaders. "It takes at least 100 attaboys to fix one or shit," a famous Texas saying that emphasizes the importance of maintaining a positive culture, where acknowledgement and encouragement outweigh the ramifications of mistakes. Be a leader by inspiring slow, calming, and steady change that results only in positive and improving outcomes. A valuable piece of advice from Jacques San Dimas, encouraging leaders to embrace patience and consistency in governance and risk management processes. "Don't worry, be happy." Bobby McFerrin's iconic phrase serves as a friendly reminder to maintain perspective and positivity even amidst challenges. Never lead with the accounting. Vince de Cordoba highlights the necessity of prioritizing strategy and vision before delving into financial metrics. Don't keep people in the same role for more than 5 years. Aimed at fostering growth and evolution within organizations, this statement encourages regular shifts in responsibilities to stimulate creativity. Small teams actually accomplish more than big teams and cost less from Vince again, suggesting that agility and focused collaboration often bear better results than large teams bogged down by bureaucracy. The people, specifically certain individuals, are often the problem. A forthright reminder from Vince, seeking to identify and address underlying issues within organizations. There is no technical answer to a political problem. This captures the essence of many human-focused challenges in corporate environments, where tech solutions can't resolve fundamental interpersonal dynamics. Work with those who want to finish the job and move on, rather than those who want to hold on to their seat at all costs. A strategy for cultivating teams focused on results rather than personal preservation, shared by Vince. Our biggest failure as an organization is that we always treat our customers like it is business and never personal. A critical insight from Jacques emphasizing that relatable, human interactions elevate customer relationships. Why bother to do what someone else can do for me? Nick Cutter's quip encapsulates the potential apathy that emerges when employees disengage from their roles, a warning for managers to energize their teams. It is not possible to fully regulate bad actors, a reminder from Rep. Mick Mulvaney, reinforcing the idea that oversight alone cannot eradicate irresponsible behavior. You're gonna need a bigger boat. The famous warning from Martin Brody in Jaws, serving as a metaphor for when new challenges arise in business. I have heard more "I don't know" statements from you as a CEO than any other in my career. Rep. Roger Williams's sharp rebuke to John Stumpf during parliamentary hearings illustrates the dire need for accountability and transparency in management. Removing a bully from an organization gives lift to everyone else. Another insightful observation by Vince, promoting a healthy workplace culture free from intimidation. These sayings, etched in the minds of Club Genius members, resonate as guiding principles that elevate their practices in risk management, leadership, and organizational development. Ideas worth sowing in the spirit of fostering ideas, much like the character in The Dinner Game, who declared, "They like my ideas." The members of Club Genius are eager to share actionable thoughts that may inspire change in organizations, communities, and individuals. They are committed to offering these ideas free of charge, encouraging others to implement them where they see fit. One mandatory community service: organizations can implement a policy that requires employees to engage in community service on a regular basis, 1 day a month, for example. This initiative not only aids communities but also cultivates empathy among employees, creating a culture of giving back. To empower staff as leaders, encourage employees to build personal relationships with customers, enabling them to provide tailored support. This approach can enhance customer trust, promoting long-term loyalty as employees take ownership of client interactions. 3. Transform cyber risk management into a customer service opportunity. Organizations should embrace advanced monitoring systems that utilize big data to protect customers proactively. Rather than merely safeguarding against fraud to protect bank interests, these systems can serve customers directly. Customer-centric risk management cultivates trust and brand loyalty. 4. Quality over quantity in documentation. When implementing risk management frameworks, focus on quality documentation that enhances understanding rather than simply meeting regulatory requirements. The goal is to create meaningful guidelines that resonate with frontline staff and integrate their feedback. 5. Innovation. Through diverse perspectives, foster a culture where team members from diverse backgrounds and experiences collaborate to produce innovative solutions. This approach allows for fresh ideas to flourish, broadening the organization's capacity for creativity. Promote mental health and well-being. Organizations must prioritize mental health by offering resources, flexible schedules, and supportive environments. Healthy employees contribute to a thriving workplace where creativity and productivity flourish. 7. Establish open forums for idea sharing. Create channels through which employees can share ideas, suggestions, and feedback. When staff members feel heard, they are more likely to engage and contribute positively to the organization's culture. Invest in technology for training and development. Allocate resources for training programs that leverage technology, such as e-learning platforms, to offer staff ongoing opportunities for growth. Investing in employees demonstrates commitment to their development. By sharing these ideas, Club Genius seeks to provoke thought, inspire action, and cultivate a legacy of innovation among organizations and individuals alike. Each idea is an invitation to respond creatively to the challenges facing businesses today. In summary, Chapter 17 encapsulates the essence of creativity, empowerment, and the significance of sharing knowledge and ideas. As members of Club Genius engage with one another, drawing from personal experiences, cultural references, and collective insights, they carve out a roadmap toward creating meaningful change. Through laughter, reflection, and determination, Jacques, Vince, Omar, and the others embrace their roles as catalysts for innovation and accountability. With every idea shared and every saying passed along, they contribute to a culture where knowledge is valued and harnessed for the collective good. The journey ahead remains filled with uncertainty, but with the spirit of collaboration, the right mindset, and a commitment to continuous improvement, the members of Club Genius are poised to maximize their potential, drive effective governance, and create an enduring impact in their industries and communities. Chapter 18. Parting remarks from members of Club Genius. As Club Genius convened for what would be their final gathering in this series of discussions, an air of reflection and optimism enveloped the room. The members, Jacques San Dimas, Vince de Cordoba, Omar Nasser, Jules Carmichael, and others, sat surrounded by the echoes of their spirited conversations, memories of their shared journeys, and the rich tapestry of insights woven throughout their collective experiences. "This is it, everyone," Jacques began, glancing around at his colleagues and friends. "This marks not just the end of our discussions, but the beginning of a movement we can all be a part of. We set out to explore ideas, challenge norms, and advocate for a better future across industries and communities. We've examined everything from governance and automation to training and the power of ideas. Now, it's time to synthesize our learnings and inspire others to join us. Each member nodded, embodying the spirit of collaboration that had defined Club Genius since its inception. They recognized that the experiences they had shared, partnered with the lessons learned, had the power to impact far beyond the conference room, uniting for change. Let's first acknowledge the fundamental challenge we face in our industries, Vince interjected, his tone steady and resolute. Failure to adapt breeds stagnation, and our world is changing faster than ever. It is our responsibility not only to innovate, but to spearhead initiatives that foster a culture of agility, collaboration, and empowerment. Omar agreed, emphasizing that embracing change requires breaking down silos that exist within organizations. Governance and risk management begin with a sound understanding of the interdependencies between technology and people. When we implement cohesive governance frameworks, we cultivate environments where teams collaborate freely, sharing knowledge and ideas to drive progress. Remember, the essence of our discussion stems from our belief that good governance and robust risk management are not burdens but pillars of strength, Jacques added. By embracing transparent practices and fostering a culture where individuals feel empowered to voice their opinions, we can effectively mitigate risk and build resilient systems. Celebrating innovation and knowledge sharing, the dialogue gradually shifted to the theme of innovation. We witnessed firsthand that ideas are the lifeblood of progress, Jules reflected. From AI and automation to data analytics and customer engagement, technology has provided us with powerful tools to transform our operations. But tools are only as effective as the humans wielding them. The journey toward innovation starts with an empowering educational foundation. Jacques nodded in agreement, remarking on the role of continuous learning. Our experiences underscore that engaging with new technologies and pursuing ongoing education are essential. Every course taken, every book read, every conversation contributes to a well of knowledge that we can draw from. It's about harnessing that power to cultivate a workforce committed to embracing change. Vince emphasized the importance of sharing knowledge, drawing a parallel to their film reference. Just like the characters in The Dinner Game, we all have ideas worth sharing. The brilliance lies in recognizing that while some may approach us with skepticism, others will see our potential and innovations as opportunities to improve and uplift. Embracing community engagement, the theme of community service was interwoven into the fabric of their conversation. As leaders, Omar insisted, we must ensure that our organizations are not just systems of profit generation, but agents of positive change in our communities. Mandatory community service can be a transformative initiative, allowing employees to engage meaningfully with their surroundings while fostering empathy and social responsibility. Jacques elaborated, investing in our communities strengthens the bonds between organizations and stakeholders. It builds trust, nurtures goodwill, and solidifies a brand identity that transcends mere transaction. When businesses invest in their people and communities, they cultivate loyalty and drive customer satisfaction. The conversation blossomed into surrounding the model of shared success, one that supports individuals, communities, and businesses. It's about constructing a future where everyone has a stake in progress, Vince asserted. I envision a world where businesses not only thrive economically, but also champion social and environmental initiatives, overcoming challenges with resilience. While the tone remained optimistic, the members candidly addressed the challenges that lay ahead. Dealing with difficult characters, what we humorously refer to as the members of the Clown Shoe Club, is inevitable, Jacques noted. We've all encountered resistance, roadblocks, and individuals more invested in protecting their turf than fostering collaboration. Indeed, Vince added, his expression serious. It's vital to understand that these obstacles don't define our journey, they are opportunities for growth. By championing open communication, we become better prepared to navigate the complexities that arise. Our commitment must remain unwavering, rooted in accountability and integrity. Omar emphasized that solutions stem from the willingness to engage directly with conflicting perspectives. If we actively listen and strive to understand those we work alongside, we can transform adversarial situations into collaborative solutions. Governance frameworks provide the structure we need to keep the dialogue flowing, ensuring that all voices are heard. The invitation to join Club Genius. As the meeting approached its conclusion, the focus shifted toward an invitation to readers to engage with Club Genius. We have shared ideas, insights, and experiences throughout the book, Jacques expressed warmly. But this is merely the beginning. Our movement is one of collaboration, support, and shared wisdom. We want others to join us as we strive for excellence in our respective fields. Vince echoed this sentiment, adding, "By embracing the principles of collaboration, respect, and empowerment, we can collectively elevate our organizations and communities. We invite those who are passionate about making a difference, those who believe in the power of knowledge and innovation, to engage with us at clubgenius.co. Together, we can build a community that not only navigates challenges, but actively seeks opportunities for growth," Omar chimed in. "By sharing our experiences and ideas, we foster an ecosystem that encourages creativity and accountability, ultimately leading to transformative change." Conclusion. The road ahead. As the members of Club Genius concluded their reflections, they felt a renewed sense of purpose and urgency. Their mission extended beyond the pages of this book. It was about establishing a collaborative framework that empowers not just individuals, but entire organizations to thrive amidst uncertainty. The path forward may be complex, but we are not alone, Jacques emphasized. As we commit ourselves to continuous learning, share our ideas, and support one another, we can navigate the challenges ahead. Together, we can redefine what it means to be leaders in our industries. With a sense of camaraderie and determination, the members of Club Genius departed from their gathering, each inspired to take actions that would leave an indelible mark on the world around them. They understood that in a landscape ripe with challenges, they had the opportunity to forge a new legacy. In a world where innovation and creativity reign supreme, Club Genius stands as a beacon of possibility, inviting everyone to participate in shaping a brighter future. The call to action echoes through their collective experience. Let us join in collaboration, embrace the spirit of intelligent risk-taking, and empower each other to strive for greatness. Together, we can change our organizations, communities, and ultimately the world. Part 5. Appendix. Appendix. Glossary of terms. A. Agile methodology. A project management and software development approach that emphasizes iterative development, collaboration, and flexibility. Availability. A measure of a system's operational performance, indicating whether a service or resource is accessible and functioning as intended at any given time. C. Cloud computing, the delivery of computing services, including storage, processing power, and applications, over the Internet, allowing scalable and on-demand resource usage. Containerization, a form of operating system virtualization that allows applications to be packaged along with their dependencies in isolated environments for improved deployment and consistency. Configuration management, the discipline of managing and maintaining a system's settings, dependencies, and environment to ensure consistency and compliance. D. Disaster recovery, a set of policies and procedures to enable the recovery or continuation of vital technology infrastructure and systems following a natural or human-induced disaster. Distributed system, a model in which components located on networked computers communicate and coordinate their actions by passing messages, allowing for shared resources across multiple locations. H. Human factors, the study of how people interact with systems and technology, focusing on optimizing performance, safety, and user experience. Human error, mistakes made by individuals that can negatively impact system performance or safety, often discussed in terms of system design and user interaction. M. Microservices, an architectural style that structures an application as a collection of loosely coupled services, each responsible for a specific function or capability. O. Operational risk, the risk of loss resulting from inadequate or failed internal processes, people, systems, or external events that affect the operations of an organization. Operating system OS, software that serves as an intermediary between a computer user and the computer hardware, managing hardware resources and providing common services for application software. Observability, the ability to measure and understand the internal state of a system based on its external outputs, often used in software engineering to inform operational decisions and improvements. Over-provisioning, the practice of allocating more resources than necessary to ensure performance under peak load conditions, often seen in cloud computing environments. R. Resiliency, the capacity of a system to recover quickly from difficulties or disruptions, ensuring that services remain available despite potential failures. Redundancy, the inclusion of extra components or systems that are not strictly necessary to normal operations, but ensure continued service in case of a failure in the primary system. Scalability, the capability of a system to handle a growing amount of work or its potential to accommodate growth, either through adding resources or by modifying architecture. Service Level Agreement, SLA, a formal contract between a service provider and a client that defines the expected level of service, including availability, performance metrics, and responsibilities. System Monitoring, the continuous observation of a system's performance and health, enabling operators to detect issues and respond proactively. Technical Debt, the implied cost of additional rework caused by choosing an easy solution now, instead of using a better approach that would take longer. User Interface, UI, the means by which a user interacts with a computer or software application, including graphical elements, command line interfaces, and gesture-based input. User Experience, UX, the overall experience a user has when interacting with a product or service, encompassing aspects like usability, accessibility, and design. Virtualization, the creation of a virtual version of a resource, such as a server or storage device, allowing multiple operating systems or applications to run on a single physical device. Workload, the amount of processing and computations that a system handles, typically measured in terms of resource usage, particularly in cloud computing contexts. This glossary serves as a reference for key terms discussed throughout the book, providing definitions that encompass operating systems, cloud computing, resiliency, availability, operational risk, and human behaviors. It aims to facilitate a better understanding of the concepts and their interconnections within modern technological contexts.